Since I was born, but now I am getting youth. Hakuna motangu, hakuna toga book.
And there it is right there. So there it is right there. So there it is right there. Here I am, there you are, and here we are. So here we are, here we go again. I hope people can hear me, by the way. Indicate in the comment section if you can hear me. That is if anybody is in the comment section so far. Yes, indicate in the comment section if you can hear me. That is if you're in the comment section. It's going to be a short little session, I suspect, primarily because Thomas is not going to be available and I don't want to do the fullness of the stretch of it. But we'll go through the headlines that we do have and then we'll take it from there. So before we go through anything though, the usual protocol, click on the like button just as soon as you're coming in. Subscribe if you haven't done that already. Click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard if you want to come and join me. Let me Let me put that hyperlink here again. Hold on. Okay, 1 microsecond. Right, so click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. If you want to come and join me, good to see you, Rebadu. Click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard if you want to come and join me, and your invitation to buy your host cups of coffee that's pinned on the comment section. So do all those. Let's get straight to the headlines. Despite $3 billion bailout, Ghana has essentially gone bankrupt. And there it is. So there it is. When I saw this headline, I try to imagine for a moment if that word Ghana, if that country Ghana was substituted for the country Nigeria, imagine how the obedience would have gone wild over there. But there it is, one of the examples that people often quote as a success story in Africa. Despite $3 billion bailout, Ghana has essentially gone bankrupt. So there it is. Ghana gone bankrupt, and there it is right there. So he speaks a very good game, of course, the Ghanaian president, but when he gets onto the field, he apparently doesn't play an especially good game. So speak a good game, play a good game. But when we're talking of bankruptcy, it is a real wonder. It is an act of God that Nigeria did not go bankrupt under the stewardship of Emefiele. Obaze panel hunts conspirators in alleged 7 trillion naira frauds linked to Emefiele. So there it is. It's almost unbelievable, the callousness of this guy. Just essentially literal, everything that wasn't nailed down was stolen. So quite why that first headline did not read Nigeria is one of the mysteries of life. Obaze panel hunts conspirators in alleged 7 trillion naira frauds linked to Emefiele. So linked to Emefiele, but then of course, Nigeria had always been in financial woes. Nigeria still repaying World Bank loan borrowed under IBB, 107 others as debt stock hit 87 trillion. So there it is right there. I think your children, and probably theirs will be long gone before Nigeria makes its way out of this debt mire. Let's go through this one, just see what we're making of it. Nigeria still repaying World Bank loan borrowed under IBB, 107 others as debt stock hit 87 trillion naira. So what does this have to offer? Now, the Nigerian government is repaying about $14.12 billion in World Bank loans. According to correspondents, the amount is the funds disbursed on about 108 approved loans. Data from the website of the World Bank shows. The oldest loan being serviced was approved almost 40 years ago under the General Ibrahim Babangida administration. The most recent was approved in 2018 under the immediate past president, Muhammadu Buhari. So that's essentially it, really. The oldest loan is the 100 million and 900,000 multi-state agricultural development project approved to support the statewide implementation of agricultural development projects, etc., etc. So essentially, the country is still carrying the burden of the Buhari administration, is really what that seeks to tell us. So the country is still carrying the burden of the Buhari administration, and still crime and corruption. So this now next headline. Lawyer list Tinubu's ministers who should be jailed, give reasons. So a government of crooks, often instances what we have in Nigeria. So now let's now see what is being levied against some of the people in situation at the moment. Right. Daniel Makolo, a lawyer, has filed a motion at the National Industrial Court, Abuja, to commit to prison 2 ministers of the president. Let's do that again. Daniel Mokolo, a lawyer, has filed a motion at the National Industrial Court, Abuja, to commit to prison 2 ministers of President Bola Tinubu over their failure to comply with the court rulings made on January the 4th, 2023. According to correspondence, the ministers in question are Olubunmi Tunji Ojo and Lateef Fagbemi, the Minister of Interior and the Attorney General of the Federation and Minister of Justice. Others are the boards of the Civil Defense, Prison Service, Immigration, and Fire. So I'm not quite sure where this seems to, this is offering less than in 2017, Makolo, who was in 2017, Makolo was dismissed from the Nigerian Immigration Service unlawfully. He also asked the court to jail Wura Adepoju, the acting Comptroller General of the Immigration Service, and Folashade Yemi Esan, the head of service, over their failure to obey court orders. So this doesn't actually offer what I thought it would. I thought it would give us our senior names and real crimes. But let's follow through. Lawyers list Tinubu's ministers who should be jailed to give reasons. Earlier in January, the court ordered the Minister of Interior, Head of Service, and others to reinstate the creditor, Makolo, into the Nigerian Immigration Service and be given the rank of comptroller, but the minister ignored the court order. So I think essentially it's just a minister ignoring a court order there. So I don't think that really are sufficient enough for what the headline promised. I did tell you that I don't often read the body of the headlines before I bring it. So sometimes we get one of those. So now this next one. Fear grips NNPC as Dangote struggles to get approval to operate on completed refinery. So now, who grants that approval and who is withdrawing it? That's more the question. The Dangote refinery, a significant undertaking in Nigeria, is enmeshed in new controversy. This time, there is tension between the Nigerian National Petroleum Corporation and Aliko Dangote, Africa's richest man and owner of the Dangote Group, which has sparked concerns over the safety, quality, and ethics surrounding the refinery. Inside sources have informed us that Alhaji Aliko Dangote has applied for a license to operate, which is the last step of approval before any refinery can start any form of production. But NNPC, the regulatory body, has hesitated to provide this license due to safety concerns because the refineries remain uncompleted. He also approached the NNPC to purchase crude, but the NNPC declined, saying they cannot sell crude to a refinery that is not completed. It is now alleged that Dangote is trying to source Nigeria's crude through trading houses, which he would then import into Nigeria, a move that might be seen as going through the back door. So, there's been a lot of speculations. There's been a lot of hesitations around that Dangote refinery narrative. Because it's constantly a moving goalpost, and this concerns people somewhat. It's constantly a moving goalpost. Yeah, good to see you, Nwago. Good to see you, Nwago. So it's constantly a moving goalpost, that Dangote refinery. You know that refinery should have actually been completed 2 years ago, and it should really have been completed under the Goodluck administration space. But constantly and always, there are reasons to move it forward. So now, the pressure now on for the NNPC to grant him a license. But the NNPC should stick if there are safety concerns that necessarily needs to be addressed before any license is granted. Let's actually take it from the top again and speed through it. The Dangote refinery, a significant undertaking in Nigeria, is emerged in new controversy. This time, there is tension between the Nigerian National Petroleum Corporation, NNPC, and Aliko Dangote, Africa's richest man and owner of the Dangote Group, which has sparked concerns over the safety, quality, and ethics surrounding the refinery. Inside sources have informed us that Alhaji Aliko Dangote has applied for a license to operate, which is the last step of approval before any refinery can start any form of production. But NNPC, the regulatory body, has hesitated to provide this license due to safety concerns because the refinery remains uncompleted. He also approached the NNPC to purchase crude, but the NNPC declined, saying they cannot sell crude to a refinery that is uncompleted. It is now alleged that Dangote is trying to source Nigeria's crude through trading houses, which he would then import into Nigeria, a move that might be seen as going through the back door. But even if he gets the crude, there are safety and quality concerns voiced by employees of Dangote, contractors, and some officials at NNPC. Without the completion of the refinery, there are concerns that the quality of jet fuel and diesel produced will be subpar. So now, the one thing you don't want to be subpar is jet fuel. You don't really want anything that goes into a vehicle that transports people to be subpar. But the one thing, because if a car breaks down, you can still open the door and jump out and take your chances. But if a plane is if it's filled with subpar fuel, then you are in the lap of the gods, however meters you are up in the sky. So this is the thing, though. But even if it gets the crude, even if it gets the crude, there are safety and quality concerns being voiced by employees of Dangote, contractors, and some officials at NNPC. Without the completion of the refinery, there are concerns that the quality of jet fuel and diesel produced will be subpar. NNPC is anxious because substandard jet fuel and diesel could endanger lives. The refinery, as it stands, can only carry out the first phase of crude distillation, which is similar to what illegal refineries operating in the Niger Delta region have been found to do. So for all of the $13 billion that Dangote spent on this space, it can only really function to the level of that guy with the drum in the creeks, swamped over by meshy sand. So this is the thing. Unbelievable. However, due to the complex nature of the Dangote refinery, whose catalytic cracking unit is still uncompleted, the quality of the refined product is in question. It is alleged that some staff within the Dangote group have voiced their apprehensions regarding the move to start the refinery without completion. Despite these valid concerns, Dangote's response suggests a desperate need for the venture to work, potentially as a matter of survival. So potentially as a matter of survival. So this is what will either propel this guy to the Mansa Musa stage or will be the destruction of him. That's just what that tells you. If it's a survival thing, then this may well propel him to richest man in the world near status or bankrupt him. So that's what that suggests. Where were we? Oh, all right. Let's scroll up, see where we were. So now, financial strains biting hard. Dangote is reported to be mired in significant. That's exactly what I was just saying. Dangote is reported to be mired in significant debt, pushing the company to the brink of receivership if they don't secure additional funds to repay certain loans by December. This financial pressure may explain why Dangote is so eager to secure a license to start operations, even with the refinery not being fully completed. You will recall that earlier this year, the uncompleted refinery was hurriedly commissioned by the former President Buhari in order for Dangote to access additional equity funding from the Nigerian government, as well as crude allocation of 300,000 barrels per day, which insiders say would have been sold to raise cash for creditors and partly fund the completion of the refinery. So there's a lot embedded in this paragraph. Actually, there's a lot embedded in this paragraph. It says, you will recall that earlier this year, the uncompleted refinery was hurriedly commissioned by former President Buhari. So now, when Buhari commissioned that refinery, a lot of the thoughts were that he wanted the commissioning of that refinery to fall within his administration. So that thought then lends to him persuading Dangote to commission that thing under his administration. But if we read on, it says in order for Dangote to access additional equity funding from the Nigerian government, so actually Dangote needed to commission at that space, is what they're telling us here. So he needed to commission at that space because he had leverage within the Buhari administration, and he could not then trust that that leverage would transmute into whoever came in. So it's all embedded in here. It says, you will recall that earlier this year, the uncompleted refinery was hurriedly commissioned by former President Buhari in order for Dangote to access additional equity funding from the Nigerian government. And now listen to this as well as crude allocations of 300,000 barrels per day. So now, let me complete that sentence, then it makes sense. As well as a crude allocation of 300,000 barrels per day, which insiders say would have been sold to raise cash for creditors and partly fund the completion of the refinery. So the refinery needed to be completed in order then that Dangote qualifies then for a quota of barrels of crude for him to refine. So now, if the president signs that refinery off as having been completed, then Dangote immediately then able to access those barrels of fuel, the 300,000 and odd. So now he's now selling them off. It's effectively turned into a crude trader, because that's all said in this sentence. It says it says in order for Dangote to access additional equity from the government, as well as crude allocations of 300,000 barrels per day. So as soon as that refinery is deemed as completed, he's able to access 300,000 barrels per day. But it continues, which insiders say would have been sold to raise cash. So the 300,000 barrels per day that is allotted to him to refine, he's selling them off at the crude stage in order to raise cash for his creditors and to complete his refinery. So there it is right there. It's just Sakama Gbadue, as Wole Soyinka said, Sakama J. So let me pick it up from the top of that paragraph, then I'll push it all the way through. It says that you will recall that earlier this year, the uncompleted refinery was hurriedly commissioned by the former President Buhari in order for Dangote to access additional equity funding from the Nigerian government, as well as crude allocation of 300,000 barrels per day, which insiders say would have been sold to raise cash for creditors and partly fund the completion of the refinery. This crude allocation was, however, put to a hold when the new so this is where it starts to fall apart, and this is where the desperation came in. This crude allocation was, however, put on hold when the new government of President Tinubu was sworn in, and it was discovered that the refinery was far from being completed, but was falsely commissioned in order to take the crude allocation and sell outside the country. The standoff between Dangote and the NNPC underscores a broader issue of safety, quality, and financial security that have bedeviled the Dangote refinery project, with concerns over substandard products potentially jeopardizing lives of workers at the uncompleted refinery and Nigerians in general, and a major business figure risking immense financial losses. The resolution of this impasse will have far-reaching implications for Nigeria's oil industry. So, the Dangote refinery might work, but might not be under the stewardship of Dangote. This is what we're looking at. Because it's heavily leveraged, it's leveraged beyond its capacity. And for him to be able to get over that financial hump, that refinery must work. But for that refinery to work, he has to immediately start getting, this is what this piece is telling us, he has to immediately start getting those petroleum allocations. But then that has been stopped by this new administration because, of course, you cannot get those complements of crude allocations to go to a refinery that is not ready to refine. And there it is. It's a catch-22 situation. But they will politics it out, of course. That is often usually what happens. So that's the Dangote storyline. Let's go to the Ghanaian storyline. Let's go to the Ghanaian storyline, see what we're making of it. So I'll just get all the readouts out of the way, and then we'll see what happens after that. Let's get the readouts out of the way. Despite $3 billion bailout, Ghana has essentially gone bankrupt. So there it is here in Ghana. The Ghanaian government has filed for bankruptcy after failing to pay billions of dollars it owed to international creditors in December. According to a report by, I think we actually stumbled upon this in an earlier session. According to a report by New York Times, the president, Nana Akufo-Addo's administration had no choice but to agree a $3 billion loan from lenders of last resort, the International Monetary Fund. Let's do that entirely all over again. According to a report by the New York Times, the president, Nana Akufo-Addo's administration, had no choice but to agree to a $3 billion loan from the lender of last resort, the International Monetary Fund, which helped to explain Ghana's financial crisis, in which government organizations owed billions to creditors, to contractors, and were in serious debt. The media outlet noted that the financial crisis has had far-reaching effects, with many contractors laying off workers, exacerbating the country's unemployment problem. Emmanuel Cherry, the chief executive of an association of Ghanaian construction companies, recently disclosed that the government backed payments to contractor. Emmanuel Cherry, the chief executive of an association of Ghanaian construction companies, recently disclosed that government backed payments to contractors amounted to a staggering 15 billion cedis, or roughly $1.3 billion before interest. So that's essentially Ghana going under the water. Let's get the fullness of it. The report also disclosed that the Ghanaian government owes independent power producers $1.5 billion and is in danger of experiencing widespread blackouts. But when you are looking at these figures, these are not fantastical. I have to say that these are not fantastical figures. It would be a real travesty that if something as miserly or as little, let me put it that way, if something as little as $3 billion could hemorrhage and bankrupt the Ghanaian economy, then they don't know what they're doing. Elon Musk, he spends that on lunch. You know, Elon Musk spends that on lunch. But that's the thing, though. The report also disclosed that the Ghanaian government owes independent power producers $1.5 billion and is in danger of experiencing widespread blackout. The government is essentially bankrupt. It was the 17th time Ghana has been compelled to turn to the fund since it gained independence in 1957. So I'm not quite sure if that signifies anything. This latest crisis was partly prompted by the havoc of the coronavirus pandemic. So that's not unique or peculiar to Ghana. Everybody straddled that coronavirus space. Russia's invasion of Ukraine and higher food and fuel prices. And by the way, Ghana is an oil-producing country. They do have a little bit of oil there. The report reads in part. The IMF presented a comprehensive rescue plan to address Ghana's debt, reining in spending, increasing revenue, and protecting the most vulnerable populations whilst negotiating with our foreign creditors. The issue would be a significant topic of discussion at the upcoming United Nations General Assembly. The growing debt load for developing nations are estimated to exceed $200 billion would also be another major topic of discussion. So it'll be very difficult for any of these Western spaces to pay any significant attention to Africa's debt. Because, of course, a lot of the money stolen out of Africa is parked in their banks. So they know that you stole the money. They know where all your money is. So you cannot then come to them and plead anything other than, what's the argument? They know where all the money is and they know where you stole them to. So let's go on to this one. Let's go on to this one. Obazie panel hunts conspirators in alleged 7 trillion fraud linked to Emefiele. So we wanted to tackle this yesterday, but we didn't quite get the window to do it. It says that Nigeria may be close to witnessing the unveiling of the biggest financial fraud in the history of the country in the coming months, as the team of special investigators set up to probe the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, and related entities is racing against time to unravel a slew of crimes already estimated at over 7 trillion naira. The investigators, whose assignment zeroes on activities of the Apex Bank and related entities under the suspended Governor Godwin Emefiele, are throwing everything into the assignment to untie the web of frauds allegedly committed in the past 9 years. Recall that President Bola Tinubu appointed former chief executive of the Financial Reporting Council of Nigeria and forensic auditor Jim Obazie, special investigator of the CBN and related entities, in July. Whereas the terms of Obazie's engagement were not made public, the president said Emefiele's suspension letter was attached to the letter personally signed by Tinubu. I'm not quite sure what the exercise would lead to, because it'll be very difficult to recover any of these monies, at least most of these monies. It probably they will succeed in recovering some money, but it'll be very difficult to recover most of these monies from a lot of these people, because those monies would have been immediately taken out of the country, of course. Then you have transnational jurisdictions. So and they will take it to the most difficult to retrieve from spaces. So how quite you can establish the crime, but how do you recover the money? That's really the thing. Recall that President Bola Tinubu appointed former chief executive of the Financial Reporting Council of Nigeria and forensic auditor Jim Obazie, special investigator of the CBN and related entities in July. Whereas the terms of Obaze's engagement were not made public, the president said Emefiele's suspension letter was attached to the letter personally signed by Tinubu. Exactly a month ago, correspondents reported that the team was expanded to include top Nigerian auditors and fraud detectives. It was also reported that the team had spread its tentacles across the financial system, with executives of CBN's consulting firms arrested and granted bail, even as top officials of the apex banks were being interrogated. So, after the report, two deputy governors of the CBN, Kingsley Obiora and Aisha Ahmed, were detained by the Department of State Services, by the Department of State Security in connection with their role in the affairs of the bank during Emefiele's nine-year stint. Fresh updates from multiple sources are knowledgeable about the operations suggest that the team is currently analyzing documents, memos, and oral confessions that could lead to more arrest in the coming months. So it's really where the money is. So they can audit trail the money, but can they make a recovery? That's just the thing. Uh, some revelations could not be independently verified by some revelations that could not be independently verified by correspondents said some of Nigeria's foreign missions in the Gulf region were in. Dubai has always been the conduit because they used to steal the money and take it to places like Switzerland, etc. But it's increasingly more difficult to do that now. But Dubai now seems to be the no questions asked space for illicit money globally. So yes, some revelations that could not be independently verified by correspondents said some of Nigeria's foreign missions in the Gulf region were involved in some of the criminal transactions in desperate efforts to legitimize financial crimes. It is not, however, clear the extent of involvement of international financial watchdogs in the inquiry so far, but there are indications that several foreign banks would be contacted in the course of the fast expanding investigation. Already, there are rising apprehensions in the offices of the regulators across the country as some directors who must have played active roles in approving some of the deals are being interrogated. So, yeah. Oh, all right. I was thinking maybe I was thinking maybe we should abandon it, but let me just speed through it. So it says that already there are rising apprehensions in the offices of the regulators across the country as some directors who must have played active roles in approving some of the deals are being interrogated. Whereas there are fears that some individuals will be arrested in the coming weeks, a reliable source said the panel was not primarily motivated by haphazard arrest, but in concluding the probe, and submitting a report on how the financial system was mismanaged and the regulations are compromised to enable the president to decide what to do to clean up the system. So, yes, I think it's more a clean up the system probe than a recovery probe, essentially. But some recoveries has to be made, but that cleanup are probably more important. All right. Let's leave that there. I'm somewhat bored of that. So let's leave that there. All right. Let's leave that there. Actually, let's bring Prince Daddy on. Let's bring Prince Daddy on. So Prince Daddy, I was somewhat faltering to that, but you've turned up. So what are you making of this probe by Obazi? What level of recovery, or are you anticipating a recovery, or are you expecting just a cleaning of the system and tightening up the rules?
Hello, woman. Hello, everyone. Kind of driving right now, so if you can hear me or not, let me know.
We can sort of. So yeah, just give us a few. I might just wrap it up after you.
Oh, okay. Um, the Mayfield's what do you call it? Investigation. I thought you were gonna say 3 point something billion dollars. I think you said naira, right?
No, 7 point something trillion naira, which would be, I don't know the dollar conversion, but that would be
Oh,
in the billion. Yeah, 7 point something trillion naira.
that's what is missing.
That's what is missing.
Okay, that's about right. That's about right. Because I was gonna say, no, that's a joke, man. I mean, there's so much money stolen, it's unreal. He himself cannot account for it. Just I've always said he's the underboss. Emefiele, yeah, he knows where all the bodies are eaten, and he's that guy. I mean, so much money stolen, stacked away somewhere, and wherever they have those monies, with whomever, it's something. I mean, I can't wrap my head around it. But hopefully, if Tinubu and his guys do a thorough investigation, right, they will be able to uncover a lot of the money. Of course, not everything. They don't have to name names, but they can surely recover a lot of the money. I believe so, as long
No,
as
no,
they hold
but
the.
do you think they'll be able to make a recovery is the thing? Because once that country moves out of the financial Nigerian financial system, then it becomes that much more difficult to recover.
Back in the days we would say that, but I don't think so anymore. I don't think so anymore. The flow of money can be easily traced than before, and it's not magic. It can be traced. Again, how much of the money would be recovered is another thing, and as long as they hold Emefiele's neck to the noose, they'll get something. It's going to cuff him out one way or another. Um, yeah, it was the money bag, man. He knows where the money's at, man. I mean, there's one time I remember, like, 2 3 years ago, uh, that there was a newspaper article or headlines about some transaction that occurred in Dubai with a Mifili. It appeared that allegation was kind of true, or was had a lot of meat to it. But all of a sudden, it kind of disappeared from the headlines. Nobody talked about it, like nothing ever happened. So yes, you did mention Dubai. Yes, there's a lot of money in Dubai, a whole lot of money. I believe that. You know,
And not
the,
just Nigerian money. That seems to be now the number one place for illicit money because they don't ask questions in Dubai.
oh, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Well, then let's just conclude that easily 80% to 90% of those monies are in Dubai. I feel very comfortable saying that. Really, I do. If that had been the case, I mean, gone are the days. No, they take him to US, and I mean they still take him to France and all those places. But if Dubai is that place, then Dubai for sure is that place, is that definite the location for hiding all those monies for sure. I guess back in the days too, they go to the Caribbeans to put the monies, but I think Nigerians, for one reason or another, they love Dubai. So let's say all the monies are in Dubai.
There's the speculation that 15% thereabout of Dubai's sovereign wealth is essentially Nigerian money.
I very easy for me to believe. Yes,
Have you ever
it's
been to Dubai?
no.
All right. If you go to Dubai, they have they have this promenade called the Gold Souk. It's probably one of the top three gold markets in the world. But when you walk down that road, you will see Nigerian flags on all the shops, and when they draw you in, they'll speak to you in Yoruba. When I went in, when I went in there, that was with my wife a few years ago. There was this alaja sitting down, and they were bringing down trays. You know those real thick alajas from Isaleko, bleach skin, and everything.
Uh
Uh,
huh.
and they were bringing out trays and trays and trays of gold as they were serving that tea and cake and everything. And that seems to be the experience there. So a lot of Nigerian money in Dubai.
Yeah, no, not surprising. I mean, it's yeah, our politicians. I mean, isn't Dubai's Atiku's favorite place to be and to live? So,
That's
I
where he
mean,
lives now, isn't it? If he had been
yeah,
the president, he would have governed you from Dubai.
I think so. That's how much they love Dubai, and everybody. What seems to be working, things seems to be working for them in Dubai. That's why they're taking all our money to Dubai. Um, yeah, it's I don't know if I can say it's unfortunate, but what does it matter? I mean, if you're gonna bring your money from your country, if you steal the money or not to help develop somebody else's country, no problem. Bring all the money you can. Who cares? The same reason we asking for foreign investors to come to Nigeria and invest. You know, it's kind of the same thing. Um, but yeah, maybe before we go further on this, I was gonna, the past few days now, about 3 4 days, we've been talking about what is going on in Ghana, and I think there's Ghana as it used to be is not the same anymore. And what I'm trying to say is that quite really, I believe Ghana has become Nigeria in a lot of ways. You say Ghana is going bankrupt. Okay, no doubt. Of course, the government, but just as you can see and notice in some of the articles you've read that um, a lot of those monies are ending up in the hands of politicians, just like the monies they found in houses or places around people's homes. And Ghana right now is kind of like Nigeria. The politicians, the business people, whatever, they siphon the money. As it looks like they send the country into bankruptcy. They siphon all the money into their own pocket, and they are investing one way or another in their country. And coupled with the foreign, remittances that come into Ghana. They have some a decent amount also. So you see, the Ghanaian government may be bankrupt, but the country as a whole is not into bankruptcy. There's a lot of money in Ghana, relatively, um, and people they have a lot of money. There's a lot of money. There's a lot of investment going on, construction, building homes, and of course, in a lot of the private citizens' hands, and through the politicians and other
E-
ways.
Especially in the real estate space. And one of our chaps that come here, you spoke with him. I told you already about Ike. He's building a plant there. So there's a lot of money going into Ghana, private money.
Exactly to the point. Yeah, you mentioned that a couple of days ago. Yeah, about Ike. Yeah, exactly to the point. Why is Ike going to Ghana if he's bankrupt and if he's not business friendly or whatever? No, there's people are investing in Ghana. So if the headline may be kind of a deceiving because the Ghanaian politicians, they've become as bold as Nigerian politicians. They can dip their hand into the purse of the country, take the money out, and do whatever they want to do with it. That's the state that it's got into now, and yeah, that's what is going on there. And that's what I've always said. No, even though Nigeria may be facing a hardship, there's still a lot of money in Nigeria, and Nigeria is not going to collapse overnight because individuals, businesses, they have a lot of money. The politicians, there's still a lot of money in the country flowing around. So Ghana is getting to that stage also. Yeah, the government can't pay salaries, but it doesn't mean there's no money in the country. There's still plenty of money in the country.
All right, brilliant. Let me take you to the Dangote storyline. Fear grips NNPC as Dangote struggles to get approval to operate uncompleted refinery. So this is a story of safety, and the NNPC sticking, and they are saying also that if they start to give them crude now, the products that they'll be producing will be subpar. So what are you? And they're saying also that there's the risk of bankruptcy, and this guy is running against the financial time. So what are you making of this Dangote storyline? A refinery that was commissioned what 6 7 months ago, and still no signs of it producing anything. What are you making of Dangote and this refinery?
Yeah. What can I say? Uh, projects run over, cost run over, or project delay is nothing new. If I'm not mistaken, I think I heard it said Dangote is building is it the largest refinery in the world? That's not a small task. If that is true, it's not a small task. So having all these delays, trying to make sure things work fit together, to me is not unusual. The fact that they announced and they did a ceremony for the opening of the refinery doesn't mean that it was going to come live and start producing fuel for the country or for the world. No, to me, I'm not shaken or perturbed about what is going on around there. But to say that bankrupt that Dangote will be bankrupt is not is kind of far from the truth. Because the refinery, I don't know how it is incorporated, but trust me, I don't think Dangote's wealth is tied into it. He's not stupid. That's why he's a billionaire. He's smart. They can take away
But I think some of his wealth will be tied into it. There's a lot of financial pressure that you may be right though, but it could destroy him though. Will not turn him into a pauper, of course, but certainly it could impact him heavily financially.
do we know how much of the investment is Dangote's money, his own actual money? Don't be surprised if it's not about $2 billion or less. Actually, dude, don't be surprised. He's a smart man. I mean, that's why he's rich, and he has a lot of money, and that's why he can leverage his debt and equity with banks or financial institutions. They are more than willing to loan him money. So if let's say the refinery goes kaput, Dangote will walk out of the old deal unscathed. You know, is going to be fine. But that's not what we want, anyways. We want him to get a refinery working and producing fuel, so we can if we can help alleviate our problems in Nigeria. Um, so I'm no, I mean, obviously, he's got a lot of money tied into it. There's no incentive for him to delay the production of petroleum. There's no incentive. So if there's something going on, it's something that's critical. Um, I don't know if it's technical.
No, I think it's financial. Whatever it is that is going on has to be financial.
Okay.
Do,
Yeah, I
do,
heard you said
do,
it.
do you not think so?
Well, okay. Well, it could be, but again, the composition of his financial instruments to building the refinery, I don't know in details. Perhaps Kolata Fatai may know, but I'm assuming that those funding for the construction of the refinery were already set, and it just has to just get the funds in trenches. To build a project, or to continue on building the refinery. So I don't know how it's structured. In other words, but he has a lot of. I mean, he's got commitment from the Nigerian government and a lot of other investors also. So I don't know if it's financial. Maybe that's again, it's a businessman. There could be some cost run overs, but here's the thing: if he can get Nigeria to give him crude oil and he sells them in the open market or whatever, without actually refining those products, crude oil, why wouldn't he do it? Why? I mean, the guy is part of the system. Of course, I'm not going to use the word corrupt to ascribe to him, but he knows how the system works. He's not stupid again. So yes, I mean the fleecing of Nigeria continues. If you guys going to give him a bunch of crude oil, yes, he's going to take it and sell it in the open market, get some money, and cover his expenses. Not a big deal. I think
Yeah,
most people would do
no,
that.
no big deal, but it impacts on you and I because that wasn't the agreement. That wasn't the plan.
Of course, and that's why when governments, say in Nigerian governments, the people there, they're not stupid as people want to make them to be. They're not stupid. They know how to sign all this bogus contract. They know that they're going to fail, but the beneficiary are also Nigerians because the failure of such contracts or projects, it benefits them and their cronies. So it's all part of the game. So somehow, somewhere, Dangote was able to secure, based on agreement with the Nigerian government, to give him crude oil. Okay, fine. So they did. So he didn't step in and say, "Hey, sir, you're not refining nothing yet, so we can't continue to give you the crude oil." Of course, you're going to continue to take him. And if he doesn't have, he's not going to be stockpiling all these barrels of crude oil in his facility. It doesn't serve him any good. So if he can sell them and make more money, why not? But it's so dubious that there will not be any accountability for it. So I mean, and we should not be surprised anyway. Come on, Emefiele for 7 years did not produce any balance sheet or any report to the Senate, and nobody asked him. So I mean, we're surprised that they're questioning Dangote about the crude oil, exchange that is doing with the states. It's part of the game. It's all part of the game.
Oh,
Um,
all right. Yeah, let me just take you back a little bit to that Jim Obaze's investigation into the CBN, and then from there I'll go on to Ola. But what would you consider to be an outcome? Because there are two things that could happen. One, the recovery of as much of those monies as possible. That could be the main target. But ultimately, really, to identify how corruption takes place within that system, in order then to block as much of it as possible, so that we don't continue to circle around that space. So, what would you ultimately want to be the outcome of this investigation?
okay, let me see if I understood the one, man. So this Jima person is the person doing the investigation, right? Or who is it?
Jim Obaze is the special investigator appointed by Tinubu.
Okay, to investigate Emefiele and his cronies, or the generally the CBN. Is that it or what?
The CBN to do a root and branch probe of the CBN, especially focusing on the Emefiele tenure. And by the way, that root and branch is not just the CBN, or is ultimately going to go to NNPC and all of the income generating agencies of the Nigerian state, but the NNPC is in focus at the moment. So
Got it.
should it be recovery driven, is investigation, or should it be loophole plugging? So those two spaces.
What is the second option you mentioned?
Loophole plugging to plug all the loopholes that are all of these monies are leaking out of the system.
Well, I would think that if he appoints people that he trusts, that he can monitor and they can produce report, then it's not necessary to be plugging any holes. The main thing I would say is to have the noose around Emefiele's neck to make sure it costs out the money. That's the bottom line here. Or why are we wasting time to plug in holes? Emefiele knows. I mean, and it's so. By the way, we can say Baze or Tinubu is doing a good job because I mean, it get on it right away. This is not a case whereby it's been like a couple of years after he took over power, and he starts his investigation into Emefiele or the CBN. The fact that he's doing like right away, it's a big plus. So the opportunity to be able to recover some funds is quite the probability is high, which is good. So I think it's all about recovering funds and trying to determine where those monies are hidden around the world, in what assets or in what facilities the monies are. So that has to be the main goal. Um, of course, now is appointing people that he trusts, right? Is former colleagues or whatever you want to call them from Lagos and around the different places that he's worked with that he know. So yeah, so by doing that, by default, that should plug all the holes possible that that people are using to siphon of to fleecing of Nigeria. But again, Mayfile, I mean, I don't know what kind of deal they can give to him. Really, I don't know. Apart from his life being taken away, really. But you know, the man knows where the monies are. It's the thing is so, it's so fresh, as they say, fresh off the fry pan or whatever. The guy knows where the monies are. So no admonition.
Would you be surprised if you hear that they've done away with him, Emefiele, in custody?
Yeah, I would be. Yes, of course, I would be surprised. Actually, I mean, oh, yes. I mean, that means then we can say that the power that be or the cabals are so powerful that even Tinubu himself had to let it go, because there won't be any reason for him to let it go without trying to see what happened. I mean, a good example, really. I mean, I don't think we've gotten to the bottom of it. This Naira redesign, was it redesign or new Naira notes, however they called it? We don't know the bottom of it. They said they spent billions of dollars to print these new notes, but we don't. I mean, last time I heard, these monies are not in circulation, and they spent a lot of money to print these monies. Um, where did the money go? What happened? All these things need to be investigated.
Prince. When I think of Emefiele, I think of Jeffrey Epstein. You remember Jeffrey Epstein? Yeah,
Of course.
he knows too much. So that's why I was sort of putting that question that
Uh,
it serves the powerful if he's no longer with us, Emefiele.
yes, actually, that's a really good comparison. Actually, yes, you're right. In that respect, that is true. It knows too much, and yeah, I won't be surprised if they pie him. Quite
Yes,
frankly,
yes.
he's not.
We say that in jest, though, but I've always had the thought that that's ultimately what they might do.
Yeah, I totally believe that. Yeah, the guy knows too much. There's no way. I mean, we all think Buhari is clean and this and that, Mister. I'm coming to fight corruption, but at the end of the day, the number one enabler of Emefiele was Buhari. Now we saw what happened. So, what exactly is Buhari getting from the deal, or what is going on? It's what we don't know. But of course, Buhari will be the last person we're going to be questioning. I'm not even going to recommend that. But there are many other people that can be touched, that we can hold on to, to cough out the money, and Mayfield knows those people. So I mean, those are the people we're trying to get to. But yeah, at the end of the day, yes, his fate may be sealed in that regards. Quite frankly, this Emefiele guy, yeah,
Yeah.
it's quite. It's very disposable. I think it's not. It's just the money bag man. It is.
It cleans everything up if they dispose of him, doesn't it? For the corrupt, it cleans everything up,
Oh yeah, it makes
Yeah.
things really easy. It makes things really easy. Yeah, is that well? Everybody's going to point to Mayfield. He's the man that knows where everything is, and we can't go further. And that's the end of the investigation. Really, I mean, if the investigation continues, they're not going to get much from it. Really not going to get much from it if Mayfield is no more. So,
Yeah.
yeah,
The only
yeah.
thing he should not drink any tea at DSS custody, the Abiola sort of tea. But thank you, Prince. Let's take the conversation on to Ola. I thought it would just be you and I, and then I'll wrap it up nicely. But Ola joins us. So
All
Ola,
right.
let's hear from you.
Now only me join you. We are not going to allow you to have that weekend the way you wanted to have
Yeah,
the weekend.
it started sluggishly, and the readout was a bit strained. I was thinking, okay, this is not but now it's picking up. So let's hear from you, Ola. How are you? What's going on?
Yeah, everything is good. I'm trying to be fine.
Yeah, try to be
So
fine.
I'm trying to be fine now because
Yes.
a lot of stress, even though it is weekend. So, but I'm still trying to be fine. So
Have you gotten over the hump of that heavy duty work? I know you were in the throes of some heavy duty project. So have you gotten over the hump of that?
Or even another one is starting again. So another one is starting
Are you
again.
an employee or a contractor? Are you taking contracts?
I'm
Well,
I'm
or is
I'm
that
I'm
if that's too
I'm
personal?
an I'm an incorporated entity, so
All right.
I do contract. In fact, if I get job as employee now, it's not even better in some cases because life of a freelance is tense and very tough. But then, occasionally you can get some kind of job briefly like 3 months, 6 months, and can pay your entire year. But sometimes you can go like that for 6 months very minimal with very minimal income. So, and what
You
makes it
you you
funny
know
is
you
this.
know there's nothing that beats being self-employed. There's
You say
very
what?
little bit. I said there's nothing that beats being self-employed. For you to be your own boss
Mhm.
there's nothing that beats
Mhm.
it.
Yeah.
But
It,
then of
it,
course
it,
the
depends.
financial risk.
It depends if you are so if your business is so proprietorship, so it's fair on you because you pay your taxation. You are not doing like double. But once you are incorporated, that's a different entity. So your accounting system is totally different because you are going to be taxed differently from your company. So it's like as good as you are paying double tax. You are doing double taxation to the government. So
Yeah,
is
but you can invoice so many things to the entity though, to the company.
yes, on the surface it sounds good and sounds sweet, right?
Like your
But put it this
personal
way.
car, for instance, you can write that under your tax exemptions,
Well,
whatnot.
oh man,
Even
self-employment.
even even your free days, you can there's a lot you can write under your. Oh, I don't know how the taxing works in Canada, but
You will see why I do a lot of things now. You will understand why I do a lot of things. Self-employment sounds sweet and
Even
sounds very
to
good, right?
marry second wife.
That's what
can you file a second wife under your tax or something? No wonder you've been chasing Doopsy all over the
You write
backup.
it down. Your marriage
you
cost.
see, I beg,
Your second wife,
I
you write it
beg,
down.
anyone that is incorporated there that is not under long-term contract with a company, I bet bill me out. You tell woman and Ajani Gogo what is happening when it is a matter of being an incorporated entity and you take contracts. It's not for assuming I take contract for like say 2 3 years. Oh, it's very sweet. And let's assume I work with an organization like oil and gas. Assuming I bid them like $150 to $200 per hour. That sounds very sweet, right? So, but what is happening in the industry today, especially in the IT, and why some of us we are going to the high end of it is when you look at the Asian guys, especially the Indians, they spoil the market. How do I mean? You have a contract. Okay, let's assume that you have a service that is worth, let's say, $150 per hour. All these Indian guys, they find a way to enter into the system, and by the time they get into that system, they may have like about 4 to 5 companies in the value chain of that your service delivery. At the end of the day, from that 150, what may end up with you may be around 60. And mind you, that 60, if you are doing that alone, sometimes it's okay. But you are getting jobs that you may quickly need to even recruit someone to join you so that you can meet up because you don't want to be at a disadvantage when you are rendering your services. One man is very tough, and you have to be a very good sales guy because that's one thing that I've been trying. I've tried to learn in this because I used to join the sales guys back in Nigeria while I was before I joined the bank. While I was selling products like automated teller machine, like payment system solution, all those. So that one was pretty easy because it's my country, right? So no problem with accents, no problem with all those stories. But when you are here now, you are fighting against multiple sources. You are dealing with Indians, you are dealing with the Chinese people, you are even dealing with native English speakers that they know the system. So Nigeria, we have a way of saying, oh boy, do you want this kind of thing? Okay,
But,
you know how to do business in Nigeria anyway.
I don't see how I don't see how your accent can be a barrier in IT. How can that be?
That's the story, because it's IT, but you are not dealing with the low end staff only. You'll be dealing with middle to the upper level management sometimes.
Right.
Because if I tell you, if I told you one bad experience I had last year, where I work for a company, that company is in the US. The project manager on that job, quitted, and they brought another person in. This company was basically avoiding me for almost 4 months. Now what did I do? When I called, they were not picking. I started going after their directors, the directors on LinkedIn, private chat, to the point that it got to the stage that I was basically indirectly threatening to report them to the relevant agency and report them to the credit bureau too. So it's not always that sweet. I understand there is a type of contract that, okay, you find the employment agency, they help you find a job, are you key into that one? That one is sweet because already they predetermine. But this, you are the one creating the product for yourself, for them, and you are the one having the direct link to them. Or maybe some of the, especially I work with some of these Asian companies that are well established in the industry. So when the job is coming from them, man, it's another kettle of fish entirely. A lot of things they happen here, a lot of things they happen. So the IT job now is being
and discrimination too.
Yeah, discrimination, exactly.
You see, I'm not because the IT space as well as engineering, I feel that because it's such a technical sort of a thing, I'm not quite sure how discrimination can come in. So is it that you are able to create the network or whatever it is, or you are not? And if you are able to create it and you agree a fee, I don't see how discrimination should especially impact.
What part of IT are you? Are you like a DevOps, or what are you doing?
All those DevOps are just big grammar. Just say software and infrastructure. It covers everything, right? When you are saying DevOps, you are limiting yourself. For example, part of products that I've supported in the past, you will see Maximo, you will see SAP, you will see even as small as web development and different type of applications. So you don't limit yourself. Even cloud, I deal in data. Especially data is one of even those things that I deal with, because I have expertise in data bricks. And when you are talking of skill like PySpark, then the machine learning, artificial intelligence. So it's the thing is, IT, when you start mentioning DevOps is just a product, right? It's not.
All right, but if you are functioning at the artificial intelligence level of IT, I'm not quite sure how discrimination can come in there. But yeah, respond to that, and then we get back to the politics. Yeah.
See. There is a university here that is basically, I don't see, because the structure self is even very funny, because University of Abata, they are very prominent in machine learning and artificial intelligence. Then there is another University of Toronto here. So the thing is, these guys, they have a link in the industry. They are basically doing some kind of research and being the one that are holding some of the IP, the intellectual property for some of the solutions they are giving to the industry. So they have their own ways of pushing their own product there. And the proliferation of all this boot camp that we quickly train people within 2 months, 3 months, and they push you to the market too. So and the offshore. Okay, let me give you an example. CN Rail is supposed to be a government institution. Do you know that CN Rail just outsource their IT support to a company in India, a Canadian government institution? You understand? That's the problem, because if I quote you $100 here now, and I say, okay, 8 hours a day, okay, I say it's 800, right? But someone right in India is ready to do the same job of 800 for even less than $100 a day. That's the problem now. So every Dick and Harry are coming into IT. So if you are so lucky, you get your own job with a big company like Netflix, like all those X, Facebook, or Meta now. So those are the things. But it's, man,
all right,
the
it's tough out
competition
there.
is becoming something else.
All right, brilliant. Take us to Ghana and speak to us about the Ghanaian now being bankrupt. Despite 3 billion bailout, Ghana has essentially gone bankrupt. So, I mean, when I was doing the readouts, the figures that were coming out, it should not suggest that. I wonder what the size of the Ghanaian economy is, where $3 billion will lead to bankruptcy. Are you monitoring that space?
3 billion. What is happening to Ghana is more than 3 billion. 3 billion bailout just because they are unable to meet up with their foreign debt obligation. So that's different. Because and what makes this debt worse is that, you know, most of those debts are private, you know, that they are private debt, not something that they are owing to foreign government or individual entities. So that's what makes it interesting. You know, before now, Ghana, they've been using about 70% or something above 70% of the total revenue to service debt. And, you know, I don't know how they recover their money, because I know they've given some kind of tax break in terms of the fiscal, you know, they've given some tax break to some company to attract some investors. But one thing is this, no matter how you try to attract investors, sometimes they still look at the future prospect of your economy. So I think that was not working for them. So to me, it is unfortunate, because I think the public sector, they need to look at how they are doing things wrong. Even though I'm not an advocate of reducing workforce at the public sector environment, I think that may be one of those things they should have done in the past to reduce things. And you know, there was a time that Ghana too, they were trying to do some kind of aggressive expansion, when they now partner with the Chinese firm, right? So, and all those steps taken without looking at how they are going to pull the value out, without knowing, without determining how they are going to put their value outside Ghana. I think those things contributed. Because, how do I mean? When you started attracting investors into your company, what's your strategy? Do you want to have some kind of low cost strategy for you now to produce your items and your goods and push it to the international market, or what exactly were you doing? So they are unable to achieve that while their consumption started growing up, you know. And just imagine if they've not had some other company and Nigerian businesses in Ghana, you can just feel for how Ghana economy will have been. And so they are not actually in the right position to accumulate the magnitude of debt they've accumulated to themselves, and it's now flying back now. So it's unfortunate situation. So I've not really studied what happened in depth, but that's just my opinion of what has happened to Ghana economic situation.
All right. Take us to the Dangote space. Take us to the Dangote space, Ola. It says fair grips NNPC as Dangote struggles to get approval to operate uncompleted refinery. So now the people actually are not giving him the license are the NNPC. for reasons that they find that the state of uncompletedness of that refinery presents safety concerns. But then, of course, it's heavily leveraged, and the crude that he was going to use to transact to keep his creditors at bay, that's now been stopped by the Tinubu administration, who are wanting to see some sort of prospects of end product results. That report actually says that the way Dangote refinery is capacitated at the moment, that if they produced jet fuel or diesel from there, it will be subpar. So what are you then making of this situation that Dangote finds himself?
Honestly, I'm not making much from that situation, but what I can say is this. When you look at the strategic implication of Dangote refinery to Nigeria, what I want the government to do, because anything the government can do, I don't want to bother myself about the technicality or how it's finding it difficult to raise money to service the debt is that has already accrued now. What I want to say is this: whatever the government can do, I know this one may attract some kind of sentiment, but personally, I feel that sometimes we just have to overlook some things and look at the importance of Dangote refinery to us. And this is where the government should be flexing muscle to try to sustain some kind of investment that can provide some kind of generation wealth for the country, even though our individual will benefit. So now, struggling to complete, what should government do at this point? Is it because Dangote Cement they struggle for funding, or what is it they struggle for? Then that is where government should step in, and whatever they will be giving government Dangote now should be in form of subsidy. Because personally, in the past, I for once, I'm never opposed to the idea of subsidy. The way we give a subsidy is the problem. So if the government can step in and fund Dangote Cement based on those number of people that Dangote will eventually employ, and you can now tax these people at least to subsidy, because getting people to work with a company is part of your country's security. So if you can get it done. Forget about whether he's struggling. Just make sure Dangote Cement never fail, because there will be a lot of things that will be attached to Dangote. Because how do I mean? If assuming Dangote has capacity to directly employ, let's say 200,000 people, then it simply means that Dangote refinery may end up creating over 1 million jobs indirectly, directly and indirectly. So that's the way we should be looking at that. Yes, I know the sentiment. If Nigeria is like the United States of America, now where the economy is already matured and is advancing, I don't have any problem. But we are in a country that we are not that too far from Ghana as the situation is now. But one thing about us is that we have capacity more than Ghana. Is only that we are underperforming. You know, so if Dangote, if the government can step up and help Dangote, that's what I want to hear. I don't want to hear about the dooms that's about to befall Dangote. So to me, if Dangote fails, then I see that in as a disaster, as a catastrophe. Dangote must not fail. It cannot fail. It must not fail. That's just all I have to say there. I don't really want to bother myself about the technicality. Whatever
it must not fail and it cannot fail. But ultimately, it might well be a situation that it would not succeed under Dangote if it's heavily leveraged and the creditors come and take it and just auction it off. Because that seems to be how that story is reading, that it's in real financial dire straits.
Well, like I said, I don't want to bother myself so much. I believe that some of these things are just some run on Dangote. I don't believe that some of those things that are coming out is true. So, because I will need to see the financial reports, the next financial report, because before I can categorically say that this is what is happening to Dangote. But if it's just what I read on the pages of newspaper without even having the accounting, the financial group report, the latest one, I find it difficult to believe that, because I only work with fact and figures. I don't work with conjecture, especially when we are dealing with investment of this magnitude. Because to me, whether the auction now, if the creditor just want to come and auction this off, that is what I'm saying, that the government should prevent. Okay, if they want to auction it off, to whom and what is going to be the benefit to Nigeria? You understand? Because we have to see this Dangote as a national project, even if it is private. I get that, because this same Dangote cement has a capacity. Okay, let's look at it this way. Look at how much we spend on subsidy for decades, and look at if China, all those we spent on subsidy for decades on some major investments, Nigeria will not be where we are today. We will have advanced beyond where we are. So to me, like I said again, if we say it several times, I don't care about the financial situation. I care about what government can do, because if government is doing this, the Nigerian government will not be the first to do that. The Chinese, even though most companies in the Chinese environment, they are publicly owned, but we still have some kind of PPP, private partnership with them. You know, whenever they have problem this way, what will government do? They find a way to give them some kind of subsidy to keep people in job. If you want to bail Dangote out now, I say, okay, we are bailing you out, but we are now, for you to repay these debts, we are going to give you about so kilometers of road for you to construct for us in the future. How you are going to do it, whether you are going to merge your cement business and some other things to give us this solution, do it for us. But we want to tell you that we cannot just allow this investment to fail, because it's going to help us with forex, and it's going to help us with local job, and our petrochemical industry is going to create a boost there. You know, because where we've seen the government so active in the past, we've seen the outcome. We've seen the outcome. That's why, you know, my favorite will be the broadcast and the telecom. And you just go and look at those people that are attached to those sectors today. So even the Dangote Petrochemical, I can say there's a capacity to even do more within that sector, because once someone is succeeding within that environment, you will see others coming out and be doing the same thing. And you know who is going to benefit at the end of the day? Yeah, on the surface, we say, oh, Dangote is taking our money. But no, I don't look at it that way. I'm looking at the millions of Nigerians that will be directly and indirectly employed.
That is where I would like to interject to Waman. Good evening, sir. Good evening, sir. Waman, can I interject a bit?
Go ahead and interject. Let me hear you, sir.
Okay. First of all, you know, you guys told us that Dangote is employing 11,000 Indians, first of all. So that means the Nigeria local content is not already there. So, and then why can't him hand off? You know, what I see about Dangote is that it's a typical African man that is so greedy. Only me, and me. Dangote is in the sugar business. Dangote is in the flour business. Dangote is trying to take over the refinery business. He's taking on the cement, business. What the hell? Why are you defending such a guy? Why do you see this guy that is like so saint? Why can't the market be open for every other people to come into play and let people be having cheaper products and then expensive products, you know, people to be having choices. You know, I don't know. You are just, I mean, you never see anything wrong with Dangote because you're a personal friend. According to you, probably you worked for him before. But the interest of the 220 million Nigerians should be the priority here, my brother Ola.
Okay. You see, one thing is this: Dangote, to start with, I've never met Dangote before in my life, but he was our customer.
We
He
don't
was
know
our
that
customer.
Ola is a billionaire. So Ola is Dangote's friend. Eh?
Abi, Abi,
Olówó
according
ń
to Tony,
ṣọ̀rẹ́ olówó.
Abi,
Olòṣì ń
Osi,
ṣọ̀rẹ́
Shore,
olóṣè.
Otoshi. I beg,
Dangote lé ọ̀rẹ́ Ọlá o.
I wonder how even Dangote dey with me in this room as they speak now. You see one thing, Tony, it is very easy to crucify. That is very easy. Because the first question I want to ask you is this: who are the major competitors of Dangote? Who are those
Yes,
people even
yes,
trying
yes,
to
yes, yeah, yeah, yeah,
wait
yeah, yeah,
now?
yeah, 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 yeah.
Wait,
Once
now,
upon
wait.
once upon a time, no, 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 once upon a time there were, Dangote have taken over all the cement companies in virtually all the states of the federation. Why can't he be putting his hand in everywhere? That's a simple question that I'm asking you. If why don't you just concentrate on one aspect? You know what I'm saying? Not Dangote salt, Dangote matches, Dangote this. You want to dominate everything.
No,
That is
no, my brother. This is business. There's nothing. It's nothing personal. Like they said, business is nothing personal. I mean, Dangote can put a hand in everything he wants to put his
And
hand
then,
in.
and then you guys, you
But
are living,
the
you are living in
problem,
USA.
the
You are
problem
living in
is
USA then.
no. Let me say the problem. The
Yes.
problem is whether he put his hand in cement or sugar. Anybody
Mm.
that comes into that, he finds a way to suppress that person. That's the problem. That's what you
But
would
this
say
guy
is the
is on,
problem.
is in a, advantage stage,
Eh,
with the government
That's
people that
That's
they are
what
giving
you,
him money
yeah,
at
that's
cheaper
what you
rate.
say is the problem, but not
Yes,
him putting his hand in everything.
yeah.
Is
That
him
means there is no
being
system. The country have no system. That is why we shouldn't allow this to happen. If there was
that's
to be a system, otherwise
that's where you'll
today,
be going to,
no, hold on,
not
hold on, hold on.
putting his hand in everything.
Tony,
Yes, sir.
Tony. That's
Yes,
what
sir.
I'm saying. It's very easy to crucify. But when you are crucifying, I'm expecting you to say A, B, C, D. Wanted to start the same business and Dangote key them off the market. That's what I expect to hear. There's one thing is just to make it,
No,
we
my
can
brother,
make
we can go to I can name one which I know. This Ibeto cement. I know what happened in that system, which I felt like Dangote wasn't. He did something bad. Do you get? So I know one already. I don't know about others, but that Ibeto cement
what did Dangote do to Ibeto
was a
Cement?
competition for Dangote, and I heard what did he do, sir? I heard he did something, basically closed down his the guys reported to the. I don't know what happened, but it was something shady, basically. But I will just go and look it up and come
Then,
So
back
then
to you.
Ibeto
another
did
case.
something
Then another
shady.
case. Hold on. Look, another case is the Okular Cement Company, where because Dangote is a personal friend to Obaseki, yeah, then they try to sell the cement company to Dangote also. Right on.
You see one thing, there was an allegation against Ibeto Cement that Ibeto Cement was evading taxes. You understand? See, it's normal. It's normal for other businesses to look at how they can get at their competitor. But if the competitors too find themselves in doing something unethical, they should blame themselves for that. You
What about
see,
what about the authority? The
You're
authority.
saying Dangote
Yes.
haven't done anything shady, or is that what you're saying? Come on,
I'm
bro.
not saying
I
that. That's not
mean,
what I'm saying. That's not what
we're
I'm saying.
we
I say
are
when
Nigerian.
your competitor accused you of doing the wrong thing, I say you
So that's the
better be on the
problem
right side.
now.
Okay, that
Him
okay.
he's friends with the top high hierarchy of people. So
Thank you.
if
Oh,
Ibeto comes in and says something, they won't even look an eye on it. You
Yes.
get, but
Yes.
when him himself, try to get rid of his competitor, the government will look eye into those people, and they'll get them off the market. So that's the problem I'm seeing,
And then at the end of the
with
day, at the
Dangote.
end of the day,
You
it cannot
can't
perform.
you
It cannot
can't tell me
perform.
that
Yes.
there's no people in Nigeria that don't want to enter sugar or don't want to enter into all those business. There's a
Flower
lot of
mill. Yes.
billionaires. There's a lot
Yes.
of billionaires that want to enter that market, brother. So don't say that this one.
there's all those things that a lot of billionaires want to enter into that business. They are just conjecture. We can't see concrete evidence. Why did I say so? As we see the Indian and Chinese coming to Agbara Industrial Estate every year. What we find from Nigerian community is that we complain about those people that could have done this business that are not doing, but the Indians and the Chinese, they are coming to Nigeria. The Korean people, they are coming to Nigeria to invest. Whereas the excuses we hear from the Nigerian community is Dangote. That's where I have problem with the way we treat this. Because look at it this way. Without knowing, the federal government in a suit that time was even defending a veto. You understand? Because this problem started well under Jonathan. It didn't just start overnight. Even there was a time too that Otedola and Dangote, they were involved in legal tussle too. So this one will not happen today. So we have so many business related legal battles like that. But what I'm saying is this: those people that want to fund that company, that they are not funding, they are not establishing that industry in Nigeria. I'm just saying, just mention them. Do you know? Okay, when we say Dangote now, we say, oh, Dangote has taken over cement factory. I've tried to explain what happened here before. When Obasanjo gave licenses to people to be importing cement, and while you do that, he was expecting them to do backward integration, to at least to purchase limestone sites and fund a factory there and do a lot of things there, right? It is only people like Dangote and Lafarge and Boa Cement. Those are the people that did that. But others, they were busy importing cement from China because it was so easy, you know, because as far back as 2007, 2008, you could naturally land cement, finish cement in Nigeria at less than 200 naira, and rebag it and go to the market and sell for 2008, 2,800. But what we want to check there is that who are the beneficiary of those importation? And we are talking of how we are sending our dollars today, why we are having problem on our currency. Those are the things. When you take our industries outside just to make the Chinese economy boom, and you come here and just repackage, rebag, and sell the end product just for us to be consuming. That's the problem. But we have some now that, because if you look at how much billion Dangote have put on ground, we should not be saying this, because even the establishment of Dangote alone has raised the entry barrier for anybody that want to come into the industry. If you say Dangote is concentrating the industry and straightening entry barrier into that industry, I will agree perfectly with you. I'm not saying, because it is normal. It is normal. Even if you enter into any market today, if you have your way, you want to monopolize. But is the federal government really supporting this monopoly? That is where I say we have to be very fair. Because even if I just have $1 million today, I want to invest in Nigeria, I want to know those people in government to protect my investment. It is normal. But the question is this: where are others? Okay, Jonathan too gave refinery license. Even before that time, the previous government gave license for refinery, both modular and refinery, to people to build in Nigeria. Some politicians, they cornered those licenses, and they started looking for foreign investors to come and invest in Nigeria. If you don't have that capacity to invest in the first instance, why did you get the license? Why did you get it? You know, that's the only place I blame Dangote. Then Dangote saw an opportunity under Jonathan. When Jonathan was trying to solve the problem of cement, Okonjo-Iweala was the coordinating minister. Fortunately for Dangote, he was part of the economic team. He was there among them. They analyzed why they were having problem, and Jonathan promised that, okay, for those people that they've given licenses to build cement factory and that they are not building it, we are going to withdraw it. Even those people that we gave refinery license that they are not going to do that, they are not established refinery in Nigeria, we are going to withdraw the license. So what's the problem there? So if Dangote was the only person given license, then it is okay. But when you gave license to many people, that only 3 or 4 people were willing to do the to establish, while others were just interested in bringing their investment in importation. So that's where the problem. That's where we have to.
We are just getting that for the first time now from you, that so many other people were given, were granted the license or whatever. my
you are
brother.
not hearing it from me. It's in the public space.
No, I know,
Arise,
I know.
Channel TV
Hold on.
and
But
Co. They
are
give
they
their
connected? Are they
documentary on it.
connected with the powers that? Hold on. Are they connected with the powers that be? That's the question that Des was asking just
How
now.
did they get the license to start with if they are not
No,
connected? Do
no.
you think you to bid for license or to produce cement or to get telecommunication license or to get refinery ticket in Nigeria? Do you think it is
Can I?
easy? If
Can I
you
just
think it is easy, go
can I
and
just
start
paint you can I paint you a very simple scenario right now. Now you are granting me Des Ajani Koko Oga Ajani Koko and yourself my brother Ayo Ola then and Ayo a license. Then one out of the 5 people that you are granting that have been granted license, you are now giving some people an easy access to the foreign dollars. How do the rest 4 compete with you?
my brother, all these things started up under Obasanjo. You understand? It didn't just start overnight. It started under Obasanjo. Now look at it this way, Tony. It is not the fault of Dangote. There are banks there, because I can tell you some banks, including my bank, we were practically running after Dangote to beg him to take facility from us. Not that Dangote is running after us, but the same way, if Jimoh Ibrahim had come to our bank that time, we asked for everything under the heaven for us to give him to give him loan, because we know the type of person he is, and we know the type of person Dangote is. That's not the problem. You'll be able to establish that Dangote is a successful investor, that this guy, the asset we are going to give to this guy is going to perform. Whereas Jimoh Ibrahim, we know that this is just going to be a very bad asset to us.
Okay.
So we have
That is where the government people have to come in with a torchlight. There is no system. Okay.
Let me give you an example. Now, when you see multi-choice today, there was a time people were accusing multi-choice of monopoly in Nigeria. Can we really blame multi-choice? There's this guy that have what's the name of R.I.P TV? If you can just remind me, that used to use one card that used to use one card that you could watch Premier League and Champions League together, that took the right away from multi-choice for a year. GT Bank was backing this guy with 2 billion naira loan. How do I know? We were trying to even hijack the deal from my own bank too. That's how we came to know that GT Bank was one bank backing the guy up, and we could not hijack that deal from GT Bank. How did it end? The guy mismanaged the investment, and that's the end of that investment in Nigeria. So you will see where things goes wrong in Nigeria. So to me, I'm not saying, like I said, I'm not saying Dangote is a saint. I'm not saying he's not trying to manipulate his way. But the question is this: I keep asking, who are the competitors that this guy is blocking? That's my problem. Okay, now you see some of our politicians now, the like of Dino Melaye, the like of other politicians now. Look at what they are making from Nigeria, and they're taking the money to America to go and invest. They're taking the money to Switzerland to go and invest. But you see someone like a Dangote, you see someone like a Inoze Motor, and all those guys that are still in Bua Cement and Lafayette that are investing in the country. But all we can do is to accuse them of monopoly. No, we should not accuse them of monopoly. We should even be telling the government that, okay, the government, what can you do better to encourage investment there?
Thank you. You already hit the point. You already hit the point by saying that it's lack of the system. There's no system in place to protect the ordinary man and woman and child.
What does that mean?
It means that
you didn't even listen to anything he said.
Yes, I listened to him. Like what I'm trying to say is, like, in conclusion, is that the continent has no system in place to do these check and balances, because we saw that happening. I myself, I was in support of Microsoft about 20 years ago when it was being battled to let other platforms feature in the internet world, in the cyberspace. Today we can see the benefit of all those fights, against a monopoly. We have to put the interest of the ordinary citizen.
All I just explained to you now in quite expansive details that Dangote was not granted a monopoly. It's giving you a list of so many companies that were granted similar licenses. If they didn't have the capacity to pull through, then you can't begrudge and Dangote doesn't want competition. So it's left for the competitors to fight their way into the industry space. Do you know of any company that doesn't want a monopoly to have an exclusivity on the market?
Yeah, but that is where the government comes into play, so that they can want to protect the ordinary citizens to make sure that the product are there. Okay, for example, now, the other time
Oh
when I
man, there's what we call
no, hold on,
level playing ground.
let me speak, let me finish. The other time when I was telling one man and co that commissioning a project before rolling out the product was wrong. They said no, not like that, not like that. Okay, sir, it's okay. I just came into the platform tonight because when I, from your readout time, you said that, only our brother Prince is there. Then I said, okay, let me just, hook up, you know what I'm saying? You are doing your best, But the Nigeria matter, it don't tire me, Ogawa man.
Well,
like I told you, Tony, like I told you, I will use this one to round up. Now, Dangote has so many businesses that failed. We just get to talk about those ones that are thriving. So I know that people don't look at the research and look at those Dangote businesses that fail. You think Dangote is a Superman that he has everything so free? No, Baba, it's not working that way. Now look at this new this thing. I just give this guy 10 years to come. If nobody is challenging him there, you understand, they will tell you that Dangote is monopolizing automobile industry. Because when we did this automobile industry bill under Jonathan, and it was an opportunity for people to start investing in that industry, right? Only, although Innocent has been there before, only Innocent Motor and Dangote has taken a serious step now. The like of Koskaris and the like of Elisa Day, that they've been in this industry for a very long time, we don't even know what they are doing within that industry. But now, if this guy is able, because he has already assembled some Indians again, because we will say Indians are the one this guy is bringing in. You can't blame him for approaching the Indians, because he's bringing people that have experience in what he wants to do, and not because of that experience alone. The cost of labor, the cost of human labor is a factor.
Why not inviting the Nigerians abroad, the qualified Nigerians abroad? Go to England, go to America. You have a Secretary of State. You have minister.
Hold on. Why would he? What obliges him to invite the Nigerians abroad?
Yeah, for his love for the country, it was okay. I'll be some secure estate like Shell was doing back then.
You don't. I don't quite know. Sometimes some of the things you say. This guy is a businessman. He's trying to run an enterprise. He wants the most effective and cost-effective way to run that enterprise. If that expertise is cost-effectively sought in India, then he will seek it in India. So, do you think it's importing Indians to spite Nigeria? What's the argument? What are you saying?
Do these Indians, do these Dubai people, do they bring their money to Nigeria to come and hide? Yeah,
what are you saying?
National interest.
Yes. What is national interest? Is Dangote your president?
Tony, the thing is that, like I said, in business, there's nothing personal. Since it's his business, like I've criticized his action, but I would see it from his own point of view, because you can't, any guy can do what he wants to do with his business.
Mr. Des, I just wish that I just wish that mosquito they batting for Nigeria right now. Say not be saying America, now you go ahead before I would listen to you.
No, I understand you.
Tony, and you see in business, you have short term, you have medium and long term planning. You don't just do that. Okay, look at it this way. Assuming you are into the aviation industry now, you are owner of an aircraft industry. You just bought like about 10 787 Boeing. You want to be flying the international routes. So the next thing you want to do now is that you want to go to Ado-Ekiti, you want to go to Akure, you bring someone from Polytechnic, you bring someone from university, you set them on training and say, okay, immediately they come after maybe 2 months training, they should be flying your aircraft. Like, seriously? Will you do that?
Yeah, no. So let me tell you. Okay.
All right, bring it to Mola. Let's move on. Yeah.
So understand what you want to argue against. you go to the first thing you want to go is that you go to those people that have long-standing history in that business, that have good safety record. You understand? Now you can bring in Nigeria in, but it's not going to be immediate thing. Maybe you can hire foreign pilots and just make Nigeria their co-pilot. Maybe working with them, they gain several hours required to be Boeing 747 787 pilots. So it's not as if you want to create a refinery, you pack people from university. Like, seriously? These people, India we are talking about, and Chinese we are talking about, we are talking of those people that they have a century of experience in a particular field, and you just want to go and bring a fresher. Won't they learn anything? It's just like as someone is growing up as a kid. As you are growing up as a kid, it takes you several years to learn a lot of things. That is how it applies to business too.
We have got a lot of Nigerians in America, petrol engineers that are senior, very, with senior brains. Please don't say that. Even in the NASA, we have Nigerians. Let us invite them back home. Give them some incentives, give them security, like building some estates, some kind of settlement area that is well secured for them because people are scared to go back to Nigeria right now, due to the security situation. So
even the building, we have local resources in Nigeria. Do you know how many buildings handled by local contractors in Nigeria that are used to collapse? How many of that building has Julius Berger built in Nigeria that has collapsed?
How much will Dangote be paying for Nigerians to even Nigerians abroad?
No, it's not even about the pay, Des. It's really, as Ola just explained, there's a depth of experience that goes back at several decades within where he's sourcing expertise. So that's not to say the average Nigerian is not intelligent to do it, but he has this market where he can just go and ferry them in, have them build the thing, and pay them off. So I'm not quite sure what Tony is saying, but
alongside the local content, people to be trained, giving crash training programs.
Well,
there are a lot of Nigerians abroad.
That's fine. That's enough. Sorry, Ola. Ola, let's. Sorry, Tony, but you were just going in some direction there that I didn't quite understand. Ola, let's move the conversation and let's bring Des in. Or do you want to speak on the Obaze? Is the investigation into the CBN? Do you want to speak on that?
Okay, I'll just speak on that briefly because to me, I'm just an advocate of preventive control measure. I'm not a promoter of damage control because although I know that damage control itself can create some kind of economic activities, assuming those people that stole the money is in Nigeria and they are doing the case in Nigeria so that these lawyers go hear those people that produce a document and some other thing. But since it's going to be overseas, government is going to spend again to get this money. They may be successful, they may not be successful. At the end of the day, we spend more money. We've seen the situation before. When we spend money overseas and Nigerian government, we lost. So we are wasting money unnecessarily. I prefer a situation where the government will channel its energy into preventive control. We've seen it before. It's not going to be the first time. We've seen it in Ogun State. We've seen it in Lagos State.
No, but I think that's part of the remit to this Jim Obaze as well, to identify, because of course preventive control first to identify where the leakage is. So I think really ultimately that's what they're looking to do, preventive measures.
Yeah, if it is preventive measure, I'm okay. But the like of a Mayfair belt, when you want to get money back from overseas, you have to get the service of the lawyers. You have to.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying that once that money is out of the Nigerian finance, imagine somebody that looted $7 billion, and how do you even recover that? It's got access to probably better lawyers than you. So how do you get that back? So.
Some of these guys, they won't be so stupid enough to link everything to themselves. So you have to investigate. Maybe they are using like about 20 intermediaries. Now that means that you have to keep tracing all those money to them, because it's not as if these people will just go to the treasury and just say, okay, you have to pay $1 million. You have pack it, put it in my no. These guys, they see this money either booking some kind of illegal deals, you
Inflated
want to
contracts, some
exactly.
dodgy. So it's such a it's such a mesh. To untangle it will be a thing, but
Exactly. I think Nigeria is a precarious situation that I know that we are not likely to go into that direction of Ghana. So, but then at this particular point in time, we have to focus our energy on so many things. I'd like because number one, Nigerians as we speak today, they are insecure. We need that security seriously for investment, even from the local production, agriculture and our local production activities, just to move up. Because at the lower level of it, the small to medium scale, we need to just get back to get people employed as soon as possible. So to me, I will not use much energy on chasing those people that are stolen. I will just give these guys the mandate. Okay, go and look at how these people manage to steal this money. Please plug all those holes. Make sure that this thing is reduced to the barest minimum. So uh, it's the welfare of Nigeria that I want, because I will keep referring to what Obasanjo just said. He said when they wanted to run after the corrupt people, then he said, Bill Clinton called him, say, guys, come, your people are suffering. If you start chasing corruption, these corrupt people, they have the resources to fight you back. At the end of your tenure, you will end up achieving nothing. Just imagine Obasanjo just chasing those Abacha and co around that time. Maybe we would never have got telecom today. Maybe our banking industry wouldn't have been reformed, because the type of reform under Obasanjo in the banking industry, that thing gave back to all this fintech we are talking about today. He gave back to fintech majorly, and so and and a lot of investment too, that the banks in Nigeria were they were able to sponsor some kind of small scale and medium scale industry. So it should be on what is going to benefit people. These people, all this rogue, they've done their own and they've done their own. I don't know if you have a way to prosecute them in the future, you can do. But what Nigeria needs, that we need security, we need food, and everybody need a good health care, education. That is what it should focus is, because I'm a scientist. They will say energy can neither be created nor destroyed, but can be transformed from one form to another. If you are using the energy you are supposed to use to better the life of Nigeria now, you are using it to shade the road. You can never recover those energy. Channel that energy in something better for Nigeria. Thank you, everyone.
All right, brilliant. Well put on that. So up next, Desmond. So Desmond, that's a very quick 3 months. You said we were not going to see you for the next 3 months, and what
Oh,
happened?
I said from Monday.
Oh, all right.
Actually, I leave on Tuesday. So
All right. Do you have an itinerary for your travels? What's the plan?
no itinerary, just
So you
I'm
surrender yourself to the Navy, and they take you to wherever they like.
I'm telling you, it's more like it.
What happens to
Um,
you? What happens to your business in the interim?
yeah, I'm
Does it
actually driving to Musa, so I will basically, he's my first, he's been my longest driver, so I will let him know how it works, and basically,
Musa? Who's Musa?
he's one of my driver.
Oh,
He's
okay. So
been with me for like three years now. Yeah, three
so
years now.
you hand over the truck to him and give him instructions.
No, he has one truck. My truck will be at home. So I'm trying to get him basically in the load box where he can be picking up loads and all that stuff. Get him signed in so he can personally pick up the load. Normally I give him a load to pick up. So I want to, show him how to do it so he
Oh,
doesn't have to
oh,
need me.
all right. But when you come back, are you able to unbuckle him from that? You don't want to give him the window into your
No. I mean, I trust him. I basically is one of my trusted driver. Like, been with me for a long time.
And is he going to be paying you commission? Is that are you?
I mean, he knows how it goes now. Like I will still see it on the load box. When I come back, I will see all the load he picked up, how much he made. So he should be sending, basically either saving the money or sending it to my account. So, but it's what we're gonna discuss when I get to his house.
All right, brilliant. Make sure you protect your interest as best you can. It's not often the wisest thing to open somebody up into your business loop. But then if you say you trust him, then good luck with that.
In
But
business, you still have to have a little bit of trust in order to make it. You don't always have to be always guided in everything. If you don't have anybody you trust in business, then you're bound to fail. Everybody can be your enemy. You have to have some sort of. You have to know how to read people. You get in business. You have to know who can backstab you. Who can do you bad. You have to know how to read people. Basically, that's how you succeed.
are you going to take a financial hit for this thing you are going on?
Not really. I mean, I already told him that if he finds a driver, that he can put it in my truck, my own personal truck, and that person can be driving, my truck till I'm back. Um, but if he doesn't, it doesn't matter though. I mean, it's not gonna be too much of a financial hit. It's just gonna be me losing some money. You get.
And this thing you are going on, you are obliged to go on it. Is it something you must do?
It's a must. I mean, I'm the one that actually. It's funny enough. I was just tired of the civilian. I'm like, you know what? It's back for me. It's time for me to go back to the sea and you know try to do something else. You get. Um,
So are you going to end up somewhere in Asia? Is that where you
yeah,
usually?
most definitely somewhere in Japan. Most definitely.
And they'll make you
Yeah.
wear a uniform and all that.
Yeah. Now, why not? I mean, if you're off base, you don't have to wear a uniform though. It's because what they do is like if you're going to be off base, they get you like some sort of like apartment. If you're going to stay off base for like maybe a month, they have to get you like an apartment to stay, like off base, like off the ship, basically. So they can settle down and get you something where you stay and work for like a month, then you come back to base. I mean,
What's your rank? What's your rank?
I'm still a lower line. I'm still E2. I'm
What's
still
that?
very
Recruit? Is that a recruit? Are
E2.
you? Is that? I'm not American. I
That's
don't
the
know. Is
that's
that
the that's basically they
recruit?
have E1.
Yeah, a
No,
recruit.
they have E1, they have E2, they have E3. Like E1 is like the first rank, E2 second,
Does
E3.
anybody say yes sir to you, or do you say yes sir to
I,
everybody?
I mean, I have people that say E1 still say yes sir to me now. Oh man, I beg Mo talk
Nah,
to
private
matter
be
of the
that,
day.
private
Yeah,
recruit.
it's still on private. It's
All
still on
right.
private.
It's good anyway. It's good. Do you get to carry a gun? Do they give you a gun?
I mean, no, not really, no, because I'm an aviation mechanist, so I don't have any issue. People don't give me guns. You know what is aviation mechanics?
Yeah. Well, I think it's in the what do you tell me? I
You are
can
needed.
guess
You
at
are
it.
needed in Nigeria. You are needed in Nigeria.
I I work on basically plane engines and all that stuff.
You were trained
Yeah,
by the forces to do that.
yeah. They train you, go to school, all that stuff.
Is that a transferable? Can you commercialize that skill?
Yeah, yeah, definitely. You can work at the airport if you want, as airport engineer. Um, yeah. I mean, Omar, let's talk. I beg. Let's
All right.
leave
And the
Take
law is
my
not saying that
personal
we don't
matter.
have men that to be recalled back home. That is one of, that's one example. I'm also here too. I have my own area too.
Well, you don't have to be recalled back home. You just buy your ticket and you head there. Yeah, take us to the politics of it, Dangote and its refineries and the woes of that.
I mean, with Dangote, it's not a lot of exciting topic today. What happened?
No, that it's one of those days, isn't it? In fact, I'm just going to go through the people on the screen and shut it down. That's not what
Nigeria
I'm doing.
don't dry up.
Nigeria don't dry up.
I'm not even gonna touch Ghana. I don't even care about what's
Hmm.
happening in Ghana.
Hmm.
But Dangote space. The problem I have with Dangote space, this refinery thing is, I mean, I don't see why the government have to commission something that still have skirmishes around it, and that's one of the problem Nigeria have. You know, Bajue as they call it, Abi, my man, your man, no be my man, call him Bajue. I mean, Nigeria has a lot of deception, trying to make something not what it is. Um, I wish Dangote would have been doing something by now. I really wish, because I know that the power they're gonna generate from that space, would help, people in Lagos, especially some people going to buy land over there. I don't recommend anyway. Um, Going to buy land in that space, building some structures should benefit from it. But what is going on is, I don't know. You talked something about NNPC not allowing him to do one
Yeah, they are
project.
not licensing him because there are safety concerns about the level of preparedness of the refinery. So they are not confident that the space is safe enough for them to start refining oil. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it goes back to why would they even commission it in the first place? Before you commission something, you should know that every you have to basically tick everything, check every stuff you need to check. Tick it good before you basically commission it. But I feel like Dangote, since it's safety stuff, they should call all these safety people to come and do a thorough investigation on the you know um
They are also concerned about the quality of jet fuel and diesel that facility can produce.
wow. I feel let NNPC just calm down and let this man just produce something.
No, they
Let's
can't just give him a license. So do you know the risk involved? If they said the jet fuel will be subpar. Can you imagine putting subpar jet fuel into an aeroplane?
True. But before you put a jet fuel, yeah, someone has to
But
test it now to
one
see if it's
man,
actually
that is it
the
with the latest technology that the refinery will be carrying. Latest technology, even that is even better than all Nigerian state refinery. You believe in all those nonsense they are talking? That's gonna be.
If NNPC is refusing him license, then I believe. But why would it's not in NNPC's interest to refuse him the license
How
when the whole country is waiting.
I mean, one man. This is just unbelievable to say somebody have put in $20 billion, over $20 billion, with Nigerian stake in it, and to say, oh, we are not giving him license because of this or because of that. And like Des queried earlier that why did they commission that place to say, oh, this is the place for where we'll be getting our petroleum product and other this thing from. I mean, I don't even want to believe this story coming out from there. It sounds to me like just ordinary story. It's I mean, that is
Everybody is saying
There's
it.
no.
Let me give you
How
the.
would how would it be? How would it be inferior? How will that refinery produce inferior product when it has? I mean,
You know, Adale Coco, you know those clips we see of people in the creeks that are producing all these rudimentary, all these illegal refineries, where they
Mm,
have all these gallons and then they just do something in some.
mm.
So yeah, they said that's the quality of petrol that is able to produce at the moment.
Look, that is gonna be. It's gonna be very very hard for me to believe if they are saying that. Uh, so are they telling us that that refinery does not meet the standard?
Let me bring you this paragraph, Adanle Koko. It says that, but even if it gets the crude, there are safety and quality concerns voiced by employees of Dangote, contractors, and some officials at NNPC. Without the completion of the refinery, there are concerns that the quality of jet fuel with without the completion of the refinery, there are concerns that the quality of jet fuel and diesel produced will be subpar. NMPC is anxious because substandard jet fuel and diesel could endanger lives. So this is the part. The refinery, as it stands, can only carry out the first phase of crude distillation, which is similar to what illegal refineries operating in the Niger Delta region have been found to do. So it cannot, the whole of the $20 million can only really produce what Ikaite is doing in the creeks.
But those diesel that the kite is producing in the creek is I mean, most of it is what supply the demand in the Nigerian market. That those diesel they produce, those illegal um,
But
how
are you justifying that a $20 billion spend should be tantamount to what is produced by some barely literate bunch of guys in the creeks?
look, one man, this report, I want to guarantee you they're going to debunk it tomorrow or maybe later in the week. That is not true. Such a gigantic project that they put in so much money with so much technology in place, and to come and tell me that it cannot produce a quality product, I don't want to believe it. It sounds so
Yeah,
funny to me, very very funny.
Angelique,
Uh,
it
who, who
doesn't
is
even
who is
make sense.
releasing this report? One man from well, if NMPC, who is that? Is it coming from?
They are
Does the
saying
NMPC address the media on this, or they release
well,
statement?
it's not saying they released a statement, but what it's saying, it says that the concerns were being voiced by employees of Dangote, contractors, and NNPC officials. So a myriad of concern of interest groups
So
voicing those
it's
concerns.
just a rumor. It's not an official statement. So it's just we are just dealing with rumor here, which to me I don't even want to take it as serious at all. It's
But
just
Ajani Koko, we should be happy that Nigerians are even getting their ass together right now by even do that inspection before the international inspectors come into play. You know, so we should call spade a spade. Commissioning
it,
that
it's
project
a
without
joke.
production
It's,
is enough to show that everything is not okay there. And the woman is telling you that some workers, contractors, local contractors, and then the
forget we
NNPC, we
cannot
should be happy
we
for
can't
that.
believe, we can't believe this is just a rumor coming from some
But
liars
you are
or
not speaking from the spot. People that live in
when
Nigeria, they
you
are
don't hear,
telling you.
hold on, no.
Uh-huh.
When you don't hear official statement from the real government agency that we can believe in, then we don't have to treat it as a topic at all. It
Which
shouldn't.
government then? Which government? Government people that share the shares of the company that want to.
Yeah, but how
break-
many times do you even get official statements on this sort of things? You don't
Thank you.
often instances get that.
But you know, it is very well, as far as I'm concerned. I think this is very, very hard for me to believe, because I haven't spent so much money with the latest technology, latest technology in that plant. As a matter of fact, is the single train, is the most advanced single train production that produce at a go, like, I mean, maybe 7 or 9 variances at a go. It's the
No,
is
no,
the
that's the modeling now. That's not something they've done now. That's just in the modeling, but that's not in actuality, is it? They've not done anything to justify that. But those are just computer generated models, and these Lego bricks that they've stacked together in Lekki.
What do you mean by computer modeling? That is the the technology that what is technology? This is the technology that is put in place there as to how that what do you call it? That refinery
Yeah,
will.
no, that's the mission statement, but that's not the actuality of anything
No,
that
that's the
has been.
actuality. That's the actuality.
Where
Okay.
has been where has it been actualized? Not a single drop has come out of that space.
And when it
So,
starts,
well, that's it now. It's still
when,
a storyline. Okay.
oh, okay, but
It's
I
graduate
can,
from
yeah.
Kano. I think
But I will
everybody
want
in
to
Kano.
hear an official statement. I will want to hear official statement from NNPC. Uh, you know, in you know, concerning this report you are talking. I believe they have to release a statement to debunk this. That is not true. I don't want to believe this anyway, as far as I'm concerned. With all the money and all the, you know, technical whatsoever.
Why do you think there's been so much delay? Because this sort of storyline verifies, justifies, it gives reasons to why there has been so much delay. Because of course they are not capacitated to produce yet, and that's the thing. And they need.
Well, could be the reason. The reason for the delay could be, you know, maybe technical, maybe financial, maybe some other reason. Maybe if there are some
Yeah,
infrastructure
but
that they still need.
that's what they just said now. Technical and financial. The technicality is the ability to perfect it. Subpar jet
Okay,
fuel from the largest refinery in the world.
okay. Let us
They
believe
say in
them.
abroad it costs
Let
5
us believe.
billion to build such a refinery in Germany, in
No,
America, in other countries.
But I believe they will.
that's not. Yeah.
But I believe they will get it right, one man, because a lot
Yeah,
of
but
interests
we didn't get it
are
right under
involved.
Dangote though. Ajale Koko, we didn't get it right under Dangote because they are saying it's under financial pressure, which is the language of receivership. You know?
And that will not be good. Or I mean, with receivership, that means that place will come to an. I mean, we will. I mean, receivership. No, well, that should not happen when he has not even started operation. How would that happen? That means the company have not even started operation. Then it's going to run into serious bankruptcy. No, it's not. A lot of interests are involved here, you know, and
I don't see that company progressing under. I don't see. I see it progressing, but not under Dangote. I see that there might well be a national bailout, and then it'll be auctioned off.
no, that should not happen. Look, if that should happen, one man, investors will not come to Nigeria.
How do you mean?
What I mean is this: that look, okay, they want to investigate what is responsible to the failure of that big project, and
A simple
when
fact
they
that
get there,
Dangote ran out of money and they couldn't carry on. That's
so
just it's as simple as that.
that will not happen because look, people that are putting so much money into this, we want to see it function. They would want to stop, you know, at the almost to pick up operation and just say, oh, we are not doing anymore. They want to do everything to, because it's got to signal a very bad thing, because a lot of things will be unraveled. Might send a very bad signal that, look, Nigeria is a problematic place, you know, to invest your money, particularly when it comes to an operation that will involve, manufacturing or stuff like that. That is what it might do. And if we don't have investors that will come and invest in manufacturing in Nigeria, then we won't be able to get our economy right. So this thing must, by all means, function. It must work. If it fails, investors will be scared, because a lot of reasons will come out that, oh, this is what is responsible, and that will be very, very scary.
All right.
Hello, one man. Can I interject?
Yeah, come in, Hassan. I think you are keen to your
Is
slot.
this
Yes,
not?
let.
Is this not my slot?
Yeah, yeah,
I'll
yeah,
occupy
You
a
know,
seat.
Oh, Des, sorry, oh, sorry. I'm taking your position. Des, I'm very sorry.
all right.
yes.
Des, sorry.
Let Hassan come in, and then you pick it up after his interjection. Hassan, good to see you.
Yes, thank you, one man. Ajali Kuku, there's Ola has left or he's still around. How is everyone doing? I hope you're all doing well.
Very good.
I've just been cracking up.
Hassan, what's Guans now? We've not been seeing you. What's going on? You've been following
Man,
Chetima around, or you'll be following Chetima to Cuba and to where? What's
It's
going
giving
on?
it's giving him close
it's a
marking.
long story. It's a long story. but I've been fine. I've just been doing a lot of traveling in Nigeria here, mostly in Borno. I'm doing some activities with African Development Bank. So that's just what
Oh,
I've
that's
been doing.
good.
But they are just safeguard issues relating to environmental and social activities for infrastructural projects in rural areas. So that notwithstanding, I've been listening and I've just been cracking up. The way one man seems to present everything is always hyperbolic. It's either it is too good or it is too damn bad. Meanwhile, the reality is somewhere maybe in the middle. And what I think is happening, and I've not had anybody explore this area very well, is the vested interests in the the place where Dangote wants to occupy. There are people who are providing these services, who are supplying these products already, that have established themselves, a lot of other Nigerians and other interest groups too. What you have to understand about the oil and gas industry in Nigeria is that it's just like a cult and a mafia of some sort. These people, especially from the NNPC side, because the NNPC is affiliated with the government, and you all know how dirty dealings, kind of dirty deals that happen within NNPC and the oil and gas sector. So what this is essentially showing is that it is those push and pull factors, the final kicks of a dying horse. These people are going to be put out of business. A lot of people are even complaining that it's a monopoly. But these people are very, very rich people, and people who have access to people in government and in NNPC, that they are going to prolong, they are going to cause as much problem to delay, and the time that these products will come to market, because for every month that Dangote is not allowed to operate, that means hundreds of billions of naira in their pocket importing these products. Now,
Now, do you think these people would just want to see Dangote succeed? No, you have to pull any lever that they have to ensure that there is delay. At some point, they are going to, be overtaken and dealt with. But as of now, they are going to do everything that they can. And this battle is not only, in an internal Nigerian thing. It is internal and external. Those refineries that Nigeria has been importing millions of barrels of petrol from all over the world, what do you think will happen to them the moment Dangote starts operating? That means their revenue will be cut short, seriously short. So if there is a refinery somewhere, maybe in Europe or in some parts of the world, that will be losing the ability to supply 5-10 million barrels of petrol or diesel or something like that every day, and they have people in Nigeria, they're going to try to pull whatever levers that they can to at least extend when water will begin to operate fully, so that at least they know that they have a good exit strategy and all that. And you also have to look at the kind of connections that these people have within themselves. Dangote is a relatively new player in this industry, so he's not just going to get he's not just come he will not be allowed to just come and enter and just start and then take every other person's means of livelihood. They are going to fight, and I believe Dangote is a thorough person. He understands all these internal dynamics that is happening, and of course the kind of people that he has around this business. They are seasoned people. They will find a way to go around this at the end of the day, because you see companies like Chevron, Shell, yeah, these are very, very strong, powerful companies, and they play a role in exporting our crude oil, and they also play a role with the NNPC in the kind of in places where we source the products that we import. So even if these companies, they're not happy about Dangote, vested interest, these Western and some other Southeast Asian refineries, they are not happy. So they are going to do whatever they can to make sure that they spoil the image of the company until when he is able to navigate and come out of these things. But we all know that this is Nigeria, and things like this can happen.
Well, let me play you this clip. It's about 30 seconds.
One of our main resources is oil. We're the largest oil refinery in the world. So we buy oil from Nigeria and we refine them and we sell it back to Nigeria. Yeah. So that's basically what we do. So we are one of the largest oil refinery in the world. Right? Because we have no natural resources whatsoever. If some...
Did you hear that? Hello?
What is that? What, can you repeat the video again?
Yeah. So I'll play it again. This is an Asian tour bus being run by this woman who is showing off facilities. And what she's going to tell you is that they are one of the largest oil refining countries in the world. That they buy oil from Nigeria and they buy crude from Nigeria and refine it and then sell it back to Nigeria. And then she laughs that they have no natural resources in their country, that their mainstay is the graduate that they are doing on Nigeria. So listen to her again.
One of our main resources is oil. We're the largest oil refinery in the world. So we buy oil from Nigeria and we refine them and we sell it back to Nigeria. Yeah. So that's basically what we do. So we are one of the largest oil refinery in the world. Right? Because we have no natural resources whatsoever. If some...
Did you hear that?
So they're making mockery of Nigeria.
Of course. It is a laughing stock. Did you hear that, Hassan?
Yes, I had it. I had it from the way you even explained. I'm not surprised anyway, but if you do your due diligence, you find out that these people are not operating alone. There are other Nigerians that are enabling this, and there has to be some form of political will to push this Dangote deal through. And don't be surprised. A lot of pressures will be a lot of things are happening on the ground that me and you may not necessarily know. It's a new government, and probably that was why Buhari was in a haste to take some of the credits as somebody who as the person in power when because they hurried just because of Buhari wanted to take the credit. That was why they announced that they finished their work. But
Hassan,
that was not their reality.
Hassan, there's a strong argument that Dangote has put all of his chips on red with this refinery, and it's in some sort of a financial quagmire. And I suspect that the delaying of these things, because the quicker that thing starts to produce, then the more he comes to the other side of where the profit should be. If he's not producing, then he's spending. So it's a debit if it's not
So
producing, and then it comes. So I think it's in a financial logjam on this thing. That's what a lot of people are
no, it
speculating
doesn't.
too, and it might not be
It doesn't sound
necessarily
like
true.
that. It doesn't sound like that really, because what the problem he's having now is with licensing and safety and things like that. Now, if he's been denied licenses and talking about safety, that is some form of, now it could be true that the safety is the
And
procedures for safety is under par, and yeah, and all that quality and all that. But this is a regulator's prerogative to do that. But it is very, very difficult in Nigeria, to take our regulator seriously, especially with things that involves a lot of money. There is going to be a massive transfer of funds, from the pockets of some vested interest into business people. Now, people that are in politics, they are the ones that are primary beneficiaries of these things. Now, there is going to be a massive movement of wealth from this set of people into the pocket of corporate, business people, into the corporate private sector. Now, that is huge. It is huge, and these people that are politicians have leverage because, of course, they control the regulation and things like that. They are trying to delay as much as possible. Nobody wants to lose his means of livelihood. Now, is it not you, one man, now that you're advising the other Navy guy not to leave everything about his truck and all that, so that he protects
Am I
his
right?
own interest?
Am I right in
Yeah,
telling
you are
him?
right.
Yes, I don't think he got what I meant,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
by the time you come
Yeah.
back, you'll be his employee rather than his employer.
No, no, it doesn't.
You
It
know.
doesn't
Yeah,
work that
yeah,
way,
yeah,
man.
yeah.
It
You are
doesn't work
right.
that way.
You are right. Really, you are right. But on something and this huge, this big, I
I
was
mean, look,
expecting
but
this.
I think I
If
don't know.
everything sailed through easily, that would be very abnormal, one man, for a country like Nigeria. If you understand the way Nigeria functions, that would be very abnormal for everything to just sail through with this massive transfer of wealth that is going to go into corporate hands. Politicians, oh, they are not going to. There's going to be a battle. This is just round one. Yeah.
Hassan. There's never been that Dangote refinery. It has never inspired confidence amongst the Nigerian populace. They always see it as some like a mirage, like Sakama J, like Badre, like Wole Soyinka
What
said.
what
A lot of people see it as just some scam sort of thing.
What is it that Dangote has ever achieved that was has not been, people have not, have had some form of opposition on? It's always been like that, and it is private capital. It's a business. So, ordinarily, for somebody who is that successful, he's going to, generate a lot of resentment and it is okay. It is okay. It's just that i- people live with different philosophies of life. People at the very top echelon of controlling, the means of production, the way they think is different from the average Joe, and it's okay if the average Joe despises them, but he doesn't realize that he's like a cow, who requires his tail, to swat off flies. If that tail is not there, he is going to suffer. And now they are providing, Dangote is providing a service, but a lot of the ordinary people do not see that, and it's okay. And the people in the political class who are, you know uh wow, they are not true business people. They are people who are just after
Let me say something
cool
aside.
money. Cool money,
Um,
they are in opposition with his drive, so they are going to use everything at their disposal,
this
to
feels
delay the
like I'm
success of this thing.
interjecting in my own time. I
Oh,
beg, let
oh,
me
oh,
go.
oh,
Yeah,
all
so
right.
hey, sorry, let me give you the floor. Sorry, that's just what
Yes.
I wanted to point out.
All right. Back to you, Des. Back to you, Des.
Yeah. Um. Well, I feel like I said this is basically what I think is going on. Because when you say safety, they didn't want to give him license because of safety, and the type of jet fuel they were trying to produce is not in good quality. I think that's what you said. I feel it's just an excuse because I mean they don't even know how to make excuses. If someone intelligent enough in that space would like, what kind of crazy excuse is this? Um, I feel like it's an excuse because the plant itself is not actually fully ready to function before they commissioned it. That is basically what I think. Because when you're making an excuse of jet fuel, I mean, I will tell you, okay, jet fuel basically you're saying the paraffin and the cycle paraffin that you're trying to you're not basically in good property because jet fuel is basically the um addition of two, should I say, chemical name compound. Do you get? Is addition of two things. So if you're saying you don't know how to add those things together to get jet fuel, then why not do the other things that just have one particular molecule? Like your propane, your methane, your octanes. Why not produce that? If you're making an excuse for jet fuel, there are some things you don't need to, add some things that are complex. Just do the things that are not complex. So I don't see all these excuses of, you're not able to make a better jet fuel. I think it's just a bunch of nonsense. Put that aside and produce what your refinery can produce. It's as simple as that. So I feel like I strongly feel that refinery is not 100% in motion to produce anything at this time. And why they commissioned it is just to, it's election time. They need a win. That's what I feel. They need a win for election. For now, they're just making excuses to keep extending till that plant actually is 100%. That is what I feel. One man. Thank you. Um,
Oh, oh, oh.
uh, yeah. Let's go to, I don't know, other stories that you like that you have. I don't think.
You said you do want to speak on the Ghana storyline.
No. Ghana
Do you want to
should
speak on the Obaze investigation into CBN?
CBN. Well, see, what? See,
They found
one man,
fraud to the tune of 7 trillion linked to Emefiele.
one man. Leave all this propaganda. If this Tinubu government is actually serious in dealing with the corruption in CBN, they know where to start. They basically, if they're saying, okay, I'm serious in fighting or getting this money back, let me tell you, Buhari, where they Daura, that man is a criminal, and we all know it. That man
They
is
should go and
just,
arrest. They should go and
they
arrest
should go and
Buhari
arrest
and
him. He's just on a low key, bro. One
you
man.
you you you
Leave
you,
all
you
this.
say you say you say the funkiest things. That's
He's on a low key, one man. forget all this thing that is in Daura eating his breeding cow. That man has billions stored somewhere, and he's just keeping it so that everything will die down. That man is a criminal, and he's just pretending to be a normal citizen. Because for
You
me,
know,
I don't see.
I wouldn't think that Buhari is rich in Nigerian terms. Of course, he's rich. But certainly, I wouldn't. I'd be very surprised if Buhari had even $100 million. You know, I'd be very
Well,
surprised.
you'd be surprised.
Yeah. But what I would believe is that he enabled knowingly that corruption to take place. So he doesn't necessarily have the money in his own account, but certainly he's a lieutenant. I mean, people like Abubakar
Yes,
Malami and all of these sort of people. You know,
yes. Buhari is
but
the kind
Buhari
of man.
personally, I don't think he commands great wealth.
He
He
might
doesn't.
not,
Is
but
he is an enabler. That's just
Mm.
it.
Yeah.
And
he
people
might.
like Emefiele, they understand. And in fact, a majority of his cabinet, they understood that this guy, he just trusts people, and they use that to siphon people's resources. And it's okay if he is called a criminal in that regard, but I don't think there is any money with him that is substantial. I hardly think Buhari is that kind
Uh,
of person that would just take Nigeria's money and just put it
No,
in one
no,
bank account
Buhari
like
is
that.
not a.
No.
You guys are making Buhari look like a fool. That man is a smart man. That man
Oh,
is a
yeah,
smart man.
He
he's
can't be a
not a
fool
fool.
and be
He's
president.
not
He
a
can't be a
fool.
fool
He's not a
and be a
fool.
president.
He's not a fool. It's just the way his mind operates. And this thing too. A lot of us, in Nigeria, we tend to,
but
disregard these things.
but
We don't
Hassan,
get
how
our
do you know
president
his mind? Is it
at
what
their
is
physical.
playing out to you?
No, no, now, yeah, and there is this saying in Hausa, Idoba Muduba Amaya Senkima. It translates loosely as, the eye is not like how do you call this in a weight machine, but whatever it looks at, it can approximate its reality. So what is happening is that we are not getting these guys at their physical and mental best. The Buhari we had, in the 80s was not the Buhari that came back in 2015. He was weak mentally and physically. Kept going outside to go and treat himself. He was not like really there. He did his best, but it was not good enough. The same thing with Tinubu too. I don't think the Jagaban of 15 years back is the one that we have here right now. A lot of these things we tend to overlook, but they have, implications for the person as an individual and how he operates. People, they grow. There is a time that their mind is viral, is up there. The neurons are firing, and they are really, up to date and in charge of everything. And then at some point they reach a peak, and then they begin to diminish mentally and physically. So you don't expect to get the same Tinubu like the one that ruled Lagos and is trying to rule Nigeria, which is even a more complex setting. So these things we have to keep factoring them. It's not. It's this. The equation is not just simple. The things that are happening are not just black and white. These are not like evil people or good people. Yeah, there are nuances, and some they are mostly in between.
Um,
If you want to fight corruption, the person to arrest is the CBN governor, because whatever money transits through him. So he would know where all of the monies came in from and went out to.
true,
That
one
is
man.
fair.
But
That is fair
this is
too.
more like what's going on in Nigeria is a scapegoat, and a scapegoat never. We've seen it so many times, and it never works.
But how did
A
you?
scapegoat
But this man,
never works. We've seen it
What do you
during.
mean by scapegoat?
They always find
it's
someone. You know what I mean now. You don't know the definition of a
So you mean
scapegoat.
you mean Buhari should be prosecuted?
I mean, what are we? Is he above the law? We are talking about
No,
he doesn't have
he's not. Oh,
immunity anymore. He doesn't have
yes. So,
immunity anymore, and we are
mm-hmm.
seeing Trump almost going to prison. So I don't see how Nigerian president
Almost, is not going to
shouldn't
prison.
calm down. We have seen
No,
Des,
say something,
Nixon did
man.
not go to prison.
Calm down now. Let
Azan,
me
please,
talk.
just if you don't mind a minute, please. Des,
Oh,
what you are
okay.
listening to, you are talking of Americans that don't see themselves as two or three, that they see themselves as one. But you are talking of Nigeria that is so fragmented along ethnic lines. One. Then we have some politicians that have the allegiance to different people in power. So if you pick up Buhari, you pick up everybody that has ever worked with Buhari, and they have enough resources to deal with you, and you are going nowhere. Because you
Wait,
don't even know those
as the
people.
president.
Do you know how many people benefited from Buhari under
Okay,
Buhari?
let me ask you a question. Do you think Buhari have more influence than Tinubu? The answer is no, right?
No, I'll
I
say the
need
answer is yes. So, but Buhari has more
Oh
influence
man,
than
come on.
Tinubu.
We know that's not true.
even he needs us to have
Tinubu
even more
is the
influence than
Jagaban.
Tinubu.
We know the Jagaban of Lagos. He is the
No,
maker of people. We know him very
let,
well.
let me
So
tell you something, Des.
let
He
me
doesn't
You
need
you
to
yeah.
you
have
you
up.
you know that Buhari is sorry, Ola. You know Buhari is not only the ex-president, is also a cultural and a religious icon in the north.
True. One man, I will even tell you, go as far as
He's not the man on the street.
even when Tinubu has not been the president, he still has more influence than Buhari, even when
You have
Buhari
to
is a
put it in
president. I'm telling you
context,
that as a
Des.
fact.
What influence? What are you talking about?
You,
Influence in the sense that he can basically shift the whole terrain without Buhari's consent. What are you saying? We saw what happened in the election. What are you saying? Buhari is
uh,
nobody compared to Tinubu. We know this.
You must be
that's not
joking.
true. You are
We
joking.
know this. If Buhari can defeat, because we know what happened now. Are we not here doing the when Buhari was making all this policy in order for Tinubu not to climb that seat? Do you get?
Des,
You,
If Buhari
you
did not
see,
if Buhari
you
did not want Tinubu to be president,
But,
Tinubu would not be
I
president.
will
but,
don't
not
I
be.
don't
He will
think so.
not
right,
be. He will not
but,
Buhari
be.
tried.
And
but
and
Buhari
Buhari
tried.
not
and what
politically.
is fair is that they are more like partners. They all needed each other. That's just the
I don't think
reality.
so.
They needed each
Buhari
other.
tried.
Look, yes, they
Buhari
know
tried.
Tinubu
No,
and
listen.
Buhari needed each other. I will not say that Tinubu is somehow better than Buhari, or that you can say Buhari has an edge in the kind of loyal, followership that he has. I think the core of Buhari supporters are more loyal than that of Tinubu, because of the spread and with the religiosity that they take Buhari, and they follow him. Now that is a real political asset, and Buhari needed Tinubu just like Tinubu needed core Buhari voters to get into that power. So just putting one above the other, at the minimum, you say yes, they are mates, but in reality, I think Buhari just edges past Tinubu a bit in terms of popularity and political and influence
I'm
generally.
not see
Until
political influence. We
Tinubu
know this.
Tinubu can
Stop saying
establish
that.
himself right now because
No,
he's the
listen,
president, and
Hassan,
in the next few years
Hassan. Let's go
he
back
may
because
eclipse
we are
Buhari.
saying we are talking this like as if we are not here. Ajali Koko, we are here when Tinubu was crying wolf that they are trying to sabotage him. We are all here, right? It wasn't a
But
Des,
play.
but
that's
Something
but
another
was.
but,
thing
but we
Let
just
entirely.
me no now
we
calm
just
down. I'm
finished
going
talking
somewhere.
about
I'm going somewhere.
delegating responsibility in government.
Can I finish the
That
statement
it
first?
does not. No, you cut me over. It does not stop. Sometimes if you delegate responsibility, Buhari turned out to be a person who delegates responsibility and just shuts off. He doesn't
I'm not
supervise.
going there. I'm not going there.
But
See,
you
Des,
are
we
knocking at that door. You are knocking at that door.
There's
we
when you
are.
want to speak something, you have to put in proper context. Look at this.
Good.
Now, Buhari, we need Tinubu in the southwest, and Tinubu, we need Buhari in the north. That's where it is. So it's not as if, so you have to look. If Tinubu goes to the north today without another politician, Buhari and Tinubu is nobody. You should get that
Come
fact
on,
right.
we know who helped Tinubu
Wait
now,
now.
the governors. Let's
Wait.
no, let's even not even go there. Buhari, Buhari and his
don't let us
cabal,
overrate Tinubu
Buhari
beyond
and
his
his
capacity.
cabal tried to sabotage. This is what happened. So I don't know where you're getting your story from.
But look at the
So
like of the Ganduje and the like of you are
they
missing the fact that the like
now
of
those are the
Ganduje and
people
the like
that
of
helped
El-Rufai supported.
Tinubu, right? Because Tinubu has more influence than Buhari. That is what I'm
That's
trying to get you to understand. Tinubu
put
has
it
more
in
influence.
context.
For him to even influence those Erufai them to go
Yes,
against, to go
yes.
to the
Tinubu did
courts.
not contest against Buhari. Why are you putting the argument
I'm
like that? That's
come
you are
on
not putting
now.
it in the right
I'm
context.
going somewhere.
They did
Can
not
I
go head
land?
to head. How are you saying he has more influence over Buhari?
Oh God.
That's
I
not just
wonder.
right.
Can I land? If you don't want me to land, I won't land. What I'm saying is Buhari has been the president, right? It's not about whether he ran against Tinubu or not. What I'm saying, he wanted Tinubu not to climb that seat, and that the action that he brought out at the near end of his administration showed it. And Tinubu, with his influence, which he has more than the president, fought the president and won the presidency because he had more influence than Buhari, even as Buhari was in the seat. So what I'm saying is, if Tinubu would use that anger, because we know that he was angry with Buhari during that period, if we use that anger and not do some sort of scapegoat to Emefiele, use that anger that Buhari was trying to sabotage his presidency and pick him up. And we know that he's serious. Let me tell you, Buhari cannot do anything because Tinubu still have more influence. Even now, as he's the president, he would even have more higher influence than Buhari. So you saying that if he picks up Buhari, there's friends and friends and friends will now do whatever. He's the Jagaban of Lagos. Nothing will happen. So stop telling me all this.
All right. All right. Thank you, Des. So Des, let's move the conversation on and take it to Ajanle Koko, who takes the floor next. So Ajanle Koko, are you ready to go?
Let Hassan go. Let Hassan go.
All right. So Hassan, come in then. Hassan, so this Obazie, are you following his investigation into especially the CBN and all of the agencies in Nigeria? Uh, um, so some of the figures coming out are 7 trillion fraud linked to Emefiele. So very difficult to recover these monies, but at least let us just know the nature of what transpired under that guy's administration of the central bank.
Well, I'm not really following and that investigation, but we all know the drill concerning things like this. Um, if Emefiele is still in Nigeria, and one thing that happens with the way, because of the nature of transitions, is the fact that after a government is done and the officials are leaving power, that time period for the transition. The election was held around March, or is it February, March, and then they left in May. So March, April, May, like 60 days. That is enough time for you to move serious amount of funds.
Was held in February.
Yeah, okay, February. Okay, now March, April, May. You have roughly 90 days. You can do a lot of things within these 90 days with your diplomatic passport, the diplomatic immunity, and you can push monies to to account in tax havens. You can mask them off at different places. So it makes it difficult, even if these guys are apprehended, for you to be able to get that money. Maybe if you are smart about it and you get a plea bargain, or if there is some sort of a gentleman agreement of how to or on how to retrieve the funds. I just don't like the way we are set up. This our system, the way it is set up to mimic and just do a copycat of the American system. It's not serving us well. There should be a tweak, in the way that we do our things. I know Nigeria, it's going to be very difficult for these same politicians that are benefiting from the system to, do the necessary changes. If there is a way after, you are living, a government is living for finances, to just, the the snapshot of the financial situation. If there is a way that things, the powers of those people that have can be reduced, or in some way, I don't really know, but I just have you know a very loose idea of what it should be like some powers, especially of money, should be taken off after the moment after election, so that that moment between transition, you are not able to move funds anywhere else. But I don't think it will happen in Nigeria anyway. So these monies that they say Emefiele and his minions, have, stolen, if it is, I believe you me, I don't think there will be 10% of that money in Nigeria right now. Yeah, they may
No,
be,
it's in
yes,
Dubai, the Seychelles, places like that.
yes, places like that. Yes, so it's just an exercise in futility. Yeah, it will be good on the pages of newspapers. Emefiele with handcuffs, or one of his minion arrested there. But at the end of the day, the money will not still come back. And then maybe EFCC will.
The only thing is they'll make him a failure. They'll scapegoat him, certainly, and they should, because I
Yes,
think
he.
Yeah, Nigerians want to see somebody pay some sort of a
Yes,
price, and it may well
yes,
be a
yes,
failure. Yeah.
yes. He deserves it anyway. If there's any other
Yes.
person that deserves it, Emefiele deserves it, because the kind of
You, you,
things that he
you,
did with people's lives.
we were having a conversation yesterday, Hassan, and we were querying who did more damage in terms of costing human lives. Uh, Neither of them carried a gun, no, but in terms of their public utterances and public actions, we were weighing Nnamdi Kanu against Emefiele. And I was suggesting
Wow.
that through that Naira policy alone, a lot of people lost their lives just off the back of that guy's action. I find him more culpable than Kanu.
Mm, well, that may be true, but there is no way to know, really. But the sheer number of Nigerians that suffered during Emefiele, man, it's a lot of people, man. It's a lot of people. Even me, during that time, I did suffer because I had one or two emergencies. It's only God that saved me that time, because my grandmom was ill at that time. We went to the hospital, and now God go punish that Emefiele. I swear, very useless person. I swear.
Why
The
why are
man
you
deserves it.
blaming and Hassan? Why are you blaming him? Who signed it off?
Why won't I
Who
blame
signed
him?
it off? Who signed it off? Who
The,
signed
the,
it off?
the, the president, but he's not an
Thank you.
economist. You don't need to know everything to be the leader. That's why you delegate power. That's why you bring people who you think
I'm
are
sorry.
capable.
President has advisors, so I don't know what you mean by he's not an economist or whatever. Should the
He is the
president be
CBN
a
governor.
president
He's
has
the CBN
advisors in
governor.
every policy that comes to his table?
It was a poorly executed
Sorry,
and
so,
implemented
so,
policy. On paper, it may
sorry.
look good to the president, but Emefiele did not implement it the right way, so that people suffered. Now, you don't want to say that is the fault of the president. Yes, he may share some blame, but Emefiele did
Well,
the most damage.
But
Hassan,
sorry,
Yes.
Ekene.
Mm.
They said the president has advisors, but what you have to realize there is that it's Emefiele is the president's advisor, is the chief advisor in monetary matters. So he's the one
Of
that he has
course.
to trust. The CBN governor, that's his advisor. When you are saying he has advisor, that's the advisor.
But
Ekene,
What
And
about what about
Hassan,
financial
Hassan,
compared
minister or
to,
whatever?
yeah, I'm
Minister of
listening.
finance.
Hassan, but do you know that Buhari has tried this policy in his the first time he was the president of this country? So to show that that policy has been in his mind for a very long time. It's not only a method. He tried it in his first administration as a military president.
Mm, the
So,
Naira redesign,
so
but it's
yeah,
different context now.
no, it's not a different context. It shows that he
The
has that
Buhari,
mindset to do it right from the beginning. So him doing it as a democratic president is not a new thing. So
no,
people that
you
knew
have to
him then knew that
no,
that is his line of
Uh,
governance.
a quick
no,
interjection.
no, no.
Why would anybody want to support Emefiele? On what grounds, really? On
No,
what
nobody's
grounds you want?
supporting MFLA, but
Well, that's what you guys are
nobody's
doing.
supporting
That's
MFLA,
what you guys are doing. It
but
doesn't matter if Buhari.
what we are saying is, Prince Daddy, what we are saying is that two of them goes in. The plan was between him and the president. MFLA
You
can
see,
never do
Ekene,
that without the president approval.
the difference between what I'm saying and what you are saying is that why I agree that Buhari should take some form of blame, but Emefiele takes the larger chunk. You do not want to even agree that Emefiele should take the blame. Whenever Emefiele is rightly pointed to as somebody who has done wrong, you say he is being scapegoated. But the reality is
No,
that he did
I'm not saying
take up in that
he's a
order.
scapegoat.
That is
MFLA
what
should take
Sendes was
all the
saying.
punishment that. No. I'm not saying.
Yes.
I'm not going towards that direction. MFLA should get
So
every
we should.
punishment that he deserves.
We,
But to
good.
get a measurable
Then we're
result,
on the same
to
page.
get a measurable result, Buhari must be not even only Buhari.
See,
Many
Ekene,
people are involved.
Ekene, someone that took
So for
over,
you to get the results, you must
Ekene.
get Buhari. If you
Well,
cannot get Buhari,
to that
you
point,
cannot
Ekene,
get
see,
any measurable
to
result.
see,
Akene's point, actually, quickly, 1 second. To Akene's point, I'd
yeah,
like to say,
please.
I said earlier, I don't think Emefiele has any power, anyways. Everything he did was at the behest of Buhari and the cabal. So, but the point here is that Emefiele knows where all the dead bodies are buried. That's just the point here, and I agree with you that, and it's not about blaming Emefiele per
see.
se, but he should be held fully accountable because he
Let me
knows
say
he is the
something,
mastermind behind all these things. There's no doubt about it. That's my point.
Prince. If I was the
Yeah, that is the point.
president, if I
MFLA
was the
should be in the course
president,
in the course study. Then Buhari
and
should come in. Let them answer the
Ekene,
question together.
if I was
Yeah.
the president,
What
and
question? I don't know.
if I was the
You guys
president,
just hammer this point without any. It doesn't cohere.
No, no, hold
one
on.
man, if I was the president,
Ek-
and a
Let,
man and his stupid
let me.
administrators, Ajali Gogowe, took Nigeria from one digit debt and over trillions. I mean, it's not even imaginable the amount of debt those people took Nigeria in. Over how many percent? I can't even count it. Took them for 8 years, just 8 years. I will arrest everybody, even your cook. I will arrest your cook too. Everybody there. I don't care. See, why I'm complaining about rule of law, yeah. If you're doing something and you're scapegoating one person, I say, well, follow the rule of law. But you're gathering everybody. I'm like, yeah, that's what. Now you're beginning to understand where I'm coming from. Gather everybody, man. No, say, okay, yes, you're doing the right thing. What do you mean you take one person out of 100 and you're telling me that you're doing the right? I beg go, Mona talk, sha.
Uh,
Don't talk too much.
Yes.
tell me one on other developing economy that did not amass, a lot of, credit in the past 3-4 years. No, in the past 7 years, really. Tell me, just one
But
country,
Hassan,
Bangladesh.
just one,
Hassan,
just
What
one.
do you mean? Bangladesh is
Bangladesh
nearly
is
completely
gone, is
finished.
done for, is done
What are you
for.
talking? Yes,
So
safe. You don't see
Bangladesh
the.
They have even auctioned their shares to the
I mean
Chinese.
Indonesia, not
We
Indonesia.
can
Sorry, not
we
Indonesia is a
cannot
developed
it is a
Indonesia.
developed country. It is a developed economy. Indonesia is a developed
Indonesia is
economy.
not a
You see,
developed
we
economy.
but
cannot keep
Bangladesh is
talking
doing
about
fine
these
now.
things out of
What is
context.
developed
It's
there?
not doing anything fine. China has taken over some of their seaports already
Yes,
because
now.
of bad debt. We are just talking of Ghana. What do you think is happening in Nigeria? Is not an island now. We are existing within a
No,
system.
let's not do what if. I don't like all this comparison. Let's focus on Nigeria. Let's focus on.
No, we have to.
Let's focus
We
on
need
Nigeria.
examples
San.
to. If not, we'll just be going
Okay, let's
around.
focus.
That's
Let's
the
say
nature of
Nigeria,
this
because
platform now.
between Obasanjo to is it Yaradua, the debt increased, I think 2% or whatever. Yaradua's time and good luck, it went up to like maybe 5% or whatever. But for 8 years of this man, it was more than 60-70%.
5%
More
of what?
Where you
Get
getting? You're
5%.
just
the
plucking
debt.
figures
Now you are
out of
talking.
it.
Now,
You are
Guy,
just
man,
talking.
guy.
they are
No,
talking
it's not
about
about.
double-digit inflation. If
It's
it is
inflation.
Not
inflation you're talking
inflation. I'm talking
about, or
about debt.
credit,
The debt we owe. The debt we
Do you
have.
know that? Do you know that?
everybody is owing debt.
Do
Even
you
the
know
What I'm
that?
United
saying.
States.
I'm not talking about everybody is owing debt.
Hold on,
debt.
hold on, Ajane Koko. Ajane Koko, let me just say this. Do you know that the Buhari administration, they went through a very low period, a period of very low oil sales in terms of the market value. They went through 2 recessions. They went through coronavirus. That administration, it never had a financial break.
Oh man,
And yet they did a lot of
I know
investment
all this.
in infrastructure.
I know all this.
And you
One
say
man.
Jonathan
So
carry debt.
where would the money come from if they don't borrow?
If you're saying
That's it.
The oil price is low. There's 2 recessions, coronavirus, all of this.
one man,
No, don't let us.
we know all this.
They injected corruption into most of this debt you are talking about. That is, they claim they borrow for
That's
infrastructure.
the cause. That's the common
Yeah,
practice
That
with all of
that's
them.
that's
the
That's the
also
truth.
common
true. That's
denominator.
also true.
That's the common
Ajali Coco,
denominator to
that's
all of
true,
them.
but that is
If
the
those
problem with
money,
all developing countries. Some sort of corruption exists.
Hassan, stop saying
if
that.
those
I
Exactly.
beg. What do you
those
Even this
mean?
that of Ghana, it will.
would be in
It's
the state,
true. It's true.
even oil and gas
It's
sector
true.
that
And
are better to be a source, a strong, one of the strongest source of revenue for us. They mess it up.
Ajali
We
Coco,
couldn't meet our quota.
how?
Open.
where they are stealing
They were
how
looting
many
all.
barrels of fuel
Do you
every
know how
day.
many barrel of
And
oil
you're
they are
telling
looting?
me all this.
They are looting about 800
Yes, yes,
million barrel,
yes.
800 million barrel,
I just put it to
barrel a day. I mean, don't let us even talk
800
about
million
what is
barrels.
the useless thing that Buhari.
800 million
This
barrels,
one you know they
or
finish itself.
880,000.
800,000 per day.
That's 800.
No,
800,000
that can be.
Ajali
Oh, hold
Coco,
on, hold on. That can
we are
because
just
the
throwing
Nigerian
numbers here.
capacity.
No,
Yeah,
check
that
it now. One
we do
man.
that a lot.
Yes, they are just throwing numbers.
Yeah,
You say
One man,
5% debt
check
during
it now.
Jonathan time.
take
During
what?
Jonathan time, 5% increase in debt. What are you talking about?
What's the increase in debt? Tell me, Jonathan's
Tell
time.
me now. It's not 5%. That's what I'm trying to let you know.
See, no, I don't know. Let me tell you now. I don't know the exact figure, but the point I was making is between Buhari piled up
It's
more
5%.
debt times, listen, times, let's say times 4 of what the past, I would even go
Don't
as
start
far as
quoting
past 20
statistics like
years.
Obi.
I
Don't start
would
quoting
go,
statistics
no,
that you don't know.
Hold on, Des. You know that the Goodluck Jonathan administration was a boom period. Oil
I know this.
skyrocket price, everything going nicely. So they had no reason to borrow heavily.
It was a boom period, but there was no stealing. You know,
There was
like you
no
said,
stealing
how
under
much was
Goodluck
Nigeria?
Jonathan.
No.
What
How
do you
much?
say?
How much? No, not stealing based on the crude. I'm talking about the crude. You know how much we already Jellicoe established how much they were losing every single day, barrel per day.
Yeah.
So
One man, Jonathan said there is a difference between stealing and corruption now. So that is what he's attributing to.
Although I agree with that statement anyway, but those figures by Ajale Koko has to be wrong. They can't be. What's the Nigerian capacity to produce that they are stealing 800,000 barrels per day? That
Yeah,
cannot be.
Nigerian capacity. How many million? Yeah. I think 1.8 or something, 1.6 or something like that. I don't know the full figures. I know it's 1 point something.
All right. Let's get back to Hassan and let Hassan take us to Ghana. So, Hassan, Ghana, it looks as though Ghana might be up for sale because they've run out of money. So, what are you then making then of this Ghana that people like to use as an example, but now they're on the begging street?
Hassan is rich enough to buy Ghana.
Hassan is rich enough to buy Ghana. Do you want to sign it?
If I have money, I definitely will, marry like two more Ghanaian women. Like if they are going to be, they're very sumptuous women there. But anyway,
Wait,
you see
how many wives you
that is
get? How many wives you get, Matasa? Wait, let's rewind back first. How many wives you get now, beg?
I never get wife first, so I never get wife first.
The Sudanese women are actually better looking than the Ghanaians, I have to say.
No, it's an aesthetic. It's a judgment that is based on sentiment or taste. So sometimes I don't look at the face. I look
That's
at
an
somewhere
example
else.
of a Sudanese woman.
No, Sudanese women are lean and they are, they are tall. They are lean. They are very beautiful.
Yes.
But the Ghanaians are, kind of hefty. They have, the other
Yes.
assets.
Settle down.
They have heat. They have heat. They have heat.
Well, anyway, one man, where we are going,
yes, carry on.
you see, this is the direction that almost all developing countries are heading if they don't have fiscal responsibility. You see, the burden that the Ghanaian economy has, and they did some things because they've always had hyperinflation. Now they redenominated their currency. I think in the past, I think it should be like 7, 8 years back,
Yeah, that was
because
during
the
the
CD
Jonathan
used to be like,
time. They
yes,
redecimalized. Yes.
yes. So a lot of, they've been trying to cut corners, to do this, to do that, but the moment your production, the value you are generating, is not up to the kind of interest that is accruing on your loans, you are going to face this problem that Ghana is faced today. It's the same thing that has happened to Zimbabwe. Well, Ghana is at the early stage right now, anyway, and that of Zimbabwe, was caused by things like sanctions and all that. But a typical example would be the Greek economy. What has happened to Bangladesh, a lot of other countries like that. So, if anything, this should be, a warning to to us here in Nigeria. But I don't think that can be our portion, because if there's anything this government of Tinubu is doing, is trying to, bring some sort of financial, logic, and for us to be rooted and take care of our finances. Because the problem with Nigeria is that it is not that the revenue has not been there, but we have not really been able to save, and save and save and save for the rainy day. And maybe this is the time we are going to do it, because it's either we do the right thing or we go toast. There's no two ways about it. In fact, there is a fear in the direction of the way the global economy is heading. There's only going to be more strain on resources, and even this commonality that you see a lot of countries that are thinking that BRICS is going to be some sort of messiah, that the BRICS, the multipolar world, going to, avail some resources to other, developing countries. I don't think they have a magic bullet in that BRICS of a thing, but we are just entering an uncertain future about, the direction of the global economy. The Americans are strained. and even the BRICS country too. Because when you look at BRICS, what is it? What is happening? The Chinese economy too is in shambles. When you look at it, they have serious problems. They are padding numbers. They are just, the Chinese are very corrupt people. They pad numbers and give you some wrong results. But the people who are there in China, they know that a lot. Their real estate industry has collapsed. Uh, the semiconductor industry, I think they can just function for the next year or so. There is a lot of reckoning that is going to happen in the next few years, and we have problems with climate change, the food production, and all these can be traced back to these two, you know, uh, the two, the COVID and the financial recessions, the two financial recessions that happened in the past 10 years. So there's a lot of things that are happening. So for a country like Ghana, really, I, I don't think if there is no bailout, from all these IMF loans and all those things, it's going to be very, very difficult. At least like us here in Nigeria, we're already paying the price of remaining afloat. So
Hassan, talk to us about the Mobad situation. You've not been here since that space broke out. Are you following that space, especially the protest in Lagos? The way they tried to, it was meant to be a procession, and then it spiraled almost into a semi-protest, which was very quickly contained by the police. But are you monitoring the Mobad narrative, and what's your take on it?
I'm not really following that Mobad thing. I know that a young man was supposedly allegedly killed, and his body was exhumed because I read something like that. And he's a musician. I don't really follow that space very well, but I was watching on TVC the other day, and I saw the protest and the police fired tear gas and all that. Uh, you know that because they were doing the protest somewhere else, and then they had to divert and go to Lekki Tollgate. That is to tell you that up till now there are some elements that will take any opportunity that they get to cause chaos and to create, that narrative of, the government killing people, because that was just trying to instigate. That is instigation. That is no longer. What are you even protesting in the first place? Go and do your homework. Because the police were already investigating the matter, so you wait for investigation. If after that investigation and there is sufficient evidence of somebody who has, participated in perpetrating that crime, and that person or persons have not been brought to book, then at that point you can protest. You cannot put the cart before the horse now. Yeah, you have to follow things logically. So what I take that to be was, it was, is it not during that Lekki Tollgate that Nnamdi Kanu was telling people to go and burn radio stations, to go and attack military formations and things like that? It's just the forces of evil, trying to.
Waiting, they talk now. Which one be now? They can
Nnamdi Kanu no talk am. He talk am now.
He told
He
them to
talk am.
burn Lagos down. That's what he said. He said,
Yes,
burn
he
Lagos
said.
down. That's what
He
he
said
said.
burn Lagos down, kill them. He was even directing them to military installations. So you know the beginning of things like this, but you don't know how it will end. It's chaos. Some people like chaos. They like it to they want it to thrive, but God passed them. No worry, God passed them.
But one man that Mohbad's dad have something to answer, because that man is there is something he's not telling people, because I don't understand how your son died. I mean, if you there's a man that came out, I didn't think yesterday, that actually was saying that he was planning to bury Mohbad because he died on the 22nd or the 23rd. He was planning to bury Mohbad the same night he died. So that man has a lot
Yeah. So
to
what
answer.
should they have? What should they have done otherwise?
What should he have? What do you mean? why would you bury your son without anybody? It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense at all, because this is a famous guy, and that um that people know him, and people would want to come and show some sort of condolences. And you're saying that your culture or your tradition allows you whatever. If your child die, you bury him or whatever. And people that had the same tradition came out and said you're a liar. That's not their tradition. So I don't understand all that stuff that is going on. And that man is still there defending people that they are accusing that killed his son. So you will see that man has a lot to answer. And I don't trust I don't know what's going on in that family, but they know. And there's a video, if you watch, there's a video of, there's even a sort of thing going on right now that the guy probably was buried alive. Because there's a video
Buried
of when they were
a
burying him.
guy.
I'm telling you what is in the space. I'm not saying that I know. This is what is going on.
Then
Israel
don't bring it up without proof. That was a reckless. Don't bring that up without proof.
Yes,
That was very reckless.
Come on now.
That's
Let me finish
wild
now.
thing to say. Okay, carry on.
Let me finish now. There's a video out there. You can Google this video, one man, and bring it out. That his body kind of twerked during the burial. So people are assuming that he's probably still alive.
Did they bury him face down that he was twerking? Look at this guy.
Said his his body kind of moved. Do you get what I mean? Like a little bit.
I get what you mean. I'm listening to you.
Yeah. So there's a video out there that was like showing his body. Maybe the people that was moving it, his body shaked. I don't know, but you can see it clearly in that video that there was sort of a movement. So it's not. I don't know. I feel like his dad should answer some sort of question, because I don't trust someone that want to bury his son that day. I don't trust that.
All right. Let's bring Charles into the conversation. So, Charles, which part of the conversation could you not bear anymore that made you come running in?
I don't know. This whole Ghana, what's our own business with Ghana? Ghana's currency is doing better than ours now. Which one is Ghana?
Doing better.
Ghana has gone bankrupt. We are we're even going to be in a worse economic situation than Ghana. If things are not 32 million people compared to 222. Just imagine what will happen to us. We should stop comparing ourselves with Ghana. I think Ghana, as far as I'm concerned, are in a better position than we are. At least you don't see the guy begging around for FDI, 14 billion and 13 billion all over the whole place, begging for crumbs. We are on our feet, crawling and begging all over the whole world. We are comparing ourselves with Ghana.
No, sorry. If you don't think that Ghana going bankrupt concerns you as Nigeria, I don't think you should be talking about the issue. Then you clearly don't know what you're talking about. It should concern you, sir.
Why should it concern you?
It should concern you. Go study 70s and the 80s about Ghana. Then that's what I have to tell you.
How does Ghana's economic success or failure affect us as a country?
So you don't. Do I have to? One man, how do you do it? Seriously, like it's
doomsday. It's doomsday apostasy, isn't it? It's doomsday apostasy. So the doomsday has already been envisioned, and they're just waiting for it to come, but it's not going to come. I don't think.
No. I'm saying that if it does come, like you should, if you're in the West African space in Africa, it should concern you. Security and economics of those countries should concern you, because you can have people moving. Like if you have those kind of issues back in the 70s and the 80s that they had, I know it had to do with war and instability, but you have to be concerned. Financial sovereignty of those countries matter to Nigeria as well, for trades and stuff like that. So it matters. Just go back, study 70s and 80s about Ghana, and so before you start talking about it doesn't bother you, it should bother you, sir. Please.
In what way?
But they still have good security system now. They still have good security system. They still have steady water supply, steady electricity supply.
What I'm saying. If you go bankrupt for a while and you start complaining, what do you think that will happen eventually?
Let's wait till then. Now I think they know what. Let's wait till then.
Bro.
But for me, the way and the life of Ghana citizens, they're doing more better than us.
They have what we don't have here. A lot.
Yeah,
we can't
no,
continue
no,
to we can't compare.
That was not the question. He said it was not bothered about it. I'm like, you should be. That was what the reason I kind of came. I said, listen, it doesn't matter right now, but you should pay attention to it. Well, I remember yesterday in your show, that was the first thing I brought up on the platform. I said, just keep an eye on it. So maybe right now,
I saw an article of Ghana saying they want to supply electricity to Nigeria. Just look at it. Ghana.
That's not going to happen.
You must be joking.
That's not going to happen.
They must be joking. But they made a request now, which means if you are ready, they will give you electricity. What are you telling me? If you want them to give you electricity, they can give you electricity. They have already made a proposal. So if you are in, they can give you electricity.
It's
what
true.
You cannot do for
yourself.
yourself.
What the Canadian is saying is true.
No.
Hold on. What they are saying, there's a conference on electricity or something like that they held in Lagos, and Ghana was making that proposal to Nigeria that they have enough electricity generation that they can supply Nigeria if Nigeria get their national grid right. So it's in the pipeline. They are making that proposal that they can do it for Nigeria, because Nigeria is not even generating. Our capacity of generation is very, very low compared to that. So they generate, their capacity of generation is stronger and is more than ours. And for them to generate income for their economy, they can supply to Nigeria. Nigeria, is seriously in need of electricity. So they can supply us if we get our grid right, because our grid doesn't function well. It collapses all the time. So what they are saying is that you, Nigeria, if you can get your grid right, we can supply you electricity. It's not lying, no. It's true. I read
they
that.
Have something, which means Ajali, they have something to offer.
Yes.
They now have something on the table. If you are ready, they can give you this.
You know that industry
and the business environment there is better than ours. They can do
it. Hold on, Ajale Koko, that's their electricity space is near collapse because of debt.
No. Hold on, one man. This is because of their economic situation. It's still functioning, but they are having financial problem. The country is having financial problem, and the country is owing that electricity. What do you call it? That electricity agency, or how do I describe them? So they are owing them now.
Right.
Investors, they are owing them. So that's a different problem. It's a financial problem.
No, but they
are generating. They have the capacity. Hold on. They have the capacity to supply electricity to Nigeria if Nigeria got their grid well. That is their proposal.
They've not been having.
So don't let us say that they can do it. If we get it right.
They've not been enjoying 24 hours electricity for a while now. But let land that point. Let Ogbeni come in. Yeah.
We Nigerians like to just push as if other country or smaller country things doesn't, that if we are better than them.
Nobody. No.
We like to. Why do you like to push back every time?
No. I said this. I said pay attention to what's going on there. It's all I'm saying. Don't wait until it's out of control. Don't say you don't care about what is going on in Ghana. It's called economic of West Africa, for God's sake. That impact. You have banks, you have companies, that you have trades.
Yes, there's codependency.
You cannot. Oh, it's Ghana. Don't. What do you mean? Don't care about Ghana? You should care now. Better care now. Okay, go ahead.
Can I say something?
Ogbeni come in. Yeah, Ogbeni.
Good morning, everyone. That's the area that I understand is I think we should stop saying Ghana has the capacity to generate electricity and supply Nigeria. I don't know where that facts and figures are coming from. Yes, we may make maybe some general and broad statements here, but we should speak with facts. What was the?
We get the article to that effect. I can send it to one man now.
No, I think I saw it as well 2 days ago. Yeah.
So what are we talking about? Why is Ogbeni talking as if we are making up story?
Baba,
hold on for Ogbeni. Yeah, Ogbeni, carry on.
An average Ghanaian can pick an article written by David Udain and they're attaching seriousness to it. In the research community, we don't attach seriousness to just any article you just see outside there on your feed. We go to facts and figures. What's the generation capacity of Ghana? That's what you should bother yourself about. What's that generation capacity? When you go into it, and you realize that Ghana, in the whole of all the installations they have in Ghana, they cannot generate power that exceeds 5,000, I think about 4 megawatts. They cannot. And over time, what they have been generating has never exceeded 2,500 megawatts. How can you supply that to Nigeria? And you're talking about Ghana of the reason why you see them having such they are 2,000 around 500, approximately 2,500 megawatts that you see they make it available from themselves and they have it averagely sufficient. Is because Ghana is just barely 30-something million population. Let them have just half of Nigeria and generate that 2004, and you realize that there is the kind of experience they will be having will be worse than Nigeria. So we still generate more electricity than Ghana. Let's speak with fact and figure, please, so that we don't misinform our listeners. Yes, I'm not saying that some people there are so many people in the space now that we shouldn't pay attention to all facts or all things we see. We should try as much as possible to dig a bit further. And I repeat it here. Ghana over time has never generated more than 2,500 megawatts. And go back to Nigeria. Yes, sometimes we fall to zero, particularly when it comes to distribution and not generation. Nigerian problem is majorly not generation for now. Go and check. So we shouldn't, because we have problem in Nigeria, then we now look.
Yeah, generating around 3,000, 4,000, which is still lower than what Ghana generates.
No. You are wrong. No. We are not generating 3,000. No, that's not true.
3,000.
You are not check.
You are wrong.
You are not generating more than 4,000 at most.
That is not true.
That is
not generating
okay.
Just hold on now. That is not true.
Okay. That's my understanding of that.
You're wrong.
Do you know how many times your grid has collapsed this year?
That one is transmission problem, not generation.
Distribution.
You see, your generation is around 4,000.
You see, problem we Nigerian have. The problem we Nigerian have is that we don't recognize our problem at all. You see, Ghana. It's not that Ghana have it all. It's not that Nigeria have it all. What is wrong if Ghana come and make a proposal to you that is what they can do? If they have enough, if they don't have enough, they will not make that proposal. All I know is that Ghana have enough electricity and they've made a proposal. And you are just like what I see you people do is just like, who is Ghana to come and make a proposal to Nigeria? Which is very wrong. It's a pride. It's pride. What I'm saying there is pride. Who is Ghana to come and make a proposal to Nigeria?
Who is Ghana?
That's not
who is Ghana?
That's not what's being said. That's not what's being said.
No, that is how what Ogbeni explained. He speaks. That's how he speaks. That's how it looks like. Who is Ghana to come and make a proposal to Nigeria?
I've posted the energy generation of Nigeria and Ghana on the private chat.
Let me tell you my point. My point is, I'm a researcher and I don't give in to bare parlor talk. That's my issue. I speak with facts and figures. I've just told you now. Any idiot can come and tell you we are coming to supply energy to Nigeria, and you want to believe that? No. You have to go to Port Africa. That's why I'm telling you. Somebody just posted something here. It's the area I know very well. You're talking about energy here, energy generation. And Ghana will be telling you they can generate. Where's the capacity? That's the point I'm just telling you here.
Tell us what Nigeria currently generates.
Obani, the point is
do we generate
the point is this.
Guys, hold on, please.
Obani, the point is this.
Wait.
Yeah,
Can you put up the link so we can see what Nigeria can generate almost 10,000 megawatts? Can you put that link up, Oma, so that they can see?
Nigeria can generate.
Yes.
What are we generating at the moment? That's what we are saying.
Hold on.
That is the capacity. What are we generating at the moment?
Hold on, please.
Yes,
hold on.
Okay,
please.
Talk us through the figures.
No, it doesn't. That would be Charles. But I'm saying that the issue is not
Ghana is 20.
Hold on, guys.
Ghana is 22,000 gigawatts. Nigeria is 8,000.
Hold on.
All right, but
just look at it.
Let's have one voice at a time. Yeah.
Can you come down a little bit, one man? Can you come down further so you can see that chart, please? Oh, right there. This is what we currently generate as a country. That is Nigeria, close to about 9,000 about 9,000. So the issue is that it's not about you cannot. Of course, you need more, of course. But the issue is that if you remember when they privatized the sector, the only part that they left out for government to retain was transmission. So even if you have your 9,000, that grid cannot even handle 4 to 5,000 without collapsing. That is the issue. Of course, you need to expand and have people generating more. But the issue now is government needs to let go of transmission. That's what the problem is. So I don't know how Ghana even got into this discussion of giving us a generation of what.
One man scroll down, you see Ghana's.
One man, can I have my say?
Yeah, let's hear from here, Kenneth.
My point is this: he said Nigeria can generate 10,000, but as far as I'm concerned, Nigeria don't have more than 4,000 or 5,000 megawatts of electricity. That is what we know.
Hold on, hold on. They are currently generating 9,000. Not that they can. They are currently doing that. Look at the
I said, as far as I know, Nigeria is not generating nothing less than 4,000 to 5,000.
Look at your screen, for God's sake. Look at your screen. Look at your screen now. Look at bro. Look at the screen right now. Look, bro. Look at the evidence.
Even if you have 9,000, even if you have 9,000,
right?
Why is the grid continue to collapse?
I just told you. You guys even comprehend.
Then another thing is this. Let me finish. Another thing is this. You are complaining of Ghana giving you electricity that you don't. Where did Ghana get the electricity to give you all that and all that? As far as I'm concerned, Ghana has steady power supply. In terms of electricity, they're doing more better than Nigerian.
Transmission. Do you can you
then what stop you from transmitting? What stop you from transmitting for many years?
I think what you are saying, what people are saying, is difficult for a Kenneth to understand. You cannot change the perception he
There
has.
is nothing difficult for me. There is nothing difficult for me to understand. My point is that we have not done it.
How can you
I heard all this copper up and all this complaint. What ordinary Ghana have been able to do? Let me finish, Simba. What ordinary Ghana has been able to do for years? You are here covering your own up. What are you telling me? What do you want me to believe? Ghana has been able to do it for many years. You are covering your own up.
Calm down, please. You said in the article or whatever they want to donate to supply.
I'm not reading. See, as far as Nigerian government is concerned, I'm not reading any article. What I want to see, what I want to see is performance. Don't bring up articles every day. Every day they're using it to confuse Nigerians.
Calm down. Stop yelling. Please. Stop yelling. The issue is that the central government can supply us.
Sorry, gentlemen. Let me just say one thing.
This is. I'm shocked here.
Sorry, Babati. Everyone, let me just say one thing. I said yesterday that Ekene is the barometer of tests. So what you're hearing, so you can intellectualize it all you like. If Ekene is not able to go into his house and switch on his thing and the electricity comes on, and somebody is in Ghana can do the same thing, what he's telling you is that you're failing and Ghana is succeeding. That's just it.
No. Remember, we brought Ghana into it, but Ghana.
One man, that's just the point. Anybody can say whatever he likes here.
Hold on and listen for
That's
once.
not the point. You can say what you like. Ghana is doing better in electricity. That's my point.
Oh dear.
So speak every English you want to speak.
Okay. So basically, I'm saying that the part that Ghana came into the discussion was the part of generation, not transmission. Nobody's saying that Ghana should come and help us transmit. They were discussing generation of electricity, more supply of power. And I'm saying that even if Ghana give you 10 right now, you right now cannot even transmit that. And that is the main issue. That is the point. Nobody is discussing the nation necessarily. We are discussing transmission of power, where government is still holding that sector ransom. So they need to liberalize that sector for us to even get the 9K that we have right now. That is the main issue. Not Ghana giving us more electricity. Even if they give you more, but you don't have any ability to even give to even transmit that power to regular folks. So it makes no difference at all. Even if they give you more power from Ghana, it makes no difference at all because your grid cannot even handle it. That is the point. Just learn to listen.
No. What we are saying is that the proposal they are making at the conference they came, the official attended in Lagos, is that they can supply electricity to Nigeria if Nigeria get their grid right. Our grid is not functioning. It collapses time and time and time, all the time. So what they are saying is that they are having more than enough they can sell to Nigeria. It doesn't mean. Yes,
you are right. You are right. Let me tell you. Let me explain it to you.
This is sad.
Ghana, the total installed capacity generation of Ghana is about 5,000 megawatts, but they have a population of 30 million. That one can sustain their population because they have a smaller population. The total installed capacity generation of Nigeria is about 16 megawatts. You cannot be generating. The reason why they are not generating that 16 megawatts is that you cannot be generating and be wasting it, and that's why they are not firing in all cylinder. So for Ghana to come and say, okay, they can have maybe 1,000 megawatts extra that they can supply Nigeria, but that does not mean Ghana cannot supply electricity. I mean, that we solve the Nigeria problem.
We are not saying that they can produce better. They don't have, that capacity as we have. But our own capacity is being frustrated by inefficient grid that doesn't allow that generator to pass through.
But that's the thing, though. Ajanle Koko, if we are able to get our grid right, we can.
You don't need Ghana. The point.
We don't need Ghana. That's the
thing. No, even that 16,000 is not even enough for us. So we are saying for us. That 16,000 is not enough for our economy. It's not enough.
Obviously,
we can still buy from
what
them.
What Ghana can supply cannot is too minute to even say that to make any difference. Even if we take all the 5,000 megawatts from them, it doesn't solve our problem. So they are just doing ula balu bula blah. That's what they are doing.
Stop being ridiculous. You are being ridiculous with the Ghana article, whatever. It's not even why would be Ghana.
All right, let's bring Oriola into the
what you guys like to do here is you just don't want any country to rival your country.
You are wrong.
If you hear from any other African nation that is trying to make progress better than you.
Okay, Baba Jare Koko.
Let me say this.
Everybody stop. What's going on now? One voice. Let's hear from Oriola. Yes, let's hear from Oriola then Zita. Oriola, are you there? All right, come in, Zita. I think Oriola gave up. He couldn't. Yeah, Oriola. I'm sorry, Zita. Zita, come in.
Una well done, no.
Kedu?
I just came in because of this generation something. First of all, the question we should ask for those who are in Nigeria and believe they can see there is no electricity, and they say, whatever you are telling me, I don't care. The important thing is that we don't have electricity in Nigeria, and therefore Ghana has electricity, and then they are doing better than us. First of all, the question should be, in Nigerian electricity challenges, where is the challenge? Is it in generation? Is it in distribution? Or is it in transmission? The first two I said, I don't think it's Nigerian problem. At least if the problem is on the two, the major cities in Nigeria will have 24-hour power supply. So saying Ghana should give us electricity, I don't even know where they're coming from. Is it to generate from us? Because we are generating enough to power our major cities and beyond. So it is not in generation and distribution. I think Nigeria electricity problem is in the transmission.
Thank you,
Because
Madam. Thank you
I
so much for saying the truth, Jare. Don't
when
mind it.
we were in Port Harcourt, I happened to be part of the electricity project in River State with Snyder. So I know what I'm talking about. For somebody to come here and say Nigeria cannot generate electricity is actually laughable. I don't know why we decide to talk about our country like that, but it's what it is. I don't know where Ghana is going to generate the electricity to give to us. That's just why I came in. We should know where our problem is before we start criticizing our country. We can concentrate on our distribution, our transmission. Let me finish. We can concentrate on our transmission and say the challenges Nigeria is having in the transmission of power. But saying Nigeria cannot generate electricity, I don't really think that's something right to say about my country. That's why I came.
Okay, can I say this? Can I say this, madam? Can I say this? 1 minute. Again, please give me please. So, what is the purpose of your generation when it can't go through your grid? What are you generating?
Baba Jani Koko.
What are you generating for when the system that generation will pass through does not work?
No,
it's
not that
waste of the
Are they not building the grid?
Waste of effort completely.
You see, this is actually why sometimes when I'm being asked questions in one-man platform, I don't want to answer. When you ask me a question, you allow me to explain. Don't block your mind to my answers, please. We come here to learn and to educate everybody, including myself. If you are saying something that I don't know about, you are making a submission, I want to listen to you. But for somebody to ask me a question and doesn't want to hear my answer and keep on going and going and going.
Are you referring to me? Or who are you
now you asked
what do you
me
mean?
a question.
What do you mean
by
what do you hold on? What do you mean? What do you mean by keep on going? You won't let me land. Hold on now.
What is
hold on. You will let somebody land. You will let me land before. Let somebody land. Let someone land before you answer. I was in the midst of my submission, and then you are saying that somebody is running, doesn't want some.
Adale Koko, what your question is?
Guy, please now. Adale Koko, put the question to Zita, and then Zita respond to it.
I've asked the question. What is the purpose of generation when that generation cannot go through the system to light up the country? Why are you when the grid
collapse it? Why can't you get it fixed? So the generation is just a waste of effort, waste of resources. So what are you generating when it cannot achieve the purpose? What is the purpose of generation?
All right, Zeta.
The purpose of generation is because in electricity, there are 3 phases of project to be done before the light will come on. So that's why they have to generate. When they generate, they distribute. And when they distribute, they transmit. And as it is now, the generation has been sold, the distribution aspect has been sold. Will I use the word commercialized? But the government of Nigeria, I think that is why Ajani Koko, is supposed to get angry. The government of Nigeria is still holding on to the transmission, which is very wrong. And this is what we have been discussing on One Man Platform, that the government should hands off business. They should sell the transmission off too, so that people can work, companies can work on that grid and transmit electricity for people to pay and have light in their houses. How it's being done some places in the world. So the generation aspect of it, Babajali Koko, must be done. It's a phase of the project. When they finish it, the people who are to distribute will take what is generated and distribute. It's a project that comes phase by phase. It's not done straight off. Then they transmit into the grid. And it's that grid that is collapsing because the government is not working well on it. They're still holding on to it. And that's where we should fight them. That's where we should get angry. They should hands off. Said it. I think I've answered your question. I hope so.
So now, when you don't have electricity supply, constant electricity supply in Nigeria, due to the problem you mentioned now. So what are we talking about? We're a failure.
Babajali Koko.
Can I speak? Can I say something? I want to say something, Mr. Ajali Koko.
You guys should not be saying, oh, some people talking bad of the country.
Let me say this. Let me say this, Mr. Aja. Let me say this, Mr. Aja. You see, nobody is saying that Nigeria is painting Nigeria as a bad image or that. But we Nigerians should tell ourselves the truth. When we come here to discuss our problem, don't see it as if we are selling Nigeria out there. We don't have it. We don't have it. And that is the reason why now, if people tell me and begin to bring a lot of explanations to me why we don't have electricity and we don't have that, even that is a failure in the aspect of the citizens that are doing that. Let me finish, Simba. Let me to talk. I want to talk. Let me finish. I want to talk.
Every time you are discussing, it's not the same thing that you are repeating. It's not the same thing that you are repeating.
Let me finish now. Let me say what I want to say. I can say it any way I want to say. Just give me the time to say it. You are discussing your failure, but you are not discussing your success. Every time you are giving explanation on how you failed, but you are not giving an explanation on how we are going to get it right. And when other people talk, you see it as if we hate the country. Nobody hate the country.
I'm
saying that my point is, and another point is, let me finish now. I want to talk now. Why I'm chatting is that you are not allowing me to speak. Ghana made a proposal, and we don't see other African country coming to make a proposal to us as a bad thing. We need to cooperate with other African countries.
Explain to you. If you have been listening, you will still not hold on.
Let me finish. Let me say what I want to say, Simba. Simba, you know you are an intellectual. I'm not an intellectual. I have the way to understand my own thing, and that way I understand. This I see it. Do you understand? So you can understand your own thing in the way of an intellectual or your intellectual capacity. I'm not an intellectual. I have the way I understand things, and my way of understanding things might be very different for your own way. And my own way is that I hate a lot of explanation. That is my life. I hate a lot of explanation. I love a lot of actions. So when government comes every day to tell us that we can generate 16,000, we can generate 20,000, we can generate 50,000, and every day you are having the grid is collapsing, that electricity is nowhere to be found. But you are telling me that Ghana is generating 5,000, but as far as I know, and I know people that live in Ghana, they don't buy fuel to power their generator. They have 24 hours electricity. They have working as in they are prepared me that everything when your electricity finish, you go and buy electricity and they feel and you get your light back. It's not happening here in Nigeria. And I want it to happen in my country. It's not a bad thing to demand from my government. So when I demand it and you see it that if I hate the country, I'm not the one that hate the country.
Okay.
If I see that this is what I want as a citizen from my country, from my government,
Don't
and I'm
mind
saying it
them. All of
every day,
them, they live for
and you people are coming here to say that they are saying that I'm condemning I'm condemning the country.
We
You're not
beg
doing
you.
me
We
anything
beg you.
good. I don't like it.
Let me explain something to you. Let me explain something to you.
And every time they travel to Nigeria too,
Oh
they don't have
God.
electricity. They don't sleep with electricity
It's
in their
hotel. It's
houses.
hotel. They
Okay,
stay.
like,
No be hotel.
But they
Madazita,
hear
continue.
people shouting
I
here.
want to conclude with the question on Ajani Koko asked. He said, why is there no electricity in Nigeria? I want to respond by saying this. There is electricity in Nigeria, but it is not transmitted into people's houses and people's company. Now,
And
at
how
that
do you say
point,
that
let
is
me
there is
finish now.
electricity?
Let me finish.
You are
At
contradicting
that
yourself.
point,
You said there
at
is
that point,
electricity, but they are not selling it to people's house.
let me
What does
finish
that mean?
now. Let me finish. You asked a question. Let me finish. At that point that the electricity is there, but it is not transmitted to the end user, everybody has the right to get angry. Why I come in, as I said before, is for somebody to say Nigeria cannot generate electricity. I say it the way it is. There is electricity in Nigeria, but it is not transmitted to the end user. And at that point, everybody should be angry. And I say, government should hands off. I've said this severally in this platform. Electricity in Nigeria is not difficult to get. Nigerians can have electricity within 6 months if they want to. Government should hands off. I don't know why they're holding on to it. They should hands off so that thing should be transmitted to the end user. Thank you, one man.
All right.
One more quick interjection. If I
Mama,
can.
please, can you give me 1 minute?
Yes, let's hear from Ogbeni, then Prince Daddy, who held the show down because we were about to abandon. So so well done, Prince Daddy. Otherwise, it would have been longer. But Ogbeni come in, and then Prince Daddy, and then Oriola, when you're ready, let us know. Ogbeni.
Thank you, Woma. You see, one thing I want Babajale Koko and Des and others to understand is this, which I keep saying. You can't love Nigeria more than Nigeria, more than others. That's one. We are all Nigerians. Secondly, you can't be more mad at what is happening in Nigeria than others. We are all not happy about what is happening in Nigeria. But you see, our understanding of issues may differ. And that is where we should differ to authorities. And when I say authorities here is people who are knowledgeable in a particular field. For instance, if somebody like Simba, who is a medical doctor, is telling you what is happening in a medical, maybe somebody has a medical condition and is trying to explain what is happening to that person to you, and you think you can explain it better than himself, then you are not ready to learn. That's the way I see this thing. Energy generation, and in fact, energy industry itself, it's a very big and technical industry. It's not an industry that you think you just have fair idea of what is happening, or what you are expecting is, oh, let there be just results, and that's all that you cares about. Then you are not an informed citizen. An informed citizen try as much as possible to garner knowledge and information about what exactly is happening, not to just reach a conclusion that, oh, then we are a failure. Well, what part of failure are you talking about? Are you saying we don't have the infrastructure? Are you saying these are the things that should concern a citizen, particularly an informed citizen here? And I think that's the purpose of this platform. And I said, my own understanding of the energy, which is a field I understand a bit, and I think I've taken a fertile hub on this area before, this particular energy industry, which Madam Sita has been able to explain a bit here. You generate, once you are generating, there are different sources through which you generate. You can use thermal, you can use gas, you can use hydro, you can use solar, you can use different sources different countries use in generating. Go to Sweden, for instance, they focus more on renewable energy sources to generate their own, and they store heat. And different countries in UK, they are moving gradually into renewable too, but they have not gotten there. In Nigeria, we use hydro, we use gas, and some other little sources that we're using. When Jonathan came, Jonathan tried to migrate us as much as he could to gas, and he established all those gas turbine and others for us to generate electricity. And we are still maintaining our hydro, Mambila. We try to get Mambila done. Kanji is still there, Shiroro is still there, and all those spaces. These are infrastructures that Ghana doesn't have. And that's what I'm trying to explain, that what's Ghana's infrastructure? Because you start from infrastructure first. What's Ghana's highest capacity? Let's say it's even functioning effectively and optimally. What's their capacity? That's the question you ask yourself. So if you have all this capacity down, then as an informed citizen, or you want to get informed, the next thing you should be able to ask yourself, so what exactly is the problem? We know that our problem, they made it to look so complex to us. But experts always come, like Madam Sita have said, to tell us that, see, this thing is not a rocket science, the way they come to explain it to us. Now, they have liberalized their generation, but what is happening to our transmission? Why are they holding on to the transmission? And let me tell you, why are they holding on to transmission? Let me tell you one of the key reasons why countries, some countries we still have in the world that our government are holding to transmission. Now, there's something you call energy sovereignty and energy security. You may go and read a bit about it, but I'll tell you little about it. You see, one of the things by which a country maintains its sovereignty or maintain grip on what is happening around them is how are you able to control your transmission of your energy. And what do I mean by that? You see, you need energy to fight war. You need energy for any political stability in a country. Imagine yourself getting supply. Let's use Niger as a case study. Nigeria supplying Niger electricity. There is hostility presently between Nigeria and Niger, although ECOWAS and Niger. See, the first thing Nigeria did for Niger, we cut off electricity. It means that ever since Niger has been existing, they have no energy sovereignty, they have no energy security, because their energy supply is dependent on another sovereign country, which is Nigeria. It means anytime you are at war with that country, then you are in trouble. That's one. That's one of the reasons why you see country holding on to all these things. Nigeria can as well say, let me go and be getting my electricity from Cameroon and other neighboring countries. But don't forget, they always think about this issue when there is hostility, which I run into the issue. And countries try to have their own infrastructure and do all their transmission and distribution within themselves. That is one. Now, that's external aggression. Now, internal aggression also speak to your energy security and sovereignty, and speak to what is the structure you want to put on ground. What do I mean by internal ranking? For instance, during Biafra, let's use it as an instance. Let's assume that the whole structure or infrastructure on transmission of your energy is seated in the Biafra Republic when we were still together, and energy and war broke out. You could imagine a blackout for the other part of the whole nation, because there's an hostility, and where you reside your security when it comes to energy is a part that is breaking out. It's not federal government that is in charge. Then you have an issue. Let's say we are relying on Ebonyi, Enugu, and the entire eastern part and the south part. That's what we are relying on in terms of our transmission and generation. Then the whole country will be in trouble. Then it means that that particular part that is trying to break away, we have energy security to fight war. So I'm just giving you an instance of the nitty-gritty inside all this energy thing and why countries have grip on it, and why it's difficult for them sometimes to allow all these things to go to their sub-regional government. So we've been having the problem over years in Nigeria. Now, have we moved a bit? Yes, we have moved. Generation at a time, only government was doing it, but now what's happening? We've liberalized that. Our distribution at a point in time, only government was doing, we've liberalized that. Then what should be on our tongue and mouth and cheek now, what everybody should be making noise about now, is that transmission should be released to us. So if government liberalize that transmission,
sorry, Ogbeni, what was the reason for the government holding on to the transmission? Was there a strategic reason, or is that the money end, or why was that?
So it's a whole lot of reasons government do have here. Now, when you go to the Constitution of Nigeria, before the amendment we have recently, there is something you call exclusive list in your Constitution. That exclusive list talk about your energy, particularly your electricity. It resides scarcely in the federal government. Nobody is going to liberalize that and switch that to any subnational or private individual without you changing the Constitution. So
right. So it was the Constitution that tied it down.
Your Constitution tied it down for a long while. What they did recently.
Sorry, Ogbeni, I know you don't like your flow broken, but sometimes I feel that we are a slave to that Constitution rather than that Constitution being a slave to us. That Constitution holds us back in so many ways.
Every country with constitutional democracy, every country that operates constitutional democracy is a slave to its constitution. And the reason is this. See, human behaviors, when you go to sociology, is dynamic. If you don't maintain certainty and maintain a hard line on a written document you call the Constitution, and you are flexible with it, then you subject governance and the way you deal with your citizens to some whims and caprices of your leaders. And that is why when you have a constitution, they call it written and rigid constitution. It means that whatever you put there, unless we come together and change it, everybody must follow it, let heavens fall. And that's the essence of constitutional democracy. Except if today we wake up and say we don't need it again, then we'll go back to National Assembly and debate it.
Oh, but I want to ask you a question.
Okay, yes.
Yeah, a second. Everything you said, I understand everything you said, and I respect you so much. But in terms of this electricity issue, I don't know why I'm finding it difficult to align with you this night. But other days I used to align with you, but this night I don't know why I'm finding it very, very difficult to surely align with you. All these things you just explained here, is that the reason why we don't have steady power supply? And do you think you that is living abroad, you know what you enjoy in terms of electricity, and when you come to your village maybe to spend some time, do you feel happy that you don't enjoy such benefits you enjoy abroad in your own home? Are you very comfortable with it? As in the way government is turning all these things down, you speak about the Constitution, you speak about generation, transmission, and all that. And after all these things you've just explained, and you know that you are in a country where you enjoy such benefits, because I think electricity is just something you have to give every Nigerian. Forget about the economy and every other thing. But this electricity of a stuff, It's something you just have to give Nigerians for them to have at least a better life. But if you enjoy it there, and maybe when you come to your village, your local village here, to spend some time, you're not able to have a good electricity to maybe spend your holiday. Are you happy? Because you're supposed to be spending your holiday in Nigeria, enjoying electricity and all that. Are you happy?
Let me ask you a question.
After all this explanation you have just given, yeah.
Let me answer your question. First and foremost, I'm a very patriotic Nigeria. Everybody on this platform know that I was one of those who went home to go and vote. I maintain contact with my base. I'm not a runaway Nigerian. I went home purpose to go and vote. I spent my hard-earned money to go home to vote. I'm not sure there is anyone on this platform, or maybe few, that did that, to tell you the level of patriotism I maintain for Nigeria. So your first leg of your question is rhetorical. If you're asking me that am I happy, no Nigerian is happy about the electricity condition in Nigeria, and that is not what is in issue here. Everybody is mad about what is happening in Nigeria. What is in issue here is this: you are a citizen, get informed, understand what exactly is the problem. Don't say you don't care about what was the problem. You don't want to know what's the problem about. You just need electricity. Then you are not an informed citizen. That's what I'm just simply doing here, and I'm trying to inform you so that you can have a basic understanding of how the industry works. Then, if tomorrow you go to your town hall meeting and you want to speak into that issue, you can, as an informed citizen, stand up and say, look, tell those others and say, this is where you think the problem is. This is what we should be hammering on. For instance, you are comparing it to UK. Before I came to UK, they used to tell me electricity 24 hours. I've experienced electricity interruption in where I stay in Scotland. And if you tell them at home, they will say, you're lying. It happened. But when it was about to happen, they announced that there will be electricity cuts, and they told us the exact time that it's going to happen, and it happened, and it explained. Sometimes in Scotland here, there could be extreme weather condition. Sometimes we experience sometimes windy storm and all these things, and they cut electricity. So it's not Eldorado like you think it is. But I'm not saying that it's like Nigerian condition where you have permanent blackout. So yes, nobody's happy about it. But I like learning about my environment. I asked a question when I tried to study what is actually happening in UK. For instance, UK have 24 hours electricity and blah, 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 blah. UK did not have national grid until 1990s. And check your history. Until 1990s. Something led them to it. They had the experience and they evolved. Not Indomie mentality of, we have problem then, you don't solve it then, you are failure. No. We should try and understand what exactly is our problem about. And I think our understanding of it is where we start by solving our problem so that we don't get misinformed.
So what is our problem? Leadership. In a nutshell,
can I come in, Obeni?
Go ahead, man.
Yeah, before you come in, let's hear from. I think Prince wanted to come in earlier, and then the conversation sped away from him. Prince, did you want to interject, Prince?
It's to Obeni. I wanted to ask him.
Yeah, I wanted to interject before Obeni got on there, but okay, just briefly. So a lot of things said. I was trying to respond to the different points made. But I don't know if you ever watched the Seinfeld episode. There's one of the episodes where Seinfeld and Elaine went to the car rental place, and when Seinfeld got there, it was talking to the lady, about his reservation for the vehicle, and the lady said, "Yes, we have your reservation, but we just don't have the car." So Seinfeld like, okay. Well, I thought the reservation of the vehicle was supposed to hold the vehicle so I can have the vehicle to drive. Oh, so yeah, we know, but we just don't have the vehicle. Oh, so the point here is that I don't know how we're going to make an argument that we have electricity in Nigeria. We can generate electricity, but people don't have constant electricity in their homes. It defies logic. It doesn't make any sense. It doesn't matter how much. It's like someone having talent and putting the person in the closet and you telling the world that, this person is so talented, is the best football player in the world. Okay,
Praise before you continue. I want to say a very big thank you to you. You just made me happy now. Thank you. Continue.
You're welcome. So yeah, someone has the best football in the world, but nobody ever says see this person play football, and we claim this is the best person in the world. Um, I'm a believer in Nigeria. I mean, I talk positively about Nigeria, but when there's a problem, we can't sugarcoat it with a bunch of words and bunch of stuff that don't really explain the suffering of the people. Well, one can be into be a doctor, be into electricity industry, but there are two. Oh, at least there are two parts to most things: the technical part and the application of it. See, that's when it kind of comes in. The application of it. You can go into the technical analysis of all these things. It doesn't do nothing for nobody. It's what the consumers, the people at the end users are having or using that matters. So as far as we can say, Nigeria does not have sufficient electricity. And to Ben's point, having a power interruption happens everywhere around the world. That does not equate to not having electricity. That's totally different. I won't accept that comparison at
You
all.
miss my you miss my point. But try and understand my
Well,
point.
you
I
said
didn't
you
say
said people
because
say
there was interruption.
you said people said
I simply gave that example to let you understand that I've seen a problem also with electricity transmission here. That borders on transmission.
but to me,
But
I
that's
wouldn't even
not a
consider that
transmission
as a
problem.
problem. That's not
That's not
that's just an
transmission problem.
intermittent interruption due
Yeah.
to force majeure, due to technical problem. It happens everywhere in the U.S. around the
Yeah, but
world.
that's a transmission problem.
Ogbeni,
When your grid
Ogbeni,
collapse, what problem do you have? Is it not technical problem?
Ogbeni,
Is it not
can
technical
you give me
problem when your grid
just 1 minute to talk to Prince? Do you allow me?
Go ahead, Simba. Yeah.
Okay, I think what we are speaking to here, everybody agree that we have electricity problem in Nigeria. Because at the point I joined was when Babajale Kukuanekene was saying that Ghana wanted to supply us electricity. What we are trying to let them realize is that our problem, though even the one that we are generating is not enough, but we cannot be, Ghana cannot be giving us maybe 1,000 megawatt or extra that they have, whatever. And we have problem with transmission. And what we are trying to let them realize is that the problem is not about generation now, that the problem is about transmission. And that is what we're supposed to be speaking to, not saying Ghana will solve our electricity problem. But the way they are portraying that Ghana can generate, then they supply us. Okay, even if they want to supply us, how do we transmit the one they want to supply us?
Okay, good point, Simba.
So we
So I
want
was
to
gonna.
identify, we are saying that this is where the problem is. And let us speak to the problem. It's not as if
Okay,
we now put everything in a blanket and we say, no, we don't want to care about where the problem is. All we want is electricity. It doesn't make sense thinking that way.
okay, I get you, Simba, but actually, to Ogbeni later, maybe you can explain the part of the constitution you're referring to when where this bottleneck seems to be the way he came from when it comes to electricity transmission or generation. Is it before 1999 or after? I'm not sure when that comes in, but to me, anyway, that's a crutch. It's a problem. It's a crutch in the sense that it's not a problem. The constitution cannot hold Nigerians or the state in that way to prevent a state from generating electricity privately or publicly. Um, it's just an excuse, just like any industry in Nigeria. Okay, I had a few years ago. I was having a conversation with a German person that actually worked in the industrial generators sector, right? And in talking to the guy, I saw that the guy was holding back. He was holding back because to him, of course, they're making a lot of money selling to the banks and all these other industries or businesses. But to him, I can tell to him it was almost comical to the reason why Nigerians were buying electricity and buying rather generators and spending so much money. To him was comical. He was holding back. I was looking at the guy, talking to the guy. To him was comical. And what I was able to deduce from that conversation was that, hey, you guys don't have electricity problem. You have a corruption problem. It is in the interest of a handful of people or a few people to make sure that a free flow of electricity is a challenge in your country. So resulting into the buying generators, even the selling of generators to Nigerians or in the country benefits some people. So this is part of this is part of the Nigerian system. I won't say it's unique to Nigeria, but anytime things don't work out as they should, we have to keep in mind that some people are deliberately circumventing the the system. It benefits them. I would not agree that because of a Nigerian's constitution, that's why we can have electricity in Nigeria, constant electricity.
And
That to
answer
me,
your
that's a
question.
stretch. That's a
And,
big
and
stretch.
answer your question.
Sure.
Prince Daddy, let
Do
me
you
let
have
me
do you
support you a little
Baba
bit.
Kula, Baba
Let,
Jalico, please
let
let
me
me
make
just
one
answer
point. I will
the
yield to
question.
you. I will yield to you. You still have the ground. Let me just make this point, Benny. I'm sorry. You see, let me support you, Prince Daddy. You see, I don't know the pushback that some of our people here claiming to be more patriotic than others. I don't know the pushback they are doing. And the question I want to ask them is that, is it wrong to buy a product that you produce it at home? Is it wrong to purchase such product to supplement what you produces at home for better use of your people or your economy, better use for your economy? I think the answer is, there's nothing wrong in it. America have, if not even the largest deposit of crude oil, and America have the capacity to produce enough to run our economy, but still, we still import. So are we going to say that, because we import from smaller country that does not even have 1/10 of the deposit of the capacity of what American produces at home, are we going to say, America is doing anything wrong? No. So the point of this argument that, okay, we have the capacity to generate more than Ghana, but even the capacity we have currently is not even enough for us. Are we going to do anything wrong to say, okay, let us buy more from others so that we can generate, to supplement what we have, so that, we can have constant electricity in Nigeria? What are we doing? There's nothing wrong. Our argument here is not that we can generate, Ghana can generate more than us. But Ghana is making proposal that, look, if you guys can get your grid right, and you need more, you need electricity supply to supplement what you have at home, we can do it. We can supply you electricity. So because it's a small country, because they are talking like that, and you want to say, we don't want to hear from Ghana. And it's just that, we can this it's like we are saying, I can produce a car. America is producing cars. Japan, we Nigeria can produce a car. Okay, fine. Where are your cars? These are our cars. Yeah, we are produced. But your car cannot run. And you want to tell me that, yes, what we have done, producing a car that cannot run, yes, you can compete with others that produces and then run their vehicle and use it, to mobile land. I don't
Can
get.
I answer the questions now?
Ogbeni, okay, you want to answer the question, or I should answer you?
No, I want to answer just to a bit, to the extent I can.
Okay, go ahead.
I don't
Go
claim
ahead.
all knowing. I will only tell the little I know. Let me start with Prince. Prince, I don't know if you have a copy of the Constitution. I don't know if you have studied it before. When else you pick your Constitution, try and check Section 13 of your Constitution. You will see it boldly written there. Anything that borders on electricity and establishment of your electricity power stations in Nigeria is within the capacity of the National Assembly. No any other subnational, and you have that. And we had that right from before 1999 into 1999 and until we started making amendments. So far, we've made about 5 or 6 amendments. They call it alteration to your constitution. By the time we got to the 4th and 5th alteration, we started touching this power area, this energy area. That is why today we have allowed, by the 5th alteration to your constitution, we have allowed the subnational to start generating. And then in 2013, I think we had about 11 private companies they can distribute also. But transmission was still retaining it at federal level. That is why you see people keep saying about the transmission, liberalize everything and let it go. So I don't know why you think the constitution is not one of the major problems we have in Nigeria. If you understand what rigid constitution and written constitution means, and you understand that electricity lies within the exclusive power of federal government, you should have the understanding of how this thing had been a clog in the wheel of progress of electricity generation in Nigeria over years. And I'm not sure.
Sorry, 2 seconds interjection, please, if you don't mind. See, I'm not going to question or argue your explanation when it comes to the Constitution, because I don't know that. But here's the point here. Unless you're telling me this electricity problem is something of last year or 5 years ago, I thought this problem has always been there. And how many senates we had over this past since 1999 and prior that we don't see it as a problem to make an amendment to the Constitution? What are we talking about here? Why is such a big deal?
You see, sometimes when we argue here, don't let us create some imaginary opposing position. I'm not opposing your position that that the National Assembly shouldn't have done this. I don't think anybody is opposing that. The only point I've been able to make to you is that we had you with our constitution, and until recently, we never amended that part of our constitution. The moment we amended it, we all brought it to this platform. Everybody rejoiced about it. Even in Nigeria, lawyers keep talking about it. On the media started talking a lot about it, and we're expecting the subnational to start taking action. But if somebody now comes and says, "Oh, even without that amendment in the constitution, we should be able to do something," then it means the person still need to have a good understanding of what written constitution means.
Absolutely not. No, I didn't say that. I don't think anybody on this platform actually said that neither. But here's the point: the problem of electricity is not something of yesterday. This amendment that we just made recently should have been done. If it was such a problem, or okay, that's only argument. I'm not saying we should circumvent. I'm not saying we should circumvent or bypass the Constitution. I hold, if we live in America here, the Constitution goes first. We don't circumvent or undermine the Constitution. I'm not saying we should do that to Nigeria, not at all. But when we have a problem, that's where we come forward and make a debate, and people come together, just like they did back in the Athens, the Greek people, and resolve the problem. The Constitution is written, but it is not a holy grail that never changes, because time changes, things do change.
Prince, I think you should ask Ogbeni to tell us how much we have spent on that electricity from 1999 to date, and tell us why we can spend so much and we never got anything out of it.
Prince Daddy, you see, I want to.
Let me finish the questions now. There is a second leg of it that Baba Dale Koko has. So on the part of the one Prince has, I've cleared to the extent of my knowledge in that field. And then the question Baba Dale Koko is trying to ask, I think it's a rhetorical question. No Nigerian is happy. We all know how much they have spent, they wasted, and they bastardized the system. They don't want that industry to work, and blah, blah, blah. We all understand that. You are not the only person who understand that part. And we are not saying what they have done is good. No. And that's why I said we should stop creating imaginary opposing position. Nobody is opposing that position. We should narrow our conversation of where is the diverging argument here. The diverging argument is that let us understand, put our problem in a proper perspective. What exactly is our problem? Don't let us argue against where there's no problem. But let me step it down to the second area, which Babadaloko has. Babadaloko asked me that, okay, what is wrong in us going to Ghana to go and get electricity if we're having problem with our home? So what is wrong? Now, what I'm saying is this. You see, in any step you want to take as a country, you must first consider, because if today you say, okay, Ghana, we want to create your national grid, just be generating and supplying us and that. And at the end of the day, we invested money the way Obasanjo wasted billions of naira of our money into that area. And you realize that Ghana even lack the capacity. It's the same Babadaleko and others that will come back to this platform, stand lambasting this present government and say, when you know that Ghana lack that capacity to supply Nigeria, why will you spend Nigerian money without doing proper assessment of the capacity of Ghana? And that is why the little I understand in that feed, I'm saying Ghana lack the capacity to solve Nigerian problem. Don't think Ghana has that capacity. That's one leg of it. The second leg of which I want to answer this question is that, look, I keep going back to this energy sovereignty and security. It matters a lot. I will give you an instance of Europe. Russia and other part of Europe. Do you know why they have this problem and they can't really fight Russia? It is because prior to 2021, until I think around second half of 2021, Russia was supplying about 50% of gas that you find in any gas you find in Europe. Russia, the source, 50% of the source is from Russia. And it was very hard till now for any European country to fight Russia, or for Russia to have a policy and you are going against that policy. All they just need to do is to just close the tap completely and you are gone. You freeze and you die away as a country. And they are very skeptical about that. You know, so, and that speaks to the energy security. That's just a very good, just little practical example of what energy security and sovereignty is talking about. You're not going to put the whole of your generation and your infrastructure in another sovereign nation. It's not something you do as a country like Nigeria that could be hostility anytime. Don't think that the friendship will be.
But they can put that energy infrastructure on Nigeria, right? Because we can't shut off our own wells, Abi.
You said?
But they can afford to like create a pipeline in Nigeria for the energy infrastructure, because we can't do anything.
But I'm not suggesting that we should depend on Ghana electricity supply. What I'm saying is that while we are developing ours, we can at the same time get supply from them for our
let me quickly interject.
Sorry, Ola, before you interject, let Charles let him come into the conversation with the comment he's about to make. I don't think we've documented his voice yet, and we're waiting to hear from Oriola as well, who has not spoken. But Charles, you wanted to push Ogbeni. Charles. All right. Let's bring Oriola. Charles, are you there? Let's bring Oriola in then. I think Oriola is ready for. We called you Oriola earlier on, but did you go into the fridge? What's going on?
No, I have a baby here that I'm taking care of. So
your baby?
Yeah, my daughter.
Look at that. We thought you were a baby yourself. Now you are having children. The children are having children now. Look at this.
Okay, if you say so.
How old is he or she?
Oh no, she's 2. Actually, she's 2. Yeah.
Oh right. Okay. So is that running around stage? So she will keep you fit.
Yeah, I had to you know, baby, you gotta be like around them every now and then.
You know, you have to have eyes at the back of your head before you know it. They have this habit of finding things though that you thought you've lost forever, and then suddenly she's pulled up that old phone or that watch you've been looking for. You know,
right?
Well done.
She's at that stage. Yeah. Yeah. So actually, I was initially I wanted to speak on the Dangote thing, but I think you already passed that. Maybe if we go back to that later. But I want to say something real quick. Um, I think I understand like the transmission thing that the government want to get hold of, want to hold on to that. I don't think if we look at it very well, it's more like the road network that we have. Like government can actually put that in place when it comes to road. Like they have a city plan for, I believe every nation has like a planning system where road needs to connect. And country that actually work, they have like the drainage system where they need to be located. So same thing will be with power as well. Like they have to have the wire, um, the transmission cable everywhere. So I don't think that's more like a private thing. They can have contractors, they can contract them to private um industry, but I don't think it's something that they can just give it out to private and have them just do it. If they do that, I think there will be a lot of problems because some areas might wanted it, and the private will be making decision on what location to put stuff. I think it's just like the road network. So I believe that the government should be in charge of that as well. And I don't understand why they're not doing that. And also, I think we also mentioned something that has to do with, yeah, of course, we can generate, I think, about 12,000 megawatts, and currently they're able to generate, they're able to supply for the thing is this: 12,000 megawatt is nothing. To be honest with you, just Dangote refinery can use that all up. Because you have to, if we do the math, like 1,000 kilowatts, kind of like a single household. I think that can power like a single household. I don't know if a lot of us understand how this is calculated. Like if you look at your TV, you have refrigerator. They always will write like the how many power they need in order for them to work
Kilowatt
correctly.
hour. They write it in kilowatt hour.
Yeah.
Kilowatt
So
hour.
what did you say again? Watts is
Kilowatt.
kilowatts.
Kilowatt hour.
Yeah. But no,
Yeah.
here's the thing. Not everything use kilo. Kilo is like 1,000. Some of them they don't even use up to kilo. So like refrigerator, for example, I don't think a refrigerator will use
Some
one.
will be in
They will
watt.
need
Some
kilo.
will, depending on the capacity of the gadget
Yeah.
that you
So
are
that's
talking
what I'm
about. Some will
saying.
be in
That
kilowatt. Some will be in watt.
yeah. So the point I'm trying to make is even if we successfully they have the enough grid to like everywhere the transmission is everywhere is wired. Even the 12,000 that we're able to generate now wouldn't even be um I, I don't think it will be enough. I think about 1,000 megawatts would carry, let's just say each single house uses like 1 kilowatt.
Oriola, you know, the Dangote that you mentioned, Dangote is generating his electricity. It's not
No, I
basing
was
his
just
electricity
citing
on national grid.
example. Right. I'm
Okay.
just citing an example because if you look at it, hospitals, they use so much because it's 24 hours. And you have to understand that household is more like that. We have like the high peak and the low peak, meaning when everybody go to work, nobody's really using it. And when everybody come back during like maybe 6 p.m. to like 12 a.m. when everybody go to sleep, we use it a lot. So, and when you look at the industry, like manufacturing industry and hospitals, they usually work around the clock. So, meaning they work 24 hours a day. So they use it a lot. So even the 12,000, if we're successfully able to like transmit those, it's not even enough. So I don't see
Oriola, you know,
anything.
Oriola, sorry for, just give me a few seconds. What we are saying, we are not saying that the 12 megawatt is enough. But, you know, if you are, because running government is like a business, okay, you can generate 12 to 16 megawatt locally now, but you are unable to transmit. The problem is that, okay, you should tackle the problem of transmission and start injecting what you are generating to the system. It will be
Yeah.
unwise to now say no,
Right.
you want to
So
go and get extra megawatts that you not be able to transmit. Do you understand what I'm
right.
saying?
I
So
understand
and
that
that's
part.
why we are
So
talking about this
right,
Ghana of a thing that they said they want to. And
right.
let me tell you
So
one thing: we have so many uninstalled capacity that by the time we are able to transmit what we are generating, we can even generate far more than what we have now. We have a lot of investment there. What is actually mitigating against that is because we cannot transmit. Do you understand?
wait, do you
So it's
have
not as if we are pushing back. We are
well,
pushing back on Ghana. But what Ghana that is generating 5 megawatts, and they are now people are now pushing it as if by the time Ghana is supplying us, it will solve our problem. That's what we are saying. That is not the problem. Let me
yeah, but
what they are saying. Let me tell you, Oriola. Presently, Egypt is having problem with Ethiopia because of the dam on the Blue Nile. But Blue Nile supply about 70% of the water of Nile. And you know that the whole economy of Egypt is depending on Nile. And Ethiopia is damming that Blue Nile now. And they already damn it and they are feeling it. And Egypt is raising a lot of concern because it's going to affect their agriculture, it's going to affect their electricity. So what Egbeni is trying to explain to us now that you cannot, certain strategic infrastructure, you cannot rely on another country to supply you, because with any little hostility like this, they will use it against you. And that's what is happening between Russia and Europe. The example of oil that Babajare Koko is giving is totally different.
Even
It's different from
Ghana
electricity.
has no capacity to supply Nigeria. That's where the problem is, because the issue of Ghana is what degenerated to this argument. Ghana has no capacity to supply Nigeria. And even though you and Obeni, you've done justice to this argument, even though if they want to supply us, for example, assuming they have excess energy, they want to evacuate. What is preventing Nigeria from utilizing a 16,000 megawatt capacity? The same thing will stop Ghana from even feeding their excess capacity. So it is, to me, it is an argument that should not even take place to start with, saying Ghana.
yeah.
Because already when you look at that story, saying Ghana want to supply us electricity, to me, that argument should not even take place. If it is other way around, that say, okay, Nigeria want to supply Ghana electricity because we don't have enough capacity here.
Wait, why don't we
Yeah.
just focus on having so look like Dave Umai now. That guy hit the ground running, like he's doing what he needs to do, make sure all the road network are okay. Why don't the guy in charge of electricity start making sure that all the transmission the power lines they're put
Thank you
together?
very much.
So
Thank
why
you.
do we care? Let's just stick to that.
You see, the point is this: nobody is saying Ghana should do this, but we are saying that we are trying to bring in what Ghana can do that we cannot do, and they even
That
have the
exaggerated. That thing that you
no,
said
no, there is nothing like it. There is nothing like it. That Ghana have it, we don't have it. That's the point. Whether you want to say they have two megawatts or what I know is that they have it and we don't have
Baba,
it.
it is exaggerated.
See,
Otherwise,
there is nothing like being exaggerated. Let me finish because me, I'm a man of little knowledge, and I learn little from much, and that is how I choose to live my life. I don't like to learn too much argument or too much explanation. And the kind of man that I want to learn little from much, I move on with it because I don't want to confuse my brain. It will not help me solve my problem. So that is why I'm making that argument that Ghana have it and we don't have it. Just like the guy said now, what stopped the Nigerian Minister of Electricity and all that? Why? What are we doing? You are talking about transmission. Let him come on board and tell us how he is going to solve the issue of that transmission and start to working on it immediately.
Okay.
Because we stop with after all these things we didn't get. We know how Fashola, as far as I know Fashola, how fervent, how devoted he is, he's not able to solve that electricity problem. What is the problem? And we are still giving excuses. And he never come up one day to tell us that the issue of transmission, all that was the reason he was not able, or this is the where he started and this is where he stopped. So maybe another minister will start from there. He never came up to tell us anything about that. But we still come back. We citizens are the one explaining it for the ministers that are in charge of that responsibility. But even the ministers are not giving the explanation that you guys are giving.
Wait. Even despite 5,000 megawatts installed capacity that Ghana has, is Ghana industrialized today? That's the first question I should ask you, because naturally, with that volume of power that we claim to mean something, you understand, they should be industrialized. Ghana's energy sector should not be in hook now. It's at risk as we speak today. I understand all this story. Are you saying, even assuming that all the 5,000 megawatts in Ghana is firing, they are all firing in full capacity, are you saying that 5,000 megawatts is the energy need of the entire Ghana? When I say it's exaggerated, I know exactly what I'm saying. You understand? So coming back to Nigeria, I think Ogbeni has tried to explain a lot of things there that people, maybe you don't want to listen to him. Maybe you believe that it's being over patriotic or whatever. And in reality, at least 80%.
It's not being over patriotic. It's being over explanation, over talking, over. See, you know what we say. Our progress is always on book, not in action. That's how I see it. If you get all the progress we are making, just highlight it very well. They are all on papers.
Honestly, Ogbeni has talked like an electrical engineer, if you don't know, and I'm surprised the way he articulated. The only area where I want to differ is that strategic, the security of a nation, because yes, it is technically is correct. Assuming power has capacity to supply us energy, which already is a fallacy. They don't have that capacity, so that is out. Then we can allow our private people to handle our power generation. Private people earning power generation. Look at this. People gave excuse the other time that if you flow the second national operator in Nigeria through telecommunication, that it won't work. Even people started talking of how they be laying cable and be flying around, all those stuff. See, the problem we are saying is this. Instead of the federal government of 36 states trying to control everything, give every state its own power. It's still another level of the government. And these people can invite private sector, they can participate, they can partner with. So just imagine a situation where at least 15 states of the country now we're doing power projects concurrently. Just look at how Tinubu wanted to solve Lagos problem that time. They will have solved that. You give Ikeja Industrial Estate to one power, you give Apapa to another area, and it's still Lagos state government that will still regulate everything. So this issue of saying, oh, federal government will be the one to build the transmission line. No, the state government will build its own transmission line. There will be some kind of architecture that in case you need to latch to the national grid, you can do that. You can have a state grid, then a state grid that can be connected to the national grid. So we can have all those levels. But when you put everything in the exclusive list, no investor want to come to Nigeria and put, let's say, 50,000 megawatts in place where you know that you cannot evacuate more than 7,000. Then how do you resolve that problem of transmission? That's exactly what we are saying. Give it into the state to build. If you don't want to give to the state to build, then let people supply power off the grid. So what they want to do now by onboarding, by all these new policies that you want to be supplying power off the grid. If it's going to take Nigeria 50 years to now have one grid, then they go. But let's start from all the grid first. So I think Ogbeni, Simba, and I think Madam Zita, they try to explain. I understand where they are coming from. So I don't think they are wrong, to be honest. I think they are correct.
All right. All right. Come in, Oriola, I think you wanted to interject. Then after you said whatever it is you want to say, I want to play a clip, and then I want you, Oriola, to react to it. And then I will use that to bring Zita and Prince Daddy back into the conversation. But say what you wanted to say, and then I play a clip. Oriola.
Yeah. So I mean, the federal cannot do everything. They can share the piece of the thing with the state as well. But the thing is, it doesn't matter how it's being done. The Nigerian government still have to be in charge because this is transmission grid. So they still have to. It doesn't matter if it's the state or the federal. They still have to. They get, just like I initially said, they can contract it out, but it will be a government project. Just like you have the road, and I don't think we have the drainage system, but some area does. So it's still like government in charge. The government have to like create a plan for everything. They do the city plan or the state plan, so they have to do all of those things, and they can give out the project to some local private companies to do it. But still, they still have to be in charge because they can't have private people just do whatever they want. No, they still have to be in charge. So that's what I want to add.
All right, brilliant. Let me play you this clip. I'm not going to prefix it. I'll just play it and have you react to it. I want you to guess what he's referencing to. So there's a backdrop to this clip that I'm about to play you. But let me play it and then you tell me what you're making of it.
Celebrant new.
Sorry, let me remove that thing from the screen first so that people can hold on. Yeah, remove that. Actually, let me remove that banner as well. And then play you the clip.
Celebrant and new latest member into the club of the literati, a good friend, my junior brother here, seated here, R.I.P. Your Royal Highnesses, and I wish to assure you that I'm not about to bark at you. Stand up! And sit down. This is a culture gathering.
All right. So what are you making of that, Oriola?
He's poking fun at this man.
What did he say? I didn't get him very well.
OBJ. He's poking fun. He's making a joke. I guess OBJ disrespected the Kings, and he's just doing the same thing. Just like, I
so
think
that was Wale Soyinka, of course. Yes.
Yeah.
What did he say, one man? What did he say? I didn't get it well.
Let me play it for you again, Ekene. It's only 30 seconds.
Celebrant and new latest member into the club of the literati, a good friend, my junior brother here, seated here, R.I.P. Your Royal Highnesses, and I wish to assure you that I'm not about to bark at you. Stand up! And sit down. This is a culture gathering.
So that was Wale Soyinka. So he was at whatever event, making his opening remarks, greeting people. And then when he got to the royal fathers, he said, look, I want to assure you that I'm not going to be barking at you. Stand up, sit down, because this is a cultured gathering. So that thing, and by the way, there's a side fight going on between Obasanjo and his wife, which is playing out in open glare within the. In fact, I was going to bring it, but I just thought, let me leave it for the moment.
Which of the wife? Baba níyàwó tó pọ̀.
Yes, Linda being it's the one that apologized.
Anyway, okay.
Then he said it's not his wife, and then the woman started to mock him. The woman then came out.
Baba yẹn Ọlọ́run ló mọ ìyàwó tí bàbá yẹn ní.
Did he not sleep with his son's wife? There was that rumor.
Bàbá yẹn ká ẹ̀. Ara àwọn mẹ́tọ̀ ajálẹ̀ kòkò nù.
Don't let them slam you with information one day. You have to be careful.
Did you hear that though, or Benny? That was all over the media space.
Yes, it was an allegation, and I think the son sued him, and I'm not sure the
No,
son
I'm not sure.
that case.
I'm not sure that happened actually.
Did the son not actually come out to confirm that?
Yes, the son accused him of that, but I think the son took him to court, but I'm not sure he succeeded with that case. So let's be careful about the facts we bring out.
All right, but what are you making of the Soyinka mocking though?
Well, you know, Choinka and Baba, they've been having it over years now, not today now. You remember when he said, there was a comment he made about Baba that the only thing he knows about him is how to kill Okuru, that grass cutter. that's the only thing Baba understand how to do best. And so they've been on this thing over time. They are, I don't know how to explain them, dog and cat of old ones that are just fading away gradually from our space. Yeah.
They come from the same that Abeokuta cusp, don't they?
Yes, now.
But they've always been on the opposition. They've never shared the same ideology for years, right from 60s.
The ego is very big in that. But I think all of the prominent people that come from that space, they fight it out in the media space, don't they? That Abeokuta.
Yes,
in Ogun State, I've been very lucky.
You remember how Obasanjo fought this guy? Yeah, what was his name? The guy that died. This one that they were supposed to repatriate back to US. That Senator Kashamu.
Kashamu.
Even till his death, the guy died. Obasanjo still wrote another letter, one long speech like that to lambast the guy in death. I think they are like that. Even Fela too. Fela against Obasanjo before Fela died throughout his life. Obasanjo.
No, I think because they have a lot of elites in Ogun State. You know, they have a lot of them. Most of our past leaders that come from Yoruba, they are from Ogun State. They have a lot of them. I think that is the problem.
Even MKO, Obasanjo never liked MKO for a day.
Yeah, for the same reason. MKO is from that cusp too, isn't he?
Yes, now. Yes, now.
Yes, the town is not big enough for the egos that.
Yeah. And they said they were in the same class also. I think Fela was the only a year senior or so. There's a picture going around back then. That's I think their secondary school days, and you see all of them, Soyinka, Obasanjo, and MKO and Fela. You see them in that picture, and they said Fela was their senior. Then Fela's dad was, I think, the principal or headmaster or something like that. So I think they've been having it even from primary school, secondary school days, and they are just out there doing their own thing and just.
Did he not have problems with Tai Sholari as well, Obasanjo? I think he had problems with Tai.
Obasanjo used to have problem with everybody. There's nobody. He has problem with everybody except himself.
All Awois doesn't like him. Obasanjo and all Awois, they are enemy. They don't say eye to eye.
They believe Obasanjo, they expected Obasanjo to relinquish power to Awo. So seriously, you there. Then another space was that why would Obasanjo come and take benefit of what MKO died for? His sworn enemy. So if anything should go back to the southwest back then to palliate Yorubas for the Nadeko and death of MKO, why should it be Obasanjo? And when Obasanjo got to power again, he didn't even recognize MKO for a day. No posthumo. They all fought throughout that he should declare June 12th a public holiday. He refused. If you don't go to office, you get punished for it on June 12th. Obasanjo is just one man.
Did he not oppose Abiola when he was campaigning to be
Yes, he opposed anything from Yoruba space. He opposed everything from Yoruba space. He opposed Tinubu, he opposed Abiola, he opposed Awolowo.
Yes. Even when MKO won that election, I think he was away, he was out of the country, he was somewhere in is it Uganda or South Africa? He was somewhere in Africa, but outside Nigeria. And they interviewed him. And I read that book where he said Abiola is not the he's not the Redeemer or
the Messiah.
He's not the Messiah. And before you know it, Izeribe and all those guys truncated the whole election, and where we are today. Obasanjo is an enigma, He's somebody that he needs Obasanjo will become somebody they will start studying one day somewhere in the West.
He would have been the Secretary General that Kofi Annan had. If not Wole Soyinka and the others that went to demonstrate.
They said they petitioned against him.
They went and pasted all the posters of all the atrocity concerning, fella houses as he was born and other atrocities, they went to paste it on the wall at the United Nations. And
Ètò náà ṣe fáwọn èèyàn náà ṣe fún yẹn.
Do you think it's more revered in Africa and internationally than in Nigeria? Do you think it has more reverence in the international space than in Nigeria?
Honestly, he is. Obasanjo is. I'm not sure presently out of the living African leaders who are alive now. I'm not sure there's anyone you can really rate above Obasanjo for now.
You know they call him Baba. Even the presidents, they call him Baba.
Yes, now I'm not sure there's anyone you can even rate before him presently in Africa. When he speaks, they listen to him. You know, they listen to him. I think so. It's a pride for Nigeria. You know, you can't have.
Wait, who listen?
He got that.
Who listened to him?
Everybody internationally.
Like who?
He was once the president of retired world president.
What?
Yeah.
Retired president in the world. They have an organization like that.
What kind of body is that?
Retired president. Yes, now. You don't want them to have
retired president all over the world. He was once their president now.
I'm aware. You know, I know, not, but they listen to Obasanjo. They listen to Obasanjo seriously. They listen to him. I remember there was a time I think they invited him to come and speak at EU after his retirement. And you see the way Baba was commanding those presidents now. He was relating with them like I'm your Baba.
Like Edide Ejoko.
He was just relating with them like we were when you guys were still crawling, we were already head of state now. Upon you.
You know, that guy, it's somewhat of an enigma. He has a technique that I think he uses. He will hold you by the hand. He likes to hold people by the hand. So people use that technique to control people.
But woman, I don't know the meaning of the way people talk about enigma. What's the meaning of enigma now, Safe?
Meaning to change.
Oh, to change. I don't know the way you use it to describe Obasanjo.
Enigma is enigmatic.
What's the meaning of enigma now?
Enigmatic.
Why are you asking?
Enigmatic.
No, I just want us to define enigma now, so that we know.
It's a complex character. Is that not what it is essentially?
Somebody who is so difficult to understand. Somebody who is a mixture of rag bag everything together. You know, somebody is mysterious.
An enigma wrapped in a paradox.
Yes, now somebody that you see from different angles. Somebody will tell you he's a bad man. Another one will say he's a good man. Another one will say, oh, he's just a nice man. You know, he has different faces and identity. That's Obasanjo for you.
And overall, an important figure.
You know, I've never liked him actually.
Remove that one. Which important? Remove that one. Remove that last one.
Let's go.
Let's just leave it at enigma.
Do you think it's anti-Yoruba? Do you think Obasanjo is anti-Yoruba?
He's a national man. Obasanjo is a national man. He's a true Nigerian. That's the
but he's pro-North though, so you can't say he's national when he's pro-North.
He's pro everything though. See the last election now, he went for Peter Obi.
He looks like a man that with a very high sense of self-importance, and he feels that he's above everybody. He has a high sense of self-importance, and he's not realizing that he's beginning to lose that. You understand? And I am sure before he finally
Patrick, he does that for his own selfish gain, Jerry. He does that for his selfish gain. Don't mind that man. Don't mind that Baba Jerry.
Una two way this man. You know, at this level, there's nothing you can do. I'm happy for everybody, but everybody is Ologo. If they say another person outside this place, they will say Ologo Ologo. But see, Obasanjo, there's nothing we can do about that man, because even while growing up, a lot of lies against that man. People will tell you, say, this man is a empty head. He didn't know anything, all those stuff. Do you know that in the class, actually, the like of Obasanjo were even better academically more than Fela and so and all those people that we want to believe that was
even than Abiola. He had double promotion in high school.
So and
double
he was a
promotion.
captain. You know, when he was a prefect.
Yes.
So football captain. So the thing is this, that man, they just gang up, and maybe because
he spent 3 years in high school instead of 5 years.
Fela and Shoyinka, they are causing all those things. So Obasanjo is a nobody, just from nowhere. So this thing, people just persecute this man for whatever reason, but in reality, we that we are talking here, do we really concretely have anything against Obasanjo if he should come out and be sincere?
I resent the way he did not hand over to Awolowo. I have to say, I resent that.
Why would he hand over to Awolowo if Awolowo
win that election?
Awolowo didn't win.
It doesn't matter if he won or not.
Can you imagine? Can you imagine that?
One man. People tend to be loyal to people that help them along the way. I think Obasanjo spent a lot of time with Northerners in the army, right? And in his political life. I mean, I'm not sure if there were some Yoruba people along the way that helped him or they recognized as helpers. But I remember back in the days, my dad used to go to his farm. Or is it called Ota Farm, right?
Yes.
Yeah, with my older brother. And then I think, then he just retired actually. But anyways, Obasanjo, I don't know much about the guy, but it's unlike him, I think we probably closely related to Abiola because I think it was back in '92 when Abiola was running, right? He had an event in Abeokuta, yes, I think his hometown, and there were a lot of people that went there. And my dad was part of the people that were there too before the actual election, actually. But I couldn't say much about it. Of course, my dad didn't say much about it either, but I did sense some stuff, according to my older brother, when he came back from the meeting. I think there's an element of distrust in the atmosphere. So Abiola was not in the dark to to a lot of things going on. Now, did I anticipate, or did he anticipate that that was the way it was going to end up? I didn't think so. Maybe he overcalculated, if we can put it that way, because he had friends in the military, right? I mean, he had friends everywhere. The guy was back then. I think it was a billionaire actually back then. He had a lot of money. So, but
He was the richest Nigerian back then. Now,
yeah, that's what I'm saying. Was a billionaire back then. I think a billionaire in dollars. I mean, okay, so it was unrivaled when it came to that. So, yeah.
Abiola babes and all that. Those were the days. So those days will never come back. That was when money was wealth.
Oh man, I think Obasanjo, I like him for he doesn't hide his feelings. He's an he's an open-minded somebody. Even if he has anything against you, I think he will say it out. And I love such characters. So for me, he's one of the most outspoken politicians that I've ever known. If he say that I'm not gonna do this for you, he will not do it. And he will say, well, no matter what you call him, no matter what you say about him, So it's not. He doesn't hide his feelings. Doesn't hide his feelings, and that what makes him is he's just someone surrounded with a lot of grace, and he have survived a lot of storm, and he is where he is today. So no matter all this, I know you have some
Which
failed
storm has he
aspect of his life.
survived apart from the imprisonment that Abacha put in? Which storm has he survived apart from
No
that
matter what,
imprisonment?
no matter what, he has gone
So
through for me.
why are you praising him just because
Yeah,
We
where
want
is all this
we
pain
want the
coming
civil
from?
war for Nigeria now. We
Yeah,
Is
want
it
the
the only
civil war
one?
for
Is it
Nigeria.
the only
even in the
one?
issue of
Is it the only one that fought the civil war?
even in the issue of Biafra war, he played a critical role in that war.
What is
So
the difference between
what
Biafra war and civil war?
I'm saying that he played a critical role in that war. No matter how you want to
Is
put
it the
it.
only one? Is it the only one that is alive today that fought in the civil war? So why are we
No, the
talking about that?
commander.
What is heroic about it?
Look, the commander of this Effiong, who was after Ojukwu ran away, Effiong, the commander of Biafran soldier, surrendered to him. So what are you talking about? And he brought Effiong to Lagos.
You see,
What are you saying?
May
they'll
I
be
add
Say,
something real
fighting.
quick?
They'll
But
be
there is a
fighting
book.
the war,
There is a
and
book.
it will not end.
God has been with him every step of the way. God has been with
God has been with everybody. God has been with everybody. Yeah, so what are you? God has been
May
with
I
you. Ajale
Yes.
Koko.
may I say something?
Let me
I,
say
I
something.
agree with you, Simba. I agree with you,
You look at
Simba.
it now. Like
Ọlọ́tẹ̀
the
ni
way.
ẹ́,
Pause.
ọlọ́tẹ̀ Yorùbá,
Let,
ọ̀tẹ̀
let,
Yorùbá ló ń play.
one man.
No,
One man.
yeah,
Let
in
Oriola.
Simba.
Hold on.
One
Let
man.
Oriola come in. Let Oriola come in. Yeah.
Okay. I just want to say something before he comes in. Okay.
Oh yeah.
But I just want to simply say that that my command that Abasanjo wrote, there have been a lot of other books written after that show that there were a lot of lies in that book. So you shouldn't rate all the assertions in that book that somebody surrendered to Obasanjo. A lot of books. There is one written by this Alabi Sama. There's another general from the US who has also written against. Many things Obasanjo just praised himself in that book. Many generals also that fought in the war have come out to say that it's a lie.
Gwen, did anybody though write a polemic work to that book to dispute the things they said that weren't true?
Yes. There's a book written by one retired major from the US. I'll try and dig it out before the end of this program. I'll bring that.
See, Benny, read some of those foreign books. See, all those Nigerian generals you see too, they are politicians. And don't forget that among the generals too, they hate Obasanjo like anything. If Babangida have a chance tomorrow now, he will never love Obasanjo because
Ola, why should you believe Obasanjo and not believe those ones? Why should you believe Obasanjo and not believe those ones?
I read the Nigerian Civil War, the one written by a Frenchman. I have not even read the one that written by the local people. So if a foreigner,
But this Alabi Sama, the Ogbene mentioned, is a popular.
Baba, Fela will tell you that Obasanjo knows nothing. And they attended the same school, and Obasanjo was even more brilliant than Fela. So will you now say?
Ó jíwèé wò ni, bàbá yẹn jíwèé wò ńgbà yẹn ni, ó jíwèé wò ni.
I see.
All right. So let me say something. Okay. So don't you guys think that Obasanjo, what he's doing is pro-Nigeria and everybody's seeing him as a Nigerian guy because 1979 when he brought the presidential system to Nigeria. Don't you think he's trying to protect that? That's the reason why he's doing what he's doing. And do you think after he left us, I'm not praying for death for him, but I know like sooner or later everybody's gonna pass away. Do you think we can still hold it?
Hold on, Ola. Yeah.
So do you think we can still hold it after he left? Because I think he probably right now is pulling strings everywhere just to make sure that we hold that presidential system. So do you guys think that that's what I think? I think that what he's doing now that everybody think is pro Nigeria is the fact that he brought it into Nigerian system. And do you think after he's gone, we can still hold it? And do you agree with me that maybe
all these pro-Nigerians because he brought it into Nigeria, and he doesn't want to lose it while he's still here. He still wants to get that praise.
Oriola, can you see the picture on your screen? Have you ever seen it before?
No, first time I'm saying it.
All right. To your right is Babangida, and then to your furthest left, they are playing draft. To your furthest left is Obasanjo, and then standing oversighting them is Abacha, and playing referee in the middle is Danjuma. So Obasanjo is an Aboki. That's just what it is.
No, but they're all in the military together, so they have to work together irrespective. They would know one another. So I think that's what that is. They all know. Abacha is junior to all of them.
Oriola, let me tell you this. What he did for the Northerners in 1979, that was what they used in compensating him in 1999. That guy, that man,
So are
is
you
just a
saying
selfish
the
old
Northerner
man.
brought the
He's
presidential
not
system?
nationalistic. He's just doing it for his own sake, for his own selfish gain.
But
Look at
are
what
you
he's doing now.
saying
You are talking about the presidential system. Is it not one
yes?
of the people that are now trying to truncate it now?
How?
Is
He's
it not
not.
one of them
He's
that is
trying to
trying to?
protect it. He's trying to protect it.
How?
That's what I think.
How is it trying to protect it? How is it trying to protect it? Tell me what the
Okay.
role is playing presently. How is it trying to protect it?
Okay. First, you want Igbo person to be a president, and he knows why, because they want to secede
It's
from
against the
Nigeria.
will
That's
of the
one.
people. Against the will of the
No,
people.
he knows that if they can't participate in the presidential system that we have, sooner or later they can succeed. And if they succeed, what they fought for, the presidential system that he fought for, will be nothing. So I think that part of what he's doing is just to make sure that the legacy that he put in place. Because remember,
No, what I'm asking
if he's
you,
gone 100 years later from now,
what is the essence of having presidential system? The essence of democracy is that it's for the people. People will choose their leaders. Nigeria have already chosen their leader. So why is it trying to, just because he want to make sure that the presidential system that he brought did not collapse, then wanted to now go through the back door and install another person? Is that the way to protect it?
Oriola, let me say this. Obasanjo did not want Peter Obi to be president, so disabuse that. What Obasanjo wants is for Tinubu not to be president. That was his objective, and for that reason, that a lot of people say he wants to be the national face of the Yoruba space. This is what people think. And he doesn't want a Yoruba man to go into that. Because the only person that can outdo his record is it's a Yoruba person.
Okay.
One man. Even if Tinubu rule for 8 years, does he surpass Obasanjo in terms of the record Obasanjo has achieved? Will he surpass Obasanjo the way you are putting it? Even if you go for 8 years.
Wait, what has Obasanjo did before you go? What did he do?
I'm not saying in terms of achievement, but in terms of personal honor. Will he surpass Obasanjo?
Well, we have to find out after the 8 years now. There's no record that is unbreakable.
No, not personal achievement. No, I'm not talking about general achievement. I'm saying personal achievement. It's just Tinubu governor for 8 years. Down maybe he succeeded for being president for 8 years. Then Obasanjo he was first a military president. Then
Obasanjo has never been a governor. So Obasanjo has never been a governor. Tinubu was a governor and the president.
Simba, what Ekene is saying is that Obasanjo is the longest serving Nigerian president, both as a military head of state and then as a civilian president. So even if Tinubu does 8 years, Obasanjo will still be longest serving. But I think Zita was to come in. Zita.
So for that, so why would he be? Why would he be jealous of Tinubu?
Let Zita come in. Let Zita come in.
One man, are you telling me to come in this one you are saying?
Or if you want to take us in a different direction, you can.
Yeah,
because we're just gisting. We're just gisting now. Yeah.
Okay, I was just trying to, when Obeni was talking, I wanted to say something. Obeni was kind of giving reasons why some things are happening in Nigeria. I was just asking, Obeni, I don't know, maybe people who are older than me. Since I was born in Nigeria, I've never seen the constant power supply. I have never. I don't know if people who were born before me in Nigeria, there was a time, I don't know whether there was a time Nigerians were having 24 hours of power supply. That's just what I wanted to ask Winnie, whether he has it in his record. Because the way this power thing is being shouted about, it was as if we were having it like 40 years ago and all of a sudden the thing went off. So that's what I was just saying. I have never. So if Obeni is still around, I want to ask, is it because of those laws?
I'm not sure I'm aware too. It's been a problem over years and it's still a problem.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So I'm just trying to relate it to what we are saying about them not being able to
Maybe we should
release.
ask Baba Jali Koko during their own time. Maybe they had it 27 hours in the day.
Yeah, because it's an issue that has been there. And I don't know if anybody who is above 40 years have experienced constant power supply in Nigeria. So the way the thing was just running, Obedi was trying to explain some certain things why they don't want to release the transmission, and everywhere was going wide. I was like, maybe I was missing something. Maybe there was a time there was constant power supply in Nigeria and then it went off. That's why they are reacting the way they are reacting. Somebody who was born, since you were born, you never experienced constant power supply. You didn't bother to ask why is it like that. And somebody came to a platform and trying to explain why they are not releasing the transmission, and everywhere was going rowdy. That was why I just wanted to come in. Thank you, woman.
All right. Who wants to take that on?
I agree with Madam Zita though, but sometimes it depends on where you stay. If you want to look at it holistically, no stable power supply. But I would tell Madam Zita something. I was lucky. I'm very fortunate. In my ghetto where I was living, around the Yanomeron at that LSDP estate, then the back of that LSDP estate, we were on a feeder called Papaland to 33 kV. So I can tell you, madam, there was a time that we could even get even power supply, none that the thing would not even blink for good 10, 15, 20 days. But I understand why it was like that, because it was a 33 kV feeder line. So that's that's clear. So it depends on what people are saying, but I agree with you.
Ola, you cannot use that one to.
That's what I'm
you can't
saying.
generalize because up to now, even in Ilorin, in Kwara State, that 33 kVA was dedicated to the industrial areas.
Exactly.
You understand? And people that are connected to it, yes, they used to have long hours of electricity. Even up to now, they still enjoy that.
Exactly.
But you cannot use that one, and it's just an isolated pieces. And it's not. Then what she is saying that is not even, we can't even say that one, because whenever there is rain or heavy wind, and the thing will go off and can go off for hours. So 24 hours.
Not that I tell you, I can tell you for sure. It's not they break down like 11 kV, Baba. They tell you for sure.
No, it's your line. I can't agree with you.
No. See, some people are very lucky. There was a time then our district manager, then engineer Okeke, he was living at around Adeni Jones. We call his own.
Hold on. Ola and Simba, you guys should answer the question. Back then, did we have a transmission problem too, or we just had enough electricity?
Transmission problem has always been there, Baba. That transmission problem, we were born into it.
Okay, so we've always known our problem. We've always known our problem. So how come we didn't work to fix that problem? If that been the case, something tells me that that was even before the 1999 Constitution.
Whoa,
Constitution.
no, no. What? Why I came in? I wanted to Obeni was explaining, because over the years I've been wrapping my head around this transmission problem, because that's actually the problem Nigeria has in electricity, having electricity. So even when we did the project in River State, I was like, why can't they just release the power? And this night, Obeni was drawing us towards that, and the whole thing went rowdy. I didn't even understand what he was saying, because it's a puzzle. I've been looking for who to break it for me, because since I was born in Nigeria, I have never seen year in, year out total power supply. I know some companies supply some people, like in Ajib, people in Omok have 24, have power supply, it goes off, you go, but they have regular. Even in my town, Shell used to give us some kind of power supply. But then it wasn't like Nigerian government was giving the citizens non-stop power supply since I was born, and I'm not a kid. So I've been trying to find out why. And this night, somebody was trying to say, there is here in the Constitution, there is here in the Constitution, and nobody could allow me to get what he was saying. Because I know that the
Madam
problem
Sita,
is not generation, it's not distribution that is in the transmission.
Madam Sita.
Hold on, Madam Zita. We can assume that you were born before 1999, right?
Sorry, let me
Why you
say
want to
this.
know my age now?
I don't want to
Didn't I
know,
do
but
you?
Can I
I
say
don't want to
something?
know.
Can I say something here? Can I say something here? You see,
Fire on engineer
you
Benny.
see, all the documents I refer to, they are all online. Thank God for social media and internet. Pick, you see, our problem has always been like that. If you can just try, maybe after this program, try to look for the 1963 Constitution. Let's go a bit further, so that we know that our problem did not start with 1999 Constitution, if that is what Prince is hammering on. You go to your 1963 Constitution, go and check your section 79 of that Constitution, 63. That's, we have 60, we have the independent constitution, then we now have the Republican Constitution of 63, which is the major constitution we use until military took over from us. And even during military, we still continue using this constitution. Don't forget, the only thing the constitution always suspended, the military always suspended section 1 of the constitution. That's what they always suspended. And because it is that section 1 that talks about the supremacy of the constitution, that say this constitution is supreme over every other laws in Nigeria, and any law that contradicts that constitution, then that law will be rendered invalid to the extent of its contradiction with the constitution. That section 1 is what military comes in. Once they come, they suspend it. So once they put it on suspension, then they will rate their decree at the federal level and the edict at the state level above the constitution. But other provisions of the constitution will remain valid throughout, as long as it doesn't contradict any edict now or any decree. Now, if you go to section 79 of that 63 constitution, you will still see it there again. Electricity and gas lies within the power of the parliament. That is the House of Representatives. At the federal level, at every point in our history, the federal government always retained that power, electricity and gas. And I've told you the theory behind it, the principle behind it. The principle behind it didn't start from Nigeria. The principle behind this is for every energy sector in the world. Every government, one of the things that government must get hold of is energy security and sovereignty. It's one of the things that make you, just like you are a man in the house.
Yes, yes, Ogbeni, but it's not about energy insufficiency. I don't think that they wrote a constitution to support that poor energy supply or availability in the country. It's we understand that every country wants to don't want to be a dependent nation on others, especially for vital commodities like power. Okay, like power. That's almost common sense,
My
right?
point is that it is a critical infrastructure for you to be a sovereign country. If you lose it to a private individual without adequate control, you're going to lose control of your country, because that is what you need to maintain your sovereignty. That's what I'm saying. There's a connection between
I
the
agree with that,
sovereignty of
and it makes a lot of sense. But here's the
and then that.
problem. If,
Yeah.
but here's the thing. So if that been the case, I mean, of course, you live in the West. There are certain services that's only maintained by the city or county or whatever. They don't give those to private citizens. By the way, actually, later in America, they ended up privatizing the prisons. It used to be strictly to the counties or the counties, but it was privatized. So it's not like it cannot be done. Okay, electricity, we understand. You don't want to give your grades
Which
to your
country did you just cite now?
United States.
Okay. Yeah. But when you go to the United States, you see, that's why sometimes when we compare these two countries, when you go to the United States, you won't find this electricity in their constitution. I bet you the two. And that is why you see their energy sector, the regulation of the energy sector is quite different from us. In the United States, if you find petrol or you find crude on your own private land, it belongs to you. There's a part you pay to the federal government. I'm right? But in Nigeria, every solid mineral and every liquid mineral, in fact, every natural resources you find on your private land, you cannot tap it and start exploiting it. It belongs to the federal government immediately. So you don't compare these two countries.
No, I don't. I'm not comparing. I'm just giving an example. I'm not comparing both countries. But it goes back to the point. Be the Constitution of 63 or 99. The point here is that we cannot make an argument that we having insufficient electricity is security in itself. It doesn't bode well for me. Not at all.
No,
So
that's not my
here's the
argument. See, get my argument right. My argument is this. I'm saying, you see, for every sector or problem you have in every sector, you agree with me that the legal framework matters a lot, except if you don't really place emphasis on the legal framework of anything. The legal
Sure.
framework of things matters a lot. And I'm saying that we have a very wrong legal framework right from the word go in Nigeria, which
Okay, good.
we should have dismantled over years. I don't know
Okay,
why we should keep it. We kept it that long before recently we started dismantling these things. We should have dismantled it over the years. Let me give you an
exactly.
instance. Let me give an instance of education. If you go to 1960 Constitution, you realize that the reason why people like, no, let me even trace it a bit back to Richard Constitution 1946. Was it 46 or yeah, Richard Constitution of 1946. Now, if we've been having constitution before 1960 Constitution, right? In 1922, we have Clifford Constitution. Then later, I think we have Lytton Constitution, we have Macpherson Constitution, then we have Richard Constitution. Now, in the Richard Constitution, Awolowo and others participated very robustly in the making of that constitution. And that was the constitution that established the first regional government we properly had in Nigeria. If you go back to that constitution, the reason why the Awolowos, Nnamdi Azikiwe and others were able to make the development they made within their region that time was because it was a what you can call a localized constitution. It wasn't imposed on them. They debated it. They all came with their own original ideology. I have a book written by this guy. The guy was the commissioner of education under Awolowo. He was the one who even proposed, who had the idea of the free education in the Southwest. He wrote a book, and I read that book where he chronicled how all of them came with their own ideology, original ideology of Nnamdi Azikiwe, Awolowo, and others. They came, they debated it, and they had that Richard Constitution, and they implemented it. So at every regional level, everybody went back home. Now, education at a point in time used to be at the national level. But under that constitution, one of the striking difference or distinction in that constitution is that they liberalized education and regionalized it. And boom, see what followed immediately. I'm building my own university, you are building your own university, you have built your own university. I'm employing my own lecturer, you employ your own lecturer, everybody started moving, And that's why today, the best university that still have the best infrastructures today in Nigeria, they were the university built those periods. The ones built later, they cannot beat those universities in terms of infrastructure and code because the legal framework got it right back then. But by the time they were leaving 1960, they had to put all this electricity, all this rubbish in it within the national system for some guys to be controlling. And we never dismantled it until recently, when Jonathan kickstarted it, Buhari got it done, and then Tinubu also gave assent to the last part of it. And so that's just my understanding of that area. The legal framework, we have to always go back to the legal basis of everything, any problem we have in Nigeria. Let's check. Is our law really okay with it? Is this something we need to dismantle and check in this law so that we can build something on nothing?
Sorry, I'm taking your time. Sorry. You see, this thing now that is in the Constitution, now it is obvious the government cannot manage it. Can they allow, like, apart from the government institutions and also Rock and other places, let the government generate power for those places and allow companies, private individuals to generate power for Nigerians to transmit power, for Nigerians to use? Is there anywhere in the Constitution where they cannot amend that kind of a thing? Because that life situation, I've always seen it since I was born. Now I know him, I'm beginning to know the reason why it is like that. It's obvious the government cannot manage it.
Quickly, I was going to say, see, because a private enterprise has hold of a critical sector in an economy, doesn't mean that the government can have oversight over that sector. Just like when it comes to military stuff, military equipment manufacturing in the U.S. by the U.S. companies, it's all private stuff. But they can't just wake up and say they want to sell their IP or their technology to Iran or some other nations. They can't do that.
Sure.
Gentlemen, let me do this. I'm going to take the conversation to the back, and then you can carry on. But let me shut it down on the YouTube. Acknowledge Kaizo, Olatunbosun, Oshunleti, and then Oshunleti. Sorry, Bosun, I butchered your name. Oshunleti. So thank you, Bosun, and then of course Ayo. We always mention Ayo. So thank you to all of those. Let me take the conversation to the back for reasons of needing sleep. So let me end it.